Hey, Wyatt, doing okay. Ah, shit. What's my fucking Twitter password? Shit. Okay, let's move the chat over. There we go. There's no way this monitor next to me is level. What am I doing here? How is that level? What the fuck? Oh, it's level, I guess. All right. How's everyone doing today?
I'm a battalion commander. A battalion. I'm a battalion.
I gotta pull this video up. It's gonna be a good video to do something on. Okay, let's see here. Let's go over news. Do. Senator Tim Scott rejected concerns that President Putin is going too easy on Russian President Vladimir Putin. All right. Russian forces shift tactics. Drone attacks. Yep, we all know that. How's everyone doing today? Are we actually live on the other platforms? Is there a different work schedule? You're on this time. I'm on a fucking unemployed work schedule right now because I got laid off along with 400 other people. So we're currently job searching and no longer on night shift. But I have a promising lead on a job in another state that I'm probably going to be moving to, which is going to be a night shift. So we'll be back on the same schedule. Yeah, no, lost my job because of Trump. Like literally directly because of his fucking shit with tariffs. What was that a plate carrier to buy for the boys? Hmm. Is Crusader a good brand? I've never seen this brand before. I have no idea if it's a good brand. Who's laid off because your worth is over? You might knew past, but no clue on future. No, I was laid off because Trump fucked the semiconductor industry. They laid off like 1,200 people in 6 months and shotgun blasted across the company and got rid of people with 20 plus years of experience to try and save money because we couldn't afford anything. Let's see. Is it actually working? Okay, we are live. I have horrible internet. I am on a car right now from Maine to Boston. Jesus. That's a bit of a drive. I see I'm still getting Japanese viewers. Ohayou gozaimasu. I miss Japan. Yes, I know I signed into a new device. God, I've got so much shit I've got to do videos on. Okay, we can get rid of that. Okay, let's see. Ukraine top generals warned of possible new Russian offensive in the northeast. We already saw that. So this is the latest phone call. Trump is his most productive yet. Let's see if there's anything new on Ukraine. Europe's Human Rights Court finds Russia committed violations in Ukraine. Wow, shocker. The White House weighs giving Ukraine another Patriot air defense system. All right. Ukraine detains Chinese father son duo suspected of spying. Oh, if anyone didn't see it, there was a bunch of people. Thank you guys for joining the team, by the way. There's a bunch of people, or not a bunch, but two foreigners who walked around Ukraine carrying Swazi symbols trying to start shit. And Ukraine wasn't taking that shit and fucking arrested them both. SBU's work to prevent influence of foreign special services on customs employees. Yep. Sucker 2 is officially coming to PS5. Nice. Russia launches another record drone attack. Yep, that happens. Cool. Not a liberal. Dude, I feel like you're just obsessed with me at this point because I don't even think you follow me. You somehow always find the need to come to my lives and spew your fucking bullshit. Like, I don't even know what your deal is at this point. It's kind of just pathetic. All right, whatever. Play it that way. Fucking simping for Kim Jong fat face. Whatever. Hello, Sahar. Trump said he threatened to bomb Moscow. Putin attacked Ukraine. 2024 fundraiser tape show. What? At 2024 fundraiser, Donald Trump told donors that he warned Vladimir Putin he would respond by bombing Moscow if Russian forces entered Ukraine. Fucking doubt. This followed escalating Russian aerial strikes on Ukrainian cities, including Lutsk, occurring overnight in July 2025. What? They were already in Ukraine. What was the point of him saying this? He has a big spoon. All right, bro. During Honest cabinet meeting on July 8th, Trump voices irritation with Putin, stating that the Russian leader is directing a significant amount of criticism towards the U.S. No shit, like they always have. It's almost like he's finally now seeing it. Yeah, I know, but Trump also boasted about securing a $25 million donation and warned Chinese President Xi Jinping the U.S. would bomb Beijing over a Taiwan invasion. A lot of warnings, not a lot of action. The Kremlin dismissed reports that Trump's threat as dismissed reports of Trump's threats as pure fiction, while ongoing conflict stalled peace talks. Yeah, I kind of don't believe that Trump threatened to bomb them. When would he have said this? Like, when would he have actually said that to? God damn it! No, fuck off. He did it. It was a leaked audio. No, the leaked audio is him telling people that he did it. There's nothing that says he actually did it. It's him telling people that he did it, which is what I have contention with. Because he could say he did it all he want, but if he didn't actually do it, I don't really give a fuck. Trump boasted donors that he threatened to bomb the shit out of Moscow if Putin invaded Ukraine. Okay. So my thing is, when did he supposedly say this to Putin? When was he supposedly saying this? Okay, cool. But when did he actually report it? President Trump privately crowded to a group of donors last year that Russia's bloody invasion of Ukraine never would have happened under his watch. Okay, see, there's the clarification. He's saying that he said this beforehand. He had an almost identical conversation with Xi Jinping over the prospect of an invasion of Taiwan by Beijing. I said the same thing to him. I said, if you go into Taiwan, I'm going to bomb the shit out of Beijing. He thought it was crazy. Beijing, you're going to bomb. I have no choice. I got to bomb you. The number of likes? What? He just said that the U.S. needs to deliver more aid to Ukraine. Yeah, but again, the things he says don't match with his actions. Sam, I fell asleep with the rock like you. How many likes? We ended up with like 60,000 yesterday, Captain. Glad you fell asleep during the stream, though. Tap the screen, guys. Let's get people in here. And look, my thing is on this is Trump says a lot of things, but nothing really backs that up. He can. What? Oh, edit goal. There we go. What? I can't pin the gift goal? I don't mean to be rude, but could someone either click on it or tell me if the gift goal thing is working? I don't know what's going on. Fundraising attendees could be heard laughing at Trump's retelling of threatening. The former future president used the rift to rip into critics who accuse him of being in the pocket of Russia, because he is not working. Okay. So can you guys even see the donation thing? Are you guys even able to donate coins? Oh, it says the gift thing that I was using is unavailable. All right. Let's try this one. Can I do this one? There we go. Apparently that gifting item disappeared. That's weird. I don't like this. I don't believe him one bit. He says he threatened Putin. I don't fucking believe him. Let's see what Putin says. Kremlin says veracity of Trump's threat to bomb Moscow is unclear. What? The Israeli government are evil. Whatever you say, Ollie. The Trump said on Wednesday that it was not sure of the veracity of the CNN article that reported that President Trump had once threatened to bomb Moscow to deter Russian President Vladimir Putin from attacking Ukraine. CNN's report cited audio recordings of Trump telling a private gathering of donors amid his pre-election campaign in 2024 that he had once warned Putin that he would bomb the shit out of Moscow if Russia attacked Ukraine. Asked about the report, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said, "I cannot confirm or deny this, even if I wanted to, whether it's fake or not. We do not know either. There's a lot of fake news these days." What? Sounds like he didn't even get a chance to ask anyone. They just said, "Is this real?" And he's like, "I don't fucking know." He always says things. There was no whiskey. It was just a bottle that I was ordering. He always says things and completely backs out, like his tariffs. I don't think he actually said this though. I don't think he actually gave a shit about Ukraine, because the implication is that he said this pre 2022 invasion. I don't believe him. Do you think the Tic Tac alien ship was one of ours? See, what Tic Tac alien ship? What the fuck? I don't understand the people who support Putin instead of supporting Ukraine. Neither do I, Sahar. It's like the people that support fucking Hamas instead of supporting Israel. I don't know, this whole story just seems like bullshit to me. Europe's Human Rights Court finds Russia committed violations in Ukraine and was behind flight MH17. Shocker! Shocker. Yeah, if he cared, he wouldn't have withheld aid. Why would they lie about it? Because why would he lie about half the shit he lies about? Why would he lie about half the shit he's lied about? He just lies for no fucking reason. Do you think there's another big operation going on in the Kursk region? Not really, and even if I did, I would not be able to talk about it. The United States has Ukraine under their thumb. All right. Unless you're a Russian sympathizer, but if you aren't and still support Russia, that's weird. Yeah. Do you think there would be another? You already asked that. Well, I mean, CNN saying there's a recording. There is a recording. Okay, so here we'll play it real quick. So for context, the recording is of him during his presidential campaign in 2024, claiming that he stated this during his last presidency. He's referencing something that he supposedly said during his last presidency.
Putin, I said, if you go in to Ukraine, you're going to bomb in Moscow. I'm telling you, I have no choice. The public wants it. The public will.
I don't believe him. I don't believe him at all. What is your background in claiming to be a geopolitical expert? Decade in the Marine Corps doing combat march instruction, doctrine development. Part of doctrine development is, again, knowing our enemy's capabilities, their equipment, political landscape, all different aspects of like doctrine and stuff, their society. I've a lot of the training courses I developed in the Marine Corps or helped develop in the Marine Corps go on to train Marines for decades to come for combat. I also got over a decade in geopolitical affairs or geopolitical foreign affairs with regards to the Middle East and Eastern Europe, where I specialize. I've got multiple advisory roles in it. I've also been to Ukraine, to the front lines voluntarily to train Ukrainian soldiers. Oh yeah, exactly. Check your sources. It's just weird. Thoughts on Hezbollah refusing to stop until Israel pulls out of the south of Lebanon? I mean, if they want round two of getting shit slapped out of them, the United States has a lot of biological labs in Ukraine, and Putin has the right to be mad. DRC, that's not even the claim that Russia made. It's not that they had biological labs, because everyone has biolabs, and the U.S. doesn't own any biolabs in Ukraine. We fund some, but do you know what counts as a biolab? Pharmacies, fucking colleges that do fucking blood work testing. Like, the claim from Russia was bioweapons labs, which have never been proven. They are protecting their borders. So they're thought policing? DRC, you're not making any sense here. Doesn't matter if they said it or not because he didn't bomb Russia. Yeah. Israel unalives way too many Palestinians. Sure they do. If Hezbollah's disbands their group, they will be in favor of Israel pulling out. Then I will be in favor of Israel pulling out. So Israel allowed to take Palestine's land, but Russia can't take Ukraine's land. Please, at any point to me when Palestinians ever actually owned the land they currently reside on. When was it ever under Palestinian leadership? And on top of that, Israel's not trying to take Gaza and annex it. Israel's not trying to take Gaza and just fucking annex it. Like, your fucking analogies or your fucking question's dumb. You need the Yahtzee counterback? I probably do. Yes, they are. They're not. Like, the literal official stance of the Israeli government is we don't fucking want Gaza. Hey, Anthony, can you type in chat what the agreement you pulled up the other day was? Yeah, it's the here. It was that agreement signed in 1997. How do they not want to annex it? Because they've said they fucking don't. If someone says, I don't want this, you don't get to speak on their behalf. They want it gone. Gone isn't even the same as annexing. What the fuck? Okay, cool. There's a Nazi. Cougar, go be a Nazi in someone else's chat. So Israel doesn't bullshit. Sure, man. You guys are coming up with a lot of claims that you can't substantiate in the slightest, and I love this. You are encroaching closer to Russia. They have every right to protect their people. DRC, why don't you... Oh, God, you would love to read this document then. You should really come up and have a conversation. DRC, I would love for you to actually have this come up. Let's bring up the first guest. Come on, DRC, come on up. Because what you just said, that nobody has the right, especially NATO, to go up close to Russia's borders. Oh boy, do I have the document for you. I'm Michael and I have an expert because you have books. Yeah, books don't make you an expert. Hi, Rajib. Oh, we're just pivoting all over the place. Stop watching American media. Bro, my entire day is taking in foreign media and foreign state media and foreign telegram channels and foreign fucking like soldiers telegram channels and analyzing what they're saying. What the fuck are you talking about? You're not even going to counter my argument? You're not making an argument. You haven't made an argument. Why don't you come up here and talk? No one supporting Israel is an expert in the areas you are mentioning. Well, that's just blatantly false. Does that mean everyone at the Institute for the Study of War is now not an expert? Because, Bobby, the numbers and the actions don't suggest that in the slightest. There's nothing else to say besides asking you, what do you think of hydrogen? What, Vladimir, why don't you come up and have a conversation about it? We can talk about it. Can you tell us a 10-year future events in the Middle East? Same shit that always happens in the Middle East. The Middle East has always been the same. It always will be the same. Bro fighting for his life. Yep, totally. I'm totally struggling here. How can you support a nation that is built on lies and terror? I don't. He's scared, I think. Yeah, they won't come up. Nah, I can't right now. I just wrote a question. Dude, why not? You're in here spouting stuff up, but you won't have a conversation. How can one support Israel and Ukraine at the same time? Because they're literally fighting the same. They're fighting on the same side. Like, I don't understand. Like, Hamas and Russia are quite literally allies. Russia openly admitted to facilitating October 7th and helping Hamas. I don't understand what's so hard about this. When? On October 9th, 2 days after October 7th, Dmitry Medvedev came out and openly admitted that Russia helped fund, facilitate, and coordinate the October 7th. Well, not coordinate. It was fund, train people, and facilitate the October 7th attacks to distract the world from what was going on in Ukraine. and that there was nothing anyone was going to do about it. And he was right. And then a week later, Putin invited leaders of Hamas to Moscow. And then when the Russian hostage was rescued and exchanged from Gaza, Putin made him thank the fucking Hamas people. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Russia and Israel are allies. No, Israel just has an unfortunate dependency that they really need to get the fuck away from with Russia. I don't see how people support Ukraine and Palestine at the same time. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like they're allies. No, being unfortunately tied to someone that's basically holding your economy hostage doesn't mean you're an ally. Is there a lot of Russian money in Israel? Not really. Free Palestine. Great job, Wigmean. You freed it. You freed Palestine. Ukraine and Palestine are in the same situation. They are absolutely not. In no way, shape, or form are they in the same situation. So Israel's reliant on Russia. That sounds like allies. That's not what that means at all. That is not how alliances work. If you don't know how alliances work, then I don't know how to help you. Like, at all. What do you think of a multipolar world? Why would I care? That's exactly how it works. No, Jimbo, if you fuck yourself on something in your economy and you run out of other people to buy from, you've only got one other person to buy from, and you become so dependent on them that you can't break away easily, otherwise they could cripple you immediately. That's not an ally. Israel and the Epstein list. Sure, bro. But Russia is in the wrong, and Israel is not in the wrong. We mean, is Egypt an important ally? Yeah, kinda. I mean, they do hold importance. I wouldn't say they're like the most important, but they're pretty important. How do we solve the problem we're facing with Palestine and Ukraine? Here's a question. Like, first of all, it's not the Ukraine; it's just Ukraine. But second of all, that's a very loaded question. You're asking for the entire resolution for two separate conflicts in two different regions. Are you taking APAC money? Totally. I am absolutely taking APAC money from a organization that helps with campaigns. Totally. That makes sense. Russia's survival is what you're saying. No, Israel is reliant on some Russian oil, and Russia's basically holding them hostage for that. Please tell me how Israel isn't in the wrong. Wigmean, come on up and we can have a cohesive conversation about it like adults. Opinions on Jordan? Jordan's alright, but they definitely treat Palestinians like shit. Like, people talk about apartheid state. Meanwhile, in Israel, you can get full citizenship, equal rights, and all that shit. But if you go to Jordan as a Palestinian, you literally aren't allowed to have citizenship or most jobs. Fuck. Chat just reloaded, and I don't know where everything is. I just wonder how many Russians are on Epstein Island list. I don't know. Realistically, probably just the same as from every other country. Defund the VA. All right, bro. Doing okay, GT. I am not against you. I believe we're spending too much money in Ukraine. DRC, oh boy, wait till you find out we're actually making money off of it. Where's
Yo,
Hello, Wigbean.
so how is Israel not in the wrong?
Okay, so where do we want to start with this? Are we going to talk about
How about 1948?
Okay, what is your thoughts on 1940? Like, what do you think what is the narrative that you believe happened?
That I believe, or what happened?
I'm asking what you believe for a reason, because a lot of people are fed blatantly false misinformation, and I can prove that with even Arab sources.
The Jewish people were moved to this new state for the Jews called Israel, right?
No, already wrong.
Yes. What do you mean no?
Israel didn't exist yet.
Exactly.
Okay,
they just created it in 1948.
Yes, but the Jews didn't just show up when Israel was created.
A lot of people were moved to Israel, yes. And a lot of Jews lived in Palestine originally.
So
yes.
there was migration. There was the major migration started in the late 1800s and the early 1900s at the same time as the Arabs migrated. The Arabs just migrated in higher numbers. Granted, there was some Arabs in the land already, and there
Where
was
did
some
they
Jews
migrate from? They were already there. Are you an idiot?
From the Ottoman census reports, they migrated from
Bro, there
regions
were
like
Arabs,
okay,
there were
cool. From
Semitic Arabs
the air.
living there
Okay,
already.
so this is where you listen and have a conversation instead of talking over someone who
Yeah,
actually
but you're
knows more
saying
than
the
you.
wrong thing.
No, I'm giving you the facts. So according
No,
to the
you're
Ottoman,
not.
according to the Ottoman, who owned that land before the British?
Jews,
No,
Arabs,
nope,
and Christians, yes.
nope. The Ottomans,
Then
the
who
Ottoman
did?
Empire.
Which were Semitic Arabs. They lived in Arab land.
All right, you're too fucking retarded for this conversation. Jesus fucking Christ.
From Egypt.
What? Hello?
Don't be scared when I see Egypt. Anyway, what you say? Who was there before the Ottoman? I can tell you who was there before the Ottoman.
I don't care who was there
Egypt
before.
got a map for
Okay,
5,000
cool.
years
Dude, you
before
just
Israel
got up
born.
and you're already just immediately just babbling on. Calm
No,
down.
because you say it's a fact.
Calm down.
You don't have facts.
Okay, cool. Calm down.
Relax. I'm
Okay, are
Egyptian.
you
I'm
just
not
gonna
going
keep
eat you,
talking?
don't
You
worry.
just got over here and you're just already talking over me.
I'm relaxing, man.
Okay, you can come back when you want to be an adult too. If you guys want to have adult conversations, like I'm not in the mood to be talked over by children that don't know what they're talking about. If you want to have a conversation, you don't just get to come up and fucking interrupt me on my own fucking stream. For the dude that I kicked beforehand, whatever the fuck your name was. The reason it matters who was there was because the Ottoman Empire controlled that land. The Ottomans owned it. It wasn't Jews, Arabs, and Christians that owned that land. Now, there were some people that purchased land from the Ottoman leaders, but the migration of Jews and Arabs still occurred. Just because there were already Arabs and Jews living there doesn't mean that more Arabs and Jews couldn't also migrate to that land. Jews and Arabs migrated at the same time during the late 1800s and the early 1900s. The Arabs just migrated in higher numbers. When the British took over and made it the British mandated Palestine land of Israel, which, by the way, the entire British mandate included what we now today know as Jordan. What do you think they were before? Wigmean, you're still not understanding, dude. You're still not understanding. Now, if you actually pay attention, you might learn something for once, Wigmean, because you're not having a fucking. You're incapable of listening. Now, the Arabs and the Jews were migrating in at the same time. Arabs just migrated in higher numbers. Nobody's denying that. But when the British were in charge, the Arabs in that area were so fucking pissed that the Jews were coming in and starting so many problems and massacring Jews in very well historically documented cases. No, Mito, I dropped you because you interrupted the second you came up, and now you're spamming like a child. Sit in timeout for 5 minutes. Jesus Christ, what is it with your inability, you guys' inability to be fucking adults? Like, I don't understand. You're so wrong. Wigmean, are you telling me that absolutely nobody but Jews migrated to the British mandated Palestine during that time period? Are you saying that it was only Jews that came there? Is that what you're saying, Wigmean? Egyptians act the way? Yeah, probably. Avalo, probably not a Coptic too. Just gonna go out and throw that out on them.
There were also, yes, there were protection groups. Guys, like, what I can't stand is how they themselves began to, when you break it down for them, they began to start describing it as a civil war. Oh, so a civil war. Okay, so it wasn't just Jews running roughshod over the Arabs, or they always like to paint them out.
So this is only your personal opinion, not fact. That's not true at all. LOL. So you hate Muslims? At what point did I ever say that? When did I ever fucking say that? If you stay with Israel, then you stand with Trump. Trump hates you. Cool. I don't really care what Trump fucking likes. I don't like Trump. And he's not a Coptic. Yeah, okay, and? Saying he's not a Coptic doesn't imply that someone's Muslim, nor does it say that I hate Muslims. He could just be a random fucking Arab. You ever think of that?
Not the random.
Oh, for fuck's sake, the gaslighting. No, the gaslighting is you making shit up on my behalf. Because the Coptic Christians used to rule over fucking Egypt. Guess what? Now they fucking don't. Gee, I wonder why. Could it possibly be the Arab fucking conquest of the Middle East and North Africa?
Not the conquests.
Netanyahu is literally from Poland. Hey, fuckhead, he was quite literally born in the city of Tel Aviv. Wigmean, this is what I was talking about when I stated at the very beginning. Tell me what you think or what you believe in something, because I know for a fact that you don't know what you're talking about. Netanyahu was not from Poland. He was not born in Poland. He was born in Tel Aviv. This is a verified fact. Like 3 years ago, no one fucking denied this. Everyone knew about this. Like, I don't know where you people get that you're just making this shit up. I don't know where the pro-Palestinian side just gets this shit that just makes shit up out of fucking nowhere.
Hey, Anthony, do you think it hurts to be that dumb for them?
No, because I think they actually are blissfully unaware. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, but it's like it's not like if you're unaware of something, like generally speaking, it's
If
just like,
you
oh, okay,
support China and Russia, then you are based. Holy
you
fucking
support China, you're dumb.
Oh, God. Pro genocide? Nope. China and
No,
Russia
I'm
has so
pro-education.
much free speech.
What? What did they say?
What? This person's profile says China expat. Then he says China and Russia have so much free speech. Yeah, what happened to the people in fucking Hong Kong, dude? What happened to all those people? I can change all in it. You have money. What? What the fuck does that even mean? I'm officially not based, I guess. Yeah. I'm trying not to let too many friendlies up to, but yeah, just for a little bit. Do you think Israel carpet bombing tens of thousands of Palestinians? Right.
Like, I
By
love them more.
Vladimir, by definition, they're not carpet bombing. I'm tired of people using phrases they don't understand.
It's not, you know how you said it was willful ignorance? I think it's worse than that. I think it's malicious. They know the truth.
Oh, sure.
They know the truth. They just want to spread and gaslight. And
No, I
then
think a lot of people are that stupid. No, I know there's a lot of people who are doing that on purpose. I think most of them are just that stupid.
You know what? But malicious ignorance. I think you
it's
hit
malicious ignorance. But like, I mean, that's kind of like an oxymoron, because to be ignorant is not to know. But my point is that like you have a majority of these as idiots, but the ones who know what they're doing, they're gaslighting, and then these idiots just follow like lemming off of a cliff.
They aren't. They aren't carpet bombing. So someone admits they aren't carpet bombing. Then he says they specifically target civilians. How is it they're specifically targeting civilians if the death toll in total, including combatants from UNRWA and the Gaza Ministry of Health, is 57,000, but we have over 80,000 munitions dropped. We have almost twice the amount of munitions dropped than people unalived in total. Yet they're somehow targeting civilians.
And every one of those munitions is capable of taking out at least 24 people.
Oh, there it is. You're Jewish, I can tell. Nope. Not even close.
It's
But
the
good
Jews,
job,
man.
good job, Nazi boy.
It's the Jews,
Not the Jews.
and I spell it.
DJ, I see you in the
J-double-O-S.
request.
It's
You
the
lost the
Jews.
game. Are you
Whoa,
gonna
wow.
calm? Are you gonna calm down now?
Bro, I'm calm. You're just fucking stupid, gang.
All right. So
That's the
are you
popcorn.
telling me?
Your
Okay.
friend's name is literally OG Jewish.
Okay,
bro.
cool. So there we go. Yeah, that is definitely not calm. When you calm
So now
down, you
you're
can
guilty
come
by
back.
association.
I'm glad you put out that the Jewish person had the word Jew in their name and had a meltdown over that within 5 seconds.
Hey, Anthony, when are you getting paid by Mossad? I haven't gotten my check yet.
According to the Human Art Organizations, the body count stopped months ago. Cool. The Gaza Ministry of Health would really like to have a word with them about that, because the Gaza Ministry of Health updates their numbers every fucking day. So that's blatantly false.
But let's point out, the number has been stagnant for months, and they keep crying about genocide.
Wait, you can be sympathetic towards the Jews while acknowledging they're starving Gazans. But I thought this wasn't the Jews. I thought this was Israel and the Zionists. So we're just saying that it's Jews now.
Anthony, isn't the unaliving toll by malnutrition since 2023 like 60 people?
Yeah, it's less. I think it's 58 is the exact number reported by the Gaza Ministry of Health. So in over a year of war, in this situation where everyone's supposedly starving the entire time, we constantly get people saying, "Oh my God, there are so many people starving. There's so little food. They're gonna drop dead any day." Like that one article, there's gonna be 14,000 children dead in 3 days. Yet only 68 people have died of starvation in the entire war, and that's according to Hamas themselves.
And that's not including those that were unalived from malnutrition due to disease and other things and other factors.
Right. But also, like, listen, if there's actual, literal, like, systemic starvation going on all at the same time, you're not going to just have 60 people unalive from it. It's just impossible unless those people themselves are purposely starving those 60 people on purpose.
The selective
Wait,
outrage.
host unhinged for saying starvation is a myth. The IPC, the people that literally do the investigation on that shit from the United Nations, quite literally agreed that there is no starvation. There is a what is it? It's food insecurity, like meaning a lot of people do have to go get new food every day, but there's not starvation. People aren't dying of starvation and lack of food. That's according to the United Nations themselves.
Food insecurity literally occurs in every conflict.
Dude, according to the United Nations, per capita, Gaza has less food insecurity every day than the United States. Are you fucking kidding me? They have a fucking 30% obesity rating in Gaza. Right now, they have a 30% obesity rating in Gaza.
This is a facts don't care about your feelings kind of session.
Can you explain what you were going to say to Wigmean without him there? Yeah, like we were trying to talk about how he was saying that Jews just popped up out of nowhere and that they just popped up and Israel was created. That's not how it happened. Jews and Arabs migrated to the land at the same time, Arabs in higher numbers. There were already Jews living there. There were already Arabs living there, yes. But when the British took charge, they quite literally, by law, limited Jewish migration. Jews illegally smuggled themselves into the British mandated Palestine because the British government made it illegal. Like the famous ships you see of "Don't destroy our hopes and dreams." Those ships didn't fucking make it to landfall. So all the people saying, "Oh my God, we welcomed the Jewish ships with open arms after the Holocaust." No, the fuck you didn't. Those ships got turned around. They literally ended up in concentration camps in Cyprus. This is fucking thoroughly documented factual history that everyone knew about up until 3 years ago.
Sir, the Jewish ships are on the horizon. God save us.
And God save the Queen.
Guys, I think what these people, all these pro-Palestinians have made me realize is if anything they say is true, it made me realize that imperialism is a wonderful thing and we need to take over the world again. Seriously.
To Ed, was it the Arabs that didn't want them there or the British? It was the Arabs, but the British also at the same time just couldn't be fucking bothered to deal with the problem. So rather than solve the issue and say, stop fucking fighting each other, stop unaliving the Jews, they just said, fuck it, we'll just make it so the Jews can't keep coming here. That'll solve the problem.
Zaddy, on that argument, yes, Western imperialism was a far better thing for the world than
SG, yes, there were quite literally concentration camps for Jews in Cyprus after World War II. That is that is a fact of history that you cannot just get away from and act like doesn't exist.
Hey, I tell you what, definitely don't bring LA Yehudia up because then people really will start to be scared of the Jews.
LA Yehudia is
God damn it, I have to
I love her.
Wait, there's a Cyrillic name.
Ooh, bitches.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Jihadi, I'm gonna drop you down for now. Thank you for coming up though. Gonna try and keep it friendly small.
Fear me, guys.
Bye-bye.
Fear me.
I fear you.
Hello, what's up?
Okay, you say the post-Allied World War II, they send the ship to Cyprus, no?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How?
The Jews tried to get
How
to
the British Navy said no, go away.
The
and sent it
British
to
won
Cyprus.
World War II. How?
No, the Jews
No,
tried
no,
to get you.
no. We're talking about after the war ended, when the Jews were
Yeah.
trying to get
They are
into
the strongest people
stop,
in the world.
stop.
Why
We're
is he
talking
yelling?
about a
This
bunch
is
of
propaganda.
stop.
They are the strongest,
Okay, cool.
I think
right?
he's Russian.
Okay, cool. Stop. We're talking about
Why are
after
Russians like
world.
this?
We're talking.
Use logic. How?
Cool. We're talking
You use
about.
logic.
Stop, you guys. Fuck. Let me finish a goddamn sentence. We're talking about after the war ended, when Jews were trying to get to the British mandated Palestine before the formation of Israel. When they got on those ships and they started going to different countries, where like the U.S. turned them away, we didn't take them. When they went to the British mandated Palestine, after a certain amount of Jews had arrived, the British government said, "Nope, that's enough, no more," and turned them around and sent them to Cyprus.
You can look this up. It's actually really well documented. First, they beat the crap out of them and unalived a couple.
They are the
when they were trying to
strongest
come-
army, right?
Are you saying that
They
the
fought
Jews who
over-
were escaping the Holocaust were the strongest army?
No, no, no. The British, the Allies, they are the strongest.
Shut up. Shut
Oy
up.
vey,
Shut
boy,
up.
he
Shut
really
up.
thinks-
Shut up.
okay. Wait, he thinks the British were the sole allied power? Did you say the British were the... Okay, never mind.
Okay, cool. We can look right here. If we go to the Holocaust Encyclopedia, we can look up that the British set up multiple camps in Cyprus. How many of it? 12 senators. This is a U.S. government website, state.gov, reports on the camps in Cyprus. 12 centers in Cyprus for the refugees. We can go through all, like, these are very well documented camps. Like this, I don't understand how people just fucking forget about this. Yeah, the British were successful in apprehending most of the 70,000 illegal immigrants who embarked for Palestine. Yeah, again, the British didn't want them to come in because it pissed off the Arabs, and the Arabs just kept attacking people.
Yeah, because of the white papers of 1929.
Like, I don't understand why people just don't know this existed.
Yeah, the white papers
Well,
of 39.
hang on. Well documented by the winners of the war. Yes, the winners of the war who admitted it was them that did it. The British made these camps. The British openly admitted, yeah, we made those camps. You're a good
They're
goy.
not hiding.
Okay, there it is. Yeah. Not
He's not a
in
nation,
one
though.
go. You're right. They didn't all just get in one go because the British stopped them as they were migrating. Oh my God.
Yo, Anthony, you do realize you're not an entire nation. But try again.
Can
you hear me?
Selim, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2014. I mean 2004. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I can't trust that. I can't trust that. No. I can't.
Bro, 18-year-olds were born in 2014. What?
If an 18-year-old is born in 2014, I swear to God.
No, that's not correct. Wait. That would make him 12.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Then
yeah,
he
no
said
shit,
2014. I mean 2004.
2004 would still be 20.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
That's exactly
This host wants you
it would
to
be 20
ignore
or
our
21.
common sense.
I was about to unalive myself because I couldn't do math. in
I
my
was
head.
like, wait a minute. 2019.
I was like, you know what? It is my time.
No, that would have freaked me out. It was like 2014 is 2014 is 18.
Sorry, kid. You got to be 18 to come up here. I'm sorry. Man, like, why not just like say I'm 20 and then subtract 20 off whatever year it is right now? Like,
Dude, someone wrote project. Whose project? Do you know what goy means? I told you
no,
already.
no.
I answered
There's
you.
someone. No. Stop. They're referring to someone else.
Oh.
Ukraine equals Russia. Not really. 18, born in 1763.
I'm 18, born in 1998.
Guys, why is Maya uni so cringe, bro?
Did you see her bawling her eyes out and just making up fucking emotional appeals?
Ew.
What'd she do now?
I wish I was as, like, scummy as these people. Like, I would make so
Wait,
much money.
what'd she
off
do
of
now?
people.
No. Can you imagine?
Sam,
You know
fuck
what?
you.
LA, let's make it fun and let's start just like scamming
Hey,
people for.
Twitch chat says fuck you, TikTok chat.
Okay. Who said who's Twitch?
Someone in Twitch chat says that.
Oh.
Um,
Yeah.
you are. Don't worry. I am what?
I am what?
I don't know. They didn't give context.
I for real, just donate the profits to Israel.
Profits from what?
Also, someone I feel like we know a lot about TikTok chat because one of them just commented, "Give Russia their land back." It's not Russia's land.
Someone in TikTok just says, "Eat my shoes." Twitch chat. What's the Twitch? If you guys go to the link tree in my bio, we're live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at the same time we're on here.
Oh my god! Hi guys.
Oh my god! Fuck Zionism with fancy characters. Oh my god! Bye bye.
Are the upside down red triangles, which essentially is it's a reference to the H cross where they used to put upside down red triangles on political dissidents.
Make Jerusalem Christian again? I mean, fuck. I mean, the Jews would probably take that at this point.
No, I don't think Jerusalem was like, if we're talking Jerusalem's origins, it was never originally Christian. It
Well,
became
I didn't say
Christian.
he didn't say originally. But I would say the Jews would probably take that. Like, fuck it. I'll take
I
Christians.
think make Jerusalem part of like Judea again. I mean, you want to go there? Ukraine was promised to Russia.
Do you guys think the 67.9 set is somewhat accurate? Yes, there is statistical backing to prove it too. It's from the same study that shows that like 33% of marriages in Gaza are between first cousins.
And it was done by literally Arabs from other countries. It was not done by anyone with like it was done by their own people.
Make
They went in and
Hebron Jewish again.
67.9 is what?
Guys, tap the screen. We're at fuck it. We've been live for an hour. We're at 5,000 likes. What the fuck?
Yeah. Hey guys, if you think LA Yehudia is scary, put a 1 in the chat.
No,
Put a
we're
1
not
in the
doing
chat.
that
Yes,
shit.
you guys think I'm terrifying? Please put 1.
Damn, someone in Twitch chat says I like TikTok chat. They make me feel smart. Because like on the Twitch stream, you can see the TikTok chat flowing by, so they can read the stupid as it goes by. Nope, she's hot and scary.
Oh my god, that's
Nope,
All right. Someone says 1, but I like it.
oh my god, guys.
NATO is currently
questions to ask.
NATO as currently constituted will be gone in a decade max.
Okay.
All right.
So will Russia.
What if we have mommy issues and we think it's scary? Anthony, is Zaddy your boyfriend? I mean, I'd cuddle with him in a foxhole.
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh, Mickey, some of the houses
Straight
are
infinite boyfriends too.
one of the houses I was looking at, unfortunately, doesn't take pets, so I'm going to see if they want to negotiate it. But it's a fucking $3,300 a month for rent, dude. It's a fucking $3 million home.
Nice.
It's in the city.
That's why they're
a-
saying no. That's
Yeah,
probably why it's so low.
don't say this, but yeah, it's a $3 million home. Or 3.7, but it's $3,300 a month to rent. But
Damn.
4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, decent size. The bathroom layout's a
I'm
little
telling you,
weird.
bro. Like you can find the same kind of housing.
Fucking Christ, man! God, every time anyone comes on my panel, I never get to finish. It's
sorry, I forgot about your tism.
the bathroom shapes are a little weird because it's it's the upstairs is kind of one of those fucking weird shaped homes.
Yeah, that's your
but
tism giving you.
it does son of a bitch, Lee Road. It does have a fucking massive basement that spans the whole fucking floor plan of the house. And I was like looking at it, I was like, damn, that could be like an entire workshop and stream room. I could set up everything in there. That could just be the workshop. And then I was like, wait, that way when people come in here and go, what are you in a basement? I could be like, yeah, I am.
I mean, if it's big enough, you could get some of those like like you have like those wall separators that make it so you actually can make different bedrooms without building actual walls. You know what I'm talking about?
Fucking Hammer.
I can't see what I'm thinking right
now. Hammer, we can speed run special boy hours right now. It's chat's real special today, Hammer.
Where's Golda? Oh. Hammer, get up here.
Hammer, we can just speed run. Speed.
We could speed run some pallies. We could run some... Oh. You know what let's see here. Yeah, when you said like the bathrooms are weird, I was like, yeah, my man's tism is kicking in.
I don't want to let up too many friendlies today. Like the entire guest request is friendlies. I think. Golden Row is Golden Row friendly? Does he specialize in foreign policy or real estate and comedy? Wait, who? Hammer or me? What?
Hey, my account with Mod Dude is the other one, so I don't know if you want to mod me on this one.
I can't. I have 30 fucking mods already.
All right. Captain Izzy. I wish you could also stream like the Twitch chat on here and like have like a chat war. You know?
I would have loved to see the people on Twitch right
No,
now.
because then
I feel like
there's
maybe-
no fucking areas to put that on the screen that it doesn't just fuck everything up and cover stuff. About to make up some shit to be an opposing view on some unemployed shit.
You know how much money we could have made if we just were manipulative Fs and decided to be Sally.
LA Winter was live today, and I missed it.
Yeah, me too.
She needs to actually like text it to us next time.
Free Palestine? Wait, so can I have one? Wait, is that person opposition? Jonathan?
I don't know.
Jonathan, are you opposition? Should we give leniency to the mentally 67.9, a lack of capacity for responsibility?
You.
Sure. But what do you mean, are you opposition? Sure. That's a yes or no question. Twitch chat, how do you feel about this? Like, there's just, I know you guys are watching this stuff fly by your screen right now. And it's just, I don't, fuck, man. I'm an optimist. God. Hello, Moose.
I'm a realist.
What do you think about Fatah in the West Bank? They fucking suck. I want peace. Hey, by the way, my executives, put more funds into the Martyr Fund.
Yep. Now, I do have a caveat for that, because there was a really long, good discussion we had with one of our
There's
semi-pros.
absolutely no caveat to supporting the Martyrs Fund.
No, listen to this. So the idea was to change both the Martyrs Fund, like get rid of the Martyrs Fund, and at the same time get rid of punitive demolitions. So I thought it was a good discussion.
Wait,
at the time.
Fatah doesn't want peace? If Fatah wanted peace, they wouldn't be putting more money than they put into their entire education system annually into a fund that literally pays people for unaliving Jews. If they wanted peace, they wouldn't be paying people and their families for unaliving Jews.
If they wanted peace, they wouldn't give people such low wages that they literally felt the need to go unalive Yahoods for money, because that's literally what they pay them for.
What's your username
I
on
wish they would
YouTube?
incentivize criminal activity here, dude, because there were times in my life where I was raising my daughters on my own, and we were so impoverished at the moment that I totally would have gone and committed a crime if I knew they were going to get like $1,000 a month or $5,000 a month.
I
Nate,
wouldn't unalive anybody for $1,000 a month.
Nate,
No, exactly, but like you didn't even have to actually get away with it, you know, or you didn't even.
Anthony's gonna lose it.
Yes,
Go.
I am. Nate, if you want to see the other streaming platforms like Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, go to the link tree in my bio. It's got the links to all three of those platforms there. Is it pays people's families that get unalived by Israel? No. The Martyrs Fund, quite literally, is if you are a Palestinian living in the West Bank and you go attack Jews in Israel, or just attack Israel in general, whether you fail or whether you get arrested or you get unalived, your family now gets paid forever. If you die, they get paid forever. If you are in jail, they get paid for as long as you're in jail. And the price can literally go up depending on how successful the attack is. They quite literally pay you to unalive Jews.
Yep. So that basically, if you think about it, like even a very desperate person who actually has no beef with Israel, if you're like, man, I have no way to feed my family, you're incentivizing that kind of behavior. At the very least, going to prison.
Yeah.
Me when I just say whatever I want on the internet. Dragon, this isn't some big secret. This has been known about for years. They're very public about it.
Wait, what's VA benefits?
They're gonna try to make some false equivalency comparing VA benefits to the Martyrs Fund. Not even gonna entertain it. I've also heard that Palestinians work in Israel. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, so before October 7th, there was tens of thousands of Palestinians every single day who came into Israel on work visas and made fucking bank.
Yep.
Yeah, they used to make, I think, 10 times the amount they would make in the West Bank.
Y'all want
So there was about 140,000 work visas that they gave before the 7th. And now those people that came from Gaza that worked on the 7th would literally, behind everyone's backs, even though those people were really nice and let them into their homes, they were all peace activists, basically write down, okay, here's where the cache of weapons is in this neighborhood. Because there was a cache, they're peace activists. They only had a cache of weapons that only like a few people could access with a key. And so they would write exactly where those are located. How many people lived in each house? How do you get into the house? Okay, well, where is their safe room? You know, this, do they have anything at home to protect themselves? Things like that, so that they could come in. And that's how they got to so many
classic,
people so
they
quick.
spied on us. Yeah, everyone spies on each other. Wait, but why did they need? But why did they need permits to go into Israel? Because you can't just freely transfer to another fucking country. You can't just freely go into someone's country without documentation. If I want to go to Mexico for work, I need to get a proper visa from the Mexican government that allows me to work in Mexico. The West Bank and Gaza are not Israel. In order to go into Israel to work, you need an Israeli work permit. Like, do people just forget that fucking borders and international law and like basic border control exists?
And on top of that, if you have deep security concerns because of, dozens of T attacks, including car rammings and stabbings per month happen, guess what? Yeah, you're going to have to go through a process. If you didn't have that, then you wouldn't have the walls, just like you didn't before the Second Intifada.
They were there before
them.
There it is. Just more.
Also, El Yehudia, I think it's cash. It's like cash or cache. It's not cache.
For what are you talking about?
I pronounce it cash. It might be me.
Damn,
man goes
from denying the Martyrs Fund exists to what about settlers?
What about settlers?
Some guy literally goes, "They were there before you guys are from Poland." I'm like, "Oh, okay." I'll go
It's
tell
the
my parents.
same bullshit that always happens.
I'll go tell my Yemeni and Jerusalemite parents that they were actually born in Poland.
Yeah. You're misrepresenting what it actually is. I'm not. Angry Long Island vet. What's up?
What's up, bud? What's going on, guys? I was liking what I was hearing. Are you guys like looking for opposing guests? Or...
Yeah, we're looking for opposition, but a lot of them just like to sit in the comments and just mouth off.
Okay, all right, I'll drop out then.
All right, well,
yeah,
thanks for coming up. Stick around.
Okay, but settlers are internationally condemned. Okay, look, the condemnation, at least from the U.S. side, has been pretty lack because it's only been a handful of individuals. Because guess what? The Palestinian side that makes all these claims saturates the Department of State system with claims and repeated claims to try and get the attention on the settlers, when in reality, it's not quite what people make it out to be. Not to mention, at this point, if anything, I consider it mutual violence between Palestinian groups and settler groups. Like, you guys can just, F off with that nonsense.
Is this pro-Israel? Everyone on this panel is pro-Israel. Yes, the whole world is just the U.S. You people are Russia-level style in reality. What?
Does the State Department pay us?
Dude, I would love if the State Department paid me. I have applied to the State Department.
Can you imagine if we could sit on here all day talking nonsense and
that'd
just be like,
so
get
great.
paid?
Dude, that'd be so great.
Dude.
I was at Anthony's bar mitzvah when he was 13. I'm Jewish.
Dude, I would have loved a bar mitzvah. Hey, Alec, do you think I could have like a Goyish bar mitzvah?
Mossad needs a creator fund? Dude, how do I apply? How do I apply to the Mossad creator fund? Fuck it. Pay me for the shit I was already saying. He gave you an out. Tell them you're paid. It makes more sense. Here's the problem. Even if you jokingly say you are paid, there is the possibility because of how TikTok's algorithm works, if you were to lie and just go along with the stupid claim they're making and say you were paid, and then you didn't put a disclaimer saying that you're paid on the live, TikTok could actually take you down. Yeah. Because then TikTok would view that as lying about a sponsorship or payment.
And guys, seriously, if we wanted to make money off of this whole thing, we would be pro pally. We would be fake pro pallies because we could pull it off. Like podcast voice, actual knowledge that we could, sprinkle with a bunch of nonsense. Absolutely, we'd be pro pally if we wanted to make money off of
Are
TikTok.
you Orthodox Christian? No, I'm a random white agnostic dude. My dad was raised beat you with a ruler Catholic. My mom was raised super Christian until the church got really over involved in their life and got really predatory, and they let me do what I want. So I read up on all the major religions as I was growing up, made my own determination that I'm just going to be agnostic for now. We'll see what happens. What do you think about about 1948, the Nakba? I think that the argument that the Palestinian side presents of what the Nakba is a totally blatant lie, especially considering we have the sources from the Arabs who were literally there at the time during the Nakba, who say what it actually was, what the actual numbers were. The United Governments of Israel. Good job, bro. Settlers are literally creatures. The mental gymnastics here. Cool. So I wonder. So you call settlers creatures? Wonder what people would say if I called Palestinians creatures. Wonder how that would look. The binary opposition between supporting Israel and Ukraine is hilarious. I mean, not supporting both doesn't make sense realistically. If you go read Talmud. The Nakba was a lie, but Israel's Knesset members are chanting another Nakba. What? And yeah, the claim of what the Nakba is not true. We can quite literally look at the sources from the people who were there and see that it's not true. Do you support Russian settlers and settlement in Kharkiv? What, dude? What the fuck? Wow. I don't understand the stupidity and the unwillingness to actually come up and have a conversation. Like, I want some opposition. It's so fucking annoying, dude.
Look. They say, look up USS Liberty. Oh my goodness.
Yes, the ship that was attacked by someone who wasn't our ally because we were in their territorial waters with a fucking spy ship while they were in the middle of a fucking war. As if the United States wouldn't have fucking obliterated any ship that did the same. Guys, I see the friendlies and the requests. I'm trying to find opposition for now. Look up JFK says, dude, this is just all the fucking Jewish tropes at this point. The Jews assassinated JFK. Why are you not having actual debates? You're just saying things about backing. Then if someone wants to grow a fucking pair and come on up here, Zach, we can do that. But people don't want to do that. They want to mouth off like cowards in the comments.
Dude, sometimes it gets to the point where it's like, I'm not even out here defending my friends and Jews at some point. Like, I'm actually just annoyed at how stupid and ignorant these people are. Like, all of these tropes. Like, how do you live like this? Just like believing all these conspiracy theories, like flat earthers. Like, seriously, grow up, guys. Have some damn like curiosity about life. I wonder if there's a correlation though between like, I'm trying to think here. What's a good one? Hey, how many of you anti-Semites in the chat believe the Earth is flat or believe in young Earth creationism? Let me know.
A lot of them. Also, you have like really bad feedback. Like, I can hear everything from my microphone when you talk. I know it is. It's not like a loud feedback, but like I can hear it.
Oh, here, let me put the phone closer.
All
right,
the Suez Canal is Israeli water. No, the fucking Liberty was in the Mediterranean. Are you fucking kidding me? There we go. Let's see if this is opposition. Brandon Couture, you're an atheist? Good for you.
Oh, hey, chat. Quick story.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Derek.
Hello, Derek. What's up?
Yeah, okay. I've just joined. I haven't really been listening that much, but I've been hearing talk about trolls and stuff, and I'm actually an anti-Zionist, and that does
Alright.
not make me an anti-Semite.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does.
Because,
Well, Derek,
no,
can you?
because I disagree. Listen, I've got nothing against
Well,
Jews.
hang
Okay,
on.
and
What?
you've got to remember, most of the Semite people are Palestinians themselves.
Yeah, no. That hang on. Semite is not the same as anti-Semite. No, like anti-Semite does not refer to all Semites. First of all, but let's establish something before we go on. Let's establish a baseline here. What is Zionism?
Zionism is Zionism is pretty much
No, not pretty much. I want
forward.
what it actually is.
Zionism is the creation of a greater Israel.
No.
Greater.
No,
as
it's not.
Netanyahu's agenda.
No, it's not.
As pushing out the
Wait,
Palestinians from Palestine.
that's not Zionism.
Derek.
Okay, so what would you call the Netanyahu's agenda of?
Well, I'm not
exterminating
talking
all the
about
Palestinians?
Netanyahu's agenda, nor is that what Netanyahu's agenda is. We're talking about Zionism. Do you know when political Zionism became a thing or who started it? Do you know anything about that?
Oh, it was a Rockefeller or something back in the 18 or something.
Nope. Are you by chance Irish?
Look, I don't know the.
Are you by chance, like, do you have family from Ireland? Like, I know the accent's not Irish, but do you have family
No,
from
I'm
Ireland?
from New Zealand.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm from New Zealand. I've been watching this Gaza thing for about 10 years.
Okay, cool. So so Theodore Herzl was the one who started political Zionism, and it's not by the Rockefellers. Zionism as a movement is an indigenous rights movement. It is the belief that the Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. Now, just because political Zionism is relatively new doesn't mean that Zionism itself, the idea of it, didn't exist beforehand. The first instances we see in history of actual Zionism is songs by the Jewish people of the return to Zion after the first Babylonian exile way back in the fucking day, thousands of years ago. So Zionism has nothing to do with Netanyahu. It has nothing to do with the Palestinians. It is an indigenous rights land back movement.
Let me ask you this question. Do you agree with what Netanyahu's doing?
Well, you and I are going to have two completely different ideas of what it is he's doing. So
No, I know exactly what he's doing, mate. I've been watching exactly what it's been doing. Obviously, I saw the aid station being set up. I've been seeing them shooting people at aid
Derek,
station.
after what you just said, you absolutely don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, Derek, the fact that you didn't even
Derek,
here's
I do know what he's doing.
no,
I
but
can see with my own eyes
Derek,
what he's doing.
here's the problem, Derek, is you claim
Here's the problem, is telling him
Derek,
some
I'm
people, mate.
cool. Can you, before we even go on to that, one thing at a time, Derek, like an adult here. The problem here is that at a base level, I genuinely don't think you are educated enough on this topic to have a proper discussion on it, because you've heard a narrative and you think you know everything, and you're going to stick your head in the sand and not listen to anything I say. You didn't even know what Zionism was.
Listen, I can see what's going on over in Palestine, the occupied state of Palestine. I can see what's going on in the West Bank. Okay? I mean, do you believe because you can intellectualize and your memory is a lot better than mine? I've actually read quite a bit of stuff about this.
I'm sure you
and
have.
I've actually done quite a bit of research. I've been watching Gaza. I went to a protest about Gaza 10 years ago, and this was before. This was before.
Wait, you mean you've been involved in this region for 10 years and you still don't know what the fuck Zionism is?
That's sad.
It's quite easy to see what the difference between Zionism and Jews is quite phenomenal. You see, I see a lot of Jewish people on TikTok, and they're against the state of Israel.
A lot, huh?
And they're against,
even though all statistics show that over 95% of Jews are Zionists.
You're talking about Ashkenazi Jews.
Nope. 95% of all Jews are Zionists.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Well, you can disagree with statistics all you want. You're just wrong.
Well, hey, you can pick whatever numbers you want, mate, out of your head, out of your ass. It doesn't matter, you know? Picking numbers is nothing. It's nothing. You're not proving anything.
Okay, cool. If someone is going to sit here and flat out tell me I'm not going to listen to statistics and facts, there's no point in having a conversation with you. I'm not doing this shit today.
Any of you that believe in greater Israel, so-called, I want you to think about something.
there's only about 8.59 million Israeli citizens total. Okay. We'll just discount the fact that about only 7 million or so are actually Jewish. So exactly with whom, and Israel itself is barely the size of New Jersey. So the Middle East, if you look at a map, if any of you ever actually pull out a map or a globe or anything, you'll notice that Israel's so tiny that on many globes it's actually hard to point out. But here's the thing: how exactly, in a region that has hundreds of millions of people, and out of a territory,
the short way of saying this is, how the fuck are they going to fill that land? There's not enough Jews to put in all that land.
Exactly. So I don't know how
You
they're
don't,
going to make it
dude.
greater.
People's attention span is way too short. You don't have. This is not the long-winded fucking like a political. Like, people are fucking morons. They have an attention span of 7 seconds. There's not enough Jews to fill the idea of Greater Israel.
Yeah, that.
West.
Anthony said.
What's up, West?
Yeah, so I want to know why you lied.
What did I
You
lie
said,
about?
With the USS Liberty, and I recorded it, and you said they were in their waters. It was international waters. Why are you lying?
Because the USS Liberty crossed into
Because you
Israeli
lied, because you're a
territory.
grifter?
Okay, cool. So this is where you let me finish. So the USS Liberty crossed into Israel's territorial waters during their voyage there. When Israel tried to get them to properly identify themselves, they were both on different frequencies. They didn't answer. The Israelis buzzed the ship with one of their planes, identified an American flag. They said, "Oh shit, that's an American ship." Possibly, but also the Egyptians last week were caught flying American flags on their ship. But we still think it's a U.S. ship. They radioed back to their command, and their command said, "Fuck it, hit it." And they did. Because we weren't allies with them, and we had a literal spy ship in their waters, the Mediterranean.
Yes, I'm sure I'm sure you'd hold the same level of rationale if it was the Iranians that attacked the U.S. ship. I'm sure you would say, "Well, we were in the Persian Gulf. Well, we were here. Oh, well, it could have been any ship. It was our fault for being in their waters." You know, the U.S. is an absolute hegemonic power that everywhere.
Are we
so why do you
are we
hold-
just gonna immediately pivot to the fact that you were
No,
blatantly
don't
wrong about
pivot.
where the ship
They were
was?
sunk-
Well, no, but he's what
hang on,
he's
Biddies,
doing.
hold on,
Anthony,
Biddies,
is
Biddies, hold on,
waters.
hold on.
They
West,
were sunk in
West,
international waters.
stop. Adult conversation here. So you're telling me that the USS Liberty not once went into Israeli waters, not once.
It was sunk in
No.
international waters.
That's not what I asked
You're
you.
playing
No.
semantics. You are
Answer.
playing
No. Yes, because semantics matter here. Facts
Was it
matter.
sunk? Where
Facts.
was it sunk?
Facts matter.
Where
Just because
was
you
it
know,
sunk?
Wes, you're gonna shut your fucking mouth. You're my fucking dimmy now. Just
You
because
too,
you don't like how the facts work doesn't mean you get to ignore the facts when it goes against your narrative. The facts matter. So when you say, where was it sunk? It doesn't fucking matter where it ended up when it sunk. The fact is where the incident first occurred, where the conflict started, where the intercept was made. You don't just get to conveniently leave that out and go, well, I mean, like, it was sunk, outside of Israeli waters, even though the incident happened in Israeli waters. Like, that's not semantics. That's facts that matter. You don't just get to leave that out.
So you're gonna have to. So okay. So the onus is on you to prove that it was intercepted in Israeli waters because it was intercepted about 25 miles off of Egyptian coastline. Why are you lying?
So you're telling me
Mediterranean,
you
it wasn't
didn't
Israeli.
wait.
Go on, the onus is on
Wait.
you.
So
Don't
now
prove
it's
me
the
wrong right now.
Mediterranean,
Prove me
but
wrong
you
right
said
now,
wait.
Maya.
Now it's the Mediterranean, but 5 minutes ago in chat you said it was the Suez Canal.
Oh, okay. So now you pivot, and the Suez Canal was a joke.
No.
Because it was next to an Egyptian city.
Calling you out is a joke now.
You said it was sunk in Israeli waters. No,
I
it
never
wasn't.
said the
That's
words.
bullshit.
It was sunk
You're a
in Israeli.
liar.
No,
You said I recorded
I
it.
never said it. Go. You know what,
It was
West?
sunk in their
Go ahead and
waters.
Anthony.
West.
Anthony.
Stop. I want you to right now go post your video. We will all watch it. I want you to post a video where I said the exact words. The ship was sunk in
You said
Israeli
it was
waters.
In their waters. You
Yes,
said, "Who cares?
because
We
the
weren't allied
ship
with them, and it was
crossed
sunk in
into
their
their waters during
it.
their war.
Prove it. It was intercepted 25
The
miles
U.S.
off of
admitted
the
it.
Egyptian city.
The U.S. admitted it in the CIA documents in the fucking investigations.
Pull it up. Show everybody.
No, I want you to go post your video first.
Exactly.
No, I want you to go post your video. Post your video where I said it was sunk in Israeli
The
waters.
onus is on you. You're the one saying it was sunk.
Go post your video that I said the words it was sunk in Israeli waters. Go post your video.
Anthony, this is not a good faith conversation. This is Orthodox Muslim.
I don't care.
He literally does Takia. He talks about
Hello?
it in other
Yeah.
chats. Like I was trying to warn
Yeah.
you.
I don't care. What's up, Zach?
Yo, hello.
Hello.
Can we talk about what? Can I ask your opinion on the UN partition plan in 1947? Was it?
I think that the Arabs probably should have accepted it.
Well, it was implemented.
No, it wasn't.
You sure?
Yes. It was never implemented.
Are you sure?
Yes. The partition plan was never implemented.
Okay, then fair enough. If that's what you want to think. Anyway,
It's not what I no, that's not what I want to think. That's
can-
that's the fact. The partition plan was never implemented. It was voted on and never implemented. Are you going to Google this? Wait, were you so confident? But then the second I counter you and tell you wrong, you have to go Google this? What?
Listen to what you were saying.
The partition plan was never implemented.
I was literally, mate. I was listening to what you were saying. What are you on about?
The partition plan was never implemented. That's a fact.
Okay. I just wanted to ask your opinion on it. Anyway, can I ask about the 6-Day War?
What
and
about
the, and the stuff since that,
Mhm.
like the occupation of the West Bank since then?
Since then, so the 60 War, 67. Who had the West Bank before 67?
Was it Jordan?
Yeah, who did Jordan write documents saying they annexed it from legally?
I'm not sure.
Well, they annexed it from someone. Who would have been the owner of that land?
I don't know. Palestine?
No, because Palestine wasn't a country. It was Israel. Jordan openly wrote documents and it stated internationally, we are annexing this territory from Israel. Then they kicked out all their Jews, named it the West Bank because it's the West Bank of the Jordan River. It'd be really weird if it was the West Bank of Israel while being on the east side. What? What?
Did you see the dude? Did you see the Houthis took down like a Greek-owned vessel?
Come back. Yeah, I saw.
Black.
They bragged about it. Almost all maps pre 1948 say Palestine. Oh my God! It's almost like the regional name, the Palestine, is easier to say than the British mandated Palestine, land of Israel. Almost like some U.S. or some world maps and even globes say USA or just America or U.S. They don't spell out United States of America on every single map. Pre-British mandate, it said Palestine. You mean people making maps referencing that time period say it was Palestine? Oh my fucking God.
Yo.
Hello, Kitchen.
How are you?
Losing brain cells. What's up?
Not only does it say Palestine, but the Palestinians of the region were Jews.
Well, yeah, if you look at the British mandate, the Arabs of the land didn't want to be known as Palestinians, openly protested against the British government because they viewed the name or the word Palestinian as a Jewish Zionist identity, and petitioned for the Syrian government to absorb them so that they could be known as Balad al-Sham or Southern Syria.
The Bank of Israel, the Bank of Palestine was a Jewish bank.
Yep.
There was no.
So was the
leaders
Palestine
that
Post. Palestine Post
no
is a Jewish
leaders
organization.
were of Palestine ever existed post 1948. There was never referred to as an Arab, as a Palestinian since 1964.
Yeah. He dropped because he got humbled. No, West, I told you to go post your video. You said you had a recording of me saying something. I want you to go post it and prove it. Yeah. The kitchen sounds like you at least know the basics of this shit, so you're on the same page. And I appreciate it, but I'm gonna look for opposition right now. But I appreciate you coming up.
No problem.
All right, thank you. Of course you ran, bro. I'm right here. Where did I run to? You said you had a video of me stating something. I want you to post that video. I want to see it. There's not enough Canadians to get it. God damn it, Captain. Bro, it's been Palestine for thousands of years. They want to combine with Syria because they wanted UAR. The thing is, there was no want to build a Palestinian state. They didn't want that. There was no concept of building a country named Palestine for the Arabs. Hello, Nick. What's up?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I was just, I'm not really in opposition, but if I was to
God damn it.
pose I have an opposition-based question.
Okay.
Just to see because you have more knowledge on the topic than I do. If someone was to say, like, they have concern with the humanitarian business going on in Gaza on the behalf of Israel, what would you say about that?
What do you mean? Well, it depends. What do you mean on behalf of Israel? Are you saying they're concerned of it
Well,
from
if
the
someone-
Israeli
what do you mean saying
perspective
that
or
Israel-
from the Palestinian perspective?
Just from your perspective, like, do you think that Israel's committing war crimes or genocide or
It's
anything?
not genocide, but definitionally speaking, no. Have there been some war crimes that have been committed? Absolutely. You're never going to have a fucking war that there isn't. But the problem is when it becomes a systematic or systemic thing, which it's not. Like, we can look at examples from the beginning of the war when the ground invasion began. We saw there was a unit that planted the flag of the unit that was ambushed at the border on October 7th. They took the flag of that unit and were planting it in the butt cheeks of unalived Hamas combatants and taking photos because, haha, military dark humor, that's funny. But that's a war crime, desecration of an enemy combatant's body. It's a war crime. Those guys got held accountable. They went to military prison for, I think it was like 3 or 4 months. Then there were some dudes that were filming themselves dragging Hamas bodies behind their Humvees after they unalived them. Desecration of an enemy combatant's body. War crime. There was a dude that threw a flashbang into a mosque during morning prayer. War crime. There's been war crimes, but it's not a systemic thing.
I have a caveat though on the dragging of bodies and there's plenty of videos to show why you would actually want
Oh no,
to
this I know what you're talking about. This was not that. This was
Okay.
I'm putting a rope. I'm putting a 50-foot rope on a body and dragging it around doing donuts while laughing and filming.
Okay, that's bad. All right.
Yeah, that was bad. It was really bad.
All the videos I've seen that people have sent me, all the videos that anyone's ever sent me of this, it's literally they are carefully moving a body off the road because of the risk of IEDs attached to that body. And there's a recent video of Iraqi forces getting blown up when they go up to
I saw that
body to in person. Yeah. So guys, like, there's a good reason. Like, yes, if there is other evidence of stuff that you're not supposed to be doing, that's one thing, but you need to understand the context of carefully attaching something to a body and having it moved by a 50-foot rope because you don't want to get blown up by the IEDs that they've potentially placed under that body in the middle of the road. Okay? There's good reason for that. And if Tees didn't do that, we wouldn't have to do those kinds of things.
Yeah, but in this scenario, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking specifically about what happened when, like, again, these idiots were filming themselves, tying a rope to a body and doing donuts with it. Like, that's a war crime. They got punished for it. Good. Fuck them.
Although, I'm going to be honest with you, dude. I really don't care about dead bodies of Tees.
I mean, I don't either, but I do believe in upholding standards and not going to the behavior of your enemy.
Sure. I hope they spent a couple of good months in jail and
they did
and got back at it. Okay.
As far as I know, they got. I know the last I checked, it was like 3 to 4 months or some shit like that. Granted, not that long compared to what the U.S. service member would be, but still, they went to prison.
But I do want to emphasize there is reasons that we do not the donuts, but actually move bodies the way we do as a methodology. Good reasons for it.
Yeah.
Talk to your T groups and tell them to stop placing IEDs under bodies so we don't have to.
Is that all you had, Nick?
Just a random question, if you don't
Yeah.
mind me asking.
Sure.
I saw that you said you were in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, 10 years.
What was your MOS?
Primary was 2841, ground area repair technician, and then I branched out to 0933 and 0931, combat marksmanship coach and combat marksmanship trainer. When I was a CMT, I ended up doing some doctrine development stuff, helped develop the ARQ course of fire that the Marine Corps is currently using to train people to make it more combat oriented. I created the curriculum for the M18 pistol because Quantico didn't fucking give us any. I did all the digital simulator programming for our ISMIT and created all the courses of fire on there and created other training on there. I also did programming for the Army, Navy, and the Air Force, and I helped develop some infantry training doctrine as well.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I'm in the National Guard. I was just wondering if you're.
Ah, I eat crayons. Favorite color's red.
Where'd you start getting into geo stuff?
Honestly, it started because I had friends that I made in Ukraine in 2008, and I didn't really have an interest in it until like at the end of high school. Like I made friends in Ukraine in 2008 from video game forums online, weirdly enough. And then as things were shaping up, I started like paying attention to what was going on in other countries because like yeah, there's stuff going on in America, but I'm just an idiot kid in high school. But then it's like, oh, there's stuff going on all over the world. Not really learning much about it in high school. I learned the basics, but let's start focusing in on this stuff, and then you start getting into it, and it just kind of just dove into a rabbit hole.
Hell yeah, man. Well, y'all are very knowledgeable. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah. Thank you for coming up.
For sure.
Have a good day. Okay. Road News, I see you down there. I'll bring in a minute. You just fucking insult people. I don't care.
Okay, so I have a question.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You served as a Marine.
Hold on. Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down. Fuck.
Well, I thought you didn't believe in Jesus.
So no. I don't believe Jesus is God or the Messiah, but Jesus was an actual person and documented in history.
Okay, well, can I ask my question? So you were in the Marines, correct?
Yeah. Did you forget your question in 5 seconds? Like I calmed you down, you just forgot about it. You have to tab out now. What's going on? Do you believe there will be a tighter alliance with Israel and the Kurds? I fucking hope there will be. I don't know if it'll actually materialize, but that would be pretty fucking dope. If the Kurds got their own land, got their indigenous land back, that'd be pretty fucking dope. Free Kurdistan. Something tasty to show you. Oh god, hold on. Dahmer, all right. The dude was literally begging in chat to come up for the love of God. Came up, got told to stop sparking out, and then immediately dropped. What the fuck was that? What just happened? Guys, tap the screen. We're at 70,000 likes. Hello.
What's up, guys? What's everybody doing here? How's everybody been?
Losing brain cells.
I can tell that.
Jamal's in the chat. Hi, Jamal.
Yo, Jamal, come up.
Yeah, Jamal. Yeah, we'll bring up Palliative real quick, and I gotta thin the panel again because I'm getting too many friendlies again. What's up?
It is nothing gross, and it's only for a little bit.
What is
but
that?
I'm making. So that's just part of the stir fry, and then I've got some caramelized piece of salmon that's been sitting in the oven for a lovely bit. So I'm making a lovely little salmon stir fry. I thought it was nice. Better than doing with the
That's interesting. I don't think I've seen someone make a salmon stir fry.
Oh, I'll show you when it's plated. It's actually gorgeous. It's like the best stir fry you can have. Way better than chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Take your service weapon and turn it on yourself. Make the world a better place. Oh, did I hurt your feelings, Dragon? Are you so incapable of having a conversation like an adult that you have to resort to that?
That is intense.
Ah, fuck it. Go grab your toaster, drop it in your bathtub.
Sam, you're gonna get your life Thanos.
I don't fucking care. What? You don't like culinary objects? You gotta test that it works. You gotta test it. You gotta test that the safety features work.
I've heard that dropping your toaster in your bathtub actually makes it bubble.
You're not having a conversation. You're arguing semantics. Okay. Factual details that prove your point wrong doesn't mean you could just call them semantics. The details matter. Facts matter. You not liking those facts doesn't mean, oh, well, it's semantics. If the semantics prove you wrong, it doesn't fucking matter.
Well, do you think these people know what semantics means?
No, they don't.
Like, they always
No.
It's like, what does that mean?
You probably think you're referring to Samantha.
What the fuck? All right, well, thank you for coming up and showing the food, Palliative. I'm gonna lose more brain cells now.
I'll show you when it's done.
Okay.
So I'll let you know.
Wait, is it gonna have a glaze? Is the
Yes, of course. Honey glaze. Of course.
Mm,
No, it's a honey garlic and soy glaze. It's really
like a
nice.
reduced glaze, or like you just mix the shit?
Reduced.
How much
Okay.
reduce are we talking about?
I mean, well, I also put a bit of lemon juice in with it as well, but I reduce it by about 50%.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
No, it's not.
You gotta keep it authentic, man.
It is authentic. It's my fucking
You know,
dish.
if I weren't hurting on money, I'd go buy a steak and cook it tonight. Now I'm sad.
Oh no. So if I were cooking steak, the glaze would be completely different. I would do a butter afro.
I don't do a glaze.
glaze.
I don't do a glaze on steak. I just make it real
Steak
good.
sounds good.
He just does a glaze on meat.
I like a glaze on steak.
Mickey. Admit he's dying with 1 bar
Are
of
you
service
admi-
and he
are you
can't
admi-
respond.
Are you and Mickey dating now?
Yes.
Fucking, I don't know.
They're
I might actually become neighbors with Mickey pretty soon too. That's the worst part.
They're taking it slow. They're
Oh
glazing
wow, that'd
each
be cool.
other.
All right.
Actually,
That's
you
terrible.
should convert your basement into an apartment like what I have, and I'll just live in your basement, bro.
Oh Jesus Christ!
That's not bad.
God.
Can you
the
imagine
kind of
Anthony keeping me in his basement?
The kind of terrifying thing is, I can actually imagine that.
As long as you're paying rent, you'll be fine. So
Yeah, that's the point. But he's still keeping me in his basement.
God. I don't think I'd
It's
be
not
able to
too
do
bad.
that while
You'll be
leasing,
fine.
anyways. I don't think I can sublease. All right.
Actually, a lot of places are starting to let people sublease in America. I'm speaking to my friend about this.
Yeah, that's not entirely accurate.
No, the reason they're doing it is because they can also increase the rent. So if people start subleasing, they increase the rent slightly, just as long as you let them know you're subleasing.
Interesting.
Favorite part of this live is the books in the background. Okay, just so you guys know, though, I will never read these books right here. They're like on fucking chronometers and clocks and watches and shit for ships, and I can't be fucking bothered to read those. Landlord? What about landlords? All right, well, thanks, Palliative. Let us know when it's done. All right, bye.
So I see you start doing lives a little bit early. What's up, man?
Fucking, we're on a day schedule now.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Wes,
Congrats.
did you post your video yet of what you claimed I said? Did you post it?
Are we going to be able to? You know that's going to take hours. You know, by the
Wait,
time
it
I
takes you
finish, I'll have the
hours
video
to
done.
post a TikTok video?
I've never posted a video.
Then how do you know it takes hours?
I said I said I had the recording, which I do.
So crop it.
You made the claim.
So crop it. Hang on. So here's what you do. Here's how you post a TikTok video.
Is this your way of
hang on.
running?
No, hang on. Here's how you post it. Yeah, I don't care about your disingenuous crap. So here's how you post a TikTok
But you
video.
lied and you got caught.
Yeah, sure. I got caught. You still haven't proven
one thing
it.
then,
So
pal.
here,
Just
you
one
take your phone. No, Dibby, be quiet. You take your phone and you press the plus button down here, and then you can go to the right here. And if you have the video already there, you can select the video and just put it there and hit
You just
post.
answer one
If
question,
not,
just one.
you can just do this where I'm recording right now and telling you how to post a video, because apparently when you want to debunk a pro-Israeli, you can't be bothered to actually do it because it takes hours to post a TikTok
debunking you
video.
right now.
Cool.
It's
So
too
I've
much
hit the
for him.
stop button now, and then I'm gonna hit the plus or the check mark here, and I'm gonna hit next, or I can edit it if I want at the top, and then guess what?
Look
I
how
can hit the
scared this guy
fucking
is, by the
post
way.
button.
This is embarrassing.
It's
You also
I'm
made a claim-
scared.
Tutorial.
Yeah, so Sam, you made a claim again when you were talking about that absolute dribble, and you said also the week prior, the Egyptians had been using a U.S. flag on their ships. I searched, and the U.S.'s entire State Department's historical record of declassified documents have never, ever once said that there was an Egyptian deception.
So
involving
you
US
read
flags on their ships.
every single document in a matter of what, 20 minutes?
Yeah, I even ran it. I even
20
ran it through
minutes.
AI, and it said you lied.
You
lied.
ran
There
it
was
through
not one thing-
AI. You didn't.
Because
So
you-
no,
because you
no.
lied.
So now I
You
have
said-
no. So now
you said the
everyone,
US
I want to bring the attention to this.
said the US
This
State
man
Department
just said, "Yeah, I read
There
the
is
whole thing,"
not.
and then he
There
went,
is-
"Well, no, I actually ran it through AI." So you lied. So I don't speak to liars. Sorry. Yeah, I read thousands of pages in a matter of 20 minutes. Oh, I just ran it through AI. You fucking. What is wrong with you people? This is my point exactly. You're arguing semantics instead of what he's talking about. Because he's not making any fucking coherent points. He's just fucking dribbling utter nonsense because he doesn't like that. He thought he was going to get a gotcha moment, got called out on that gotcha moment, and is now fucking fuming about it. He lied about Egypt. Wes, I didn't lie about Egypt. Now, if you want to claim to me that you read all those thousands of pages within 20 minutes, then you must be the fastest reader in the fucking world. You deserve a medal. You deserve a Guinness record. Like, dude, that is amazing. But instead, you said that and then, well, I ran it through AI. So you didn't read it. So you don't have any way of knowing. AI is not the fucking... God, these fucking people. Yeah, I used AI to ask it this question. AI gave me this answer. Dude, ChatGPT last week was legitimately arguing with someone that Bashar al-Assad is still alive in Syria and running the Syrian government. And it quadrupled down on it. For 5 minutes, ChatGPT argued that Bashar al-Assad was still running the government of Syria from Damascus. And you guys are sitting here going, yeah, no, I used AI. Are you fucking kidding me?
Hey Sam, was it Egypt that was that had the flag up a week before? You said, right?
Yes. The Israeli documents cover it. The CIA document says that Israel covered it. Like, the CIA document says, hey, we were told this happened. The fucking Israeli documents say, hey, this happened. Jesus fucking Christ. Guys, I see all the friendlies in the request, but I'm not taking any more friendlies right now. I got too many up right now.
Yeah, actually, I think one of the other things was there was a relayed order. They were supposed to stay 100 miles away from the coast, or 100 nautical miles, and they were only 13 nautical miles from that coastline.
Don, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
So, just straight to the Epstein thing. My thought.
Fuck everyone on that
Trump
list.
Throwing away. No, just fuck the list completely.
No, fuck everyone. No, the list exists, goddammit. They're a bunch of fucking liars.
No. Hear me out. Why go after Epstein and all of the people that are in this rings when you know right now in this country you have a judicial system that will protect every fucking one of them? Your court systems are broken, so you can't try and prosecute
I mean,
those
we just
people
saw
that
Diddy.
way.
We just saw Diddy get out.
What if, and the Epstein list is included in this, all of those same people are also guilty of treason and sedition, along with a whole bunch of other people, which moves that into the military realm, where you have military tribunals and military judges instead of this corrupt ass 3rd, 4th, 5th, 9th Supreme Court.
The military still
all
wouldn't
those
do
judicial
court
districts are
proceedings.
shit.
The military
So-
wouldn't do court proceedings for civilians like that.
If it's treason or sedition, the military has express rights to do that. In civil course matters, some things can't be tried in the military, but treason and sedition against the country, the military.
Yeah, that would
100%
not
can.
go to military courts, though. Like, you're already, if you're
Yeah.
already saying, even if it could, your argument already invalidates itself because you're saying, well, they are protected by this one court system, so it would then go to this court system. If the first court system is protecting them, it therefore, logically speaking, probably wouldn't even make it to the second court system. And on top of that, I don't know where the claims of sedition and treason and all this stuff comes from. Like, we're making leaps and conclusions that we don't have any evidence of. I would agree that everyone on that list is probably a guaranteed shredophile and done a bunch of very awful things. Like, if the whole argument of, well, the list doesn't exist coming from the FBI now. Like, if it doesn't exist, then who the fuck was in the black book, and how did Ghislaine Maxwell get fucking got for schmex trafficking? Who the fuck was she schmex trafficking to if the people don't exist? Like, I just want everyone on that list
100%.
fucked. But the problem is, I think the reason they won't release it is not because, oh, the court system would protect them. Yeah, it probably would. But it would shift so much public sentiment that none of those people would remain in power. They'd all get fucking removed. And that they're more worried about losing power.
What about P. Diddy? Is he on that list? Epstein list? You think so?
You know what? Fucking probably.
Interesting.
Even if there's not enough evidence to convict some of these people on the list, if they're on the list, period, let's fucking see it. Let's fucking see it. Fuck them all.
Show
I
us
don't care
the
who it
list.
is. I don't care what party. I don't care if it was someone I previously looked up to. I don't give a fuck. If you're on that list, Kurt Cobain POV. Oh, world news drop. All right. Is that all you had, Don?
That's it, buddy. I appreciate you bringing me up, man.
No problem. All right.
Hello.
What's up, guy? What's on your mind?
Hi. I just had a question about the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Yeah.
Assuming that the reports that we hear of a lot of the like very famous incidents that happens in Israel, where I think most would agree that if it's really true, it really is considered a war crime, or at least definitely not moral.
Wait,
specific examples. Do those
Wait, what do
represent
you mean by
a
in
large
Israel? Are you talking about like things that occurred within the borders of Israel?
No. I'm saying in the military, meaning in Gaza.
Oh, so like
Things
stuff
we
that
know from
happened
the
in the actual like combat zone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you think that represents the larger picture of what's going on in the war and what it
God, no.
represents?
You've got hundreds of thousands of
Nope.
service members who've gone in and out of that war zone for over a year now. If you've got a handful of war crimes, it's gonna fucking happen. Every military in the world has had their issue with that shit. That doesn't make it a systemic thing. Like even Abu Ghraib, the incident where we had a fucking systemic issue with one specific prison that U.S. service members were torturing people and causing war crimes. That wasn't a systemic thing across U.S. military. That was that specific prison, those specific personnel, and they were fucking handled accordingly because fuck them, they're war criminals. But like, it's not a systemic thing. Like you could take onesies and twosies and try to claim, oh, this represents the whole military, but that would be asinine.
Is there a way to measure that to know if it's really a one-time incident or to know if that's widespread? Like, how do we know if these reports are just like single hand-picked or if they're really happening all day? How can you know if that's true or not?
Well, we can look at the fact that Israel's being more scrutinized than anyone else. There's cameras rolling 24/7 in that area, and when there is an actual war crime, we do see evidence of it. It's actually on video. But half the time when there's claims of a war crime, there's not even any actual video. It's, oh my God, we have video of Israel mowing down a bunch of civilians. They're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Everyone's filming there, so let's see it. They never have it. It's never that. Or it's a sound of something, but I don't see anything.
Like
It's no proof.
10-second clip of nothing.
It's a 10-second clip of nothing. I'm sure there are some war crimes that haven't been captured on film too, and there are some dudes that are probably hoping they get away with war crimes. But is it a systemic thing where it's like policy across the board to do certain things? I have not seen any evidence to suggest that in the slightest.
Remember, commanding officers are highly incentivized to actually discipline and report on their own troops that do things outside of their orders.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. With the US military, with the IDF, with other professional militaries, do things slip through the cracks? Sure.
Yeah.
But mostly you're not going to get away with anything because especially today and age, like even if you wanted to cover for your boys or whatever, you're going to actually report them because there's going to be video evidence. No one's going to get away with anything.
About that video evidence.
Someone just said no cameras allowed. I'm sorry, everyone has a fucking cell phone in Gaza. How the fuck did I see all these videos from Gaza every day, but there's no cameras allowed? Are you kidding me?
But what about
and the IDF soldiers have their own videos too.
They do allow journalists, but the problem is what people think allowing journalists in means is they think that like the IDF's just intentionally blocking journalists from walking around freely and doing whatever they want. Well, fucking of course they are. That's what war is. You can't just let a bunch of journalists to walk freely in an active combat zone. That's how actual journalists die. That's why even in Ukraine and other war zones, journalists that go in are accredited journalists who go through the proper procedure of showing their accreditation, getting a press pass, and then being escorted through by the military so that they're escorted in a safe manner and get as much video and stuff as they can. You don't just get to walk freely in a war zone. Like, that's not how that works. But Associated Press, Reuters, and CNN have all been in Gaza with their own people. Fuck, the Institute for the Study of War has sent people to Gaza as journalists. Fucking John Spencer, one of the lead fucking urban warfare specialists, or the lead urban warfare specialist, has been attached to units in Gaza and reported on it. Like,
and by the way, some organizations, including some I consult for, they actually decided that it was not worth the risk
to send their own foreign journalists in, so they just rely on whatever the so-called Gotham journalists are sending out to them.
Yeah, because there's freelance journalists in Gaza. There is, despite the whole thing of like, oh, there's more journalists killed than ever before. Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you count random fucks if you stopped counting random fucks with a cell phone and the word journalist in their Instagram bio, yeah, there'd be almost no journalists unalived in this war. But apparently, every fuckhead with a cell phone and an Instagram that says he's a journalist is now a journalist.
And again,
but
even
there's
if you
plenty.
are an actual journalist,
Hang on. There's plenty of freelance journalists, actual journalists in Gaza that report for Western news organizations. Even if it goes against the West, they still get paid by Western news organizations to report. So it's not like there's zero media coverage.
yeah. And again, in every one, because I've actually trained journalists on operating in high threat environments, every one of them knows the risks. And one of the biggest risks you take on is if you think that you're going to get a juicy story by hanging out right next to an HVT that's a high value target. Guess what? That you are taking on the risk of getting unalived by an airstrike on that particular HVT. Now, if you want to take that risk, that's on you. But Israel or the U.S. or whoever's involved is not obligated to tiptoe around you just because you're a journalist if you are around one of their targets.
I think this is actually like a good opportunity to share the video of Maddie Freeman, or at least talk about it, because I think you understand from this point on, like what's left, like what are they left with, right? You have freelance journalists that are on the ground that are covering it from an extremely biased perspective or a forced perspective.
Yeah, like
so this is
there was to give an example of that real quick before we play this. There was the journalist. It was a freelance journalist hired by CNN who reported on the mass graves found outside Al-Shifa Hospital. And the original reporting from the Gaza Ministry of Health was that there was a mass grave that Israel had executed a bunch of people and buried their bodies, and people were now exhuming those bodies. What actually happened was the CNN freelance journalist went up and started interviewing the Gazans as they were filtering through the bodies, and the Gazans, who were moving the bodies themselves, said, "Oh, we buried these people. These are our family members. We buried them." But the IDF came through and said they were looking for hostages, so they dug up some of the bodies. So we're sifting through to make sure they didn't take any bodies. No one's heard of that journalist since then. He's fucking gone. He's fucking gone.
Although my favorite is the more audacious claim that they attach to these kinds of exhumations, where they start claiming that days-old bodies have been exhumed and returned without organs, as if we're going to snatch old bodies.
You're letting him jump too many topics. Someone says, according to the IDF. No, not according to the IDF. This incident was according to the Gaza Ministry of Health. They said that the IDF had unalived a bunch of bodies and buried them in a mass grave outside Al-Shifa Hospital. The Gazans themselves said that wasn't the case. But here, guide for reference. Mideast Peace wants me to show this video. It kind of references what we were talking about with how some of the freelance journalists within Gaza don't really have freedom. There are freelance journalists, there are actual freelance journalists in Gaza, but if they're reporting against Hamas, it's kind of a threat to their lives. So here, we'll play this real quick. Ah, shit.
I know I was the first. As far as I know, I was the first staffer to erase information from a story because we were threatened by Hamas, which happened at the very end of 2008. We had a great reporter in Gaza.
So this is former Associated Press journalist Maddie Freeman, who used to work on everything going on with Gaza.
Palestinian, who had always been really an excellent reporter. We had a detail in a story. The detail was a crucial one. It was that Hamas fighters were dressed as civilians and were being counted as civilians in the death toll. An important thing to know, that went out in an AP story. The reporter called me a few hours later. It was clear that someone had spoken to him. And he told me, I was on the desk in Jerusalem, so I was kind of writing the story from the main bureau in Jerusalem. And he said, Mati, you have to take that detail out of the story. And it was clear that someone had threatened him. I took the detail out of the story. I suggested to our editors that we note in an editor's note that we were now complying with Hamas censorship. I was overruled. And from that point in time, the AP, like all of its sister organizations, collaborates with Hamas censorship in Gaza. What does that mean? you'll see a lot of dead civilians and you won't see dead militants. You won't have a clear idea of what the Hamas military strategy is. And this is the kicker, the center of the coverage will be a number, a casualty number that is provided to the press by something called the Gaza Health Ministry, which is Hamas. And we've been doing that since 2008. And it's a way of basically settling the story before you get into any other information. Because when you put, when you say 50 Palestinians were killed and 1 Israeli on a given day, it doesn't matter what else you say. The numbers kind of tell their own story, and it's a way of kind of settling the story with something that sounds like a concrete statistic, and the statistic is being, given to us by one of the combatant sides. But because the reporters sympathize with that side, they're happy to play along. So since 2008, certainly since 2014, when we had another serious war in Gaza, the press has not been covering in Gaza. The press has been essentially an amplifier for one of the most poisonous ideologies on earth. Hamas has figured out how to make the press amplify its messaging rather than covering Hamas. There are no Western reporters in Gaza. All of the reporters in Gaza are Palestinians, and those people fall into 3 categories. Some of them identify with Hamas. Some of them are intimidated by Hamas and won't cross Hamas, which makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't want to cross Hamas either. And the third category is people who actually belong to Hamas. That's where the information from Gaza is coming from. And if you're credulous, then of course you're going to get a story that makes Israel look pretty bad.
Yeah, and like he's saying, a lot of the stories are easily backed up and verified. Like when we saw the Al-Ali hospital bombing, where they stated that Israel dropped a 2,000-pound JDAM on the Al-Ali hospital and completely wiped it out and leveled it. And within 5 minutes, they said 500 people were unalived. Then the sun rose, and we found out that not only were 500 people not alive, but the hospital hadn't even been hit, and it wasn't even Israel. So does that answer your question, Guy? I know it was kind of long-winded, and there was a lot of information there, but does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does bring a new light to the question. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. What's up, Fox?
Well, would you like to be debunked?
Wait, I noticed you said in chat that I was
Well,
scared of you. How am I scared of you if I don't even know who the fuck you are?
yeah, I was just wondering why you're scared of me.
I don't even know who you are.
Okay.
How am I scared of someone I
Then
doesn't?
tell me.
Wait, how am I scared of someone I
Tell
doesn't?
me then.
How am I scared of someone I don't know exists?
Tell me then. Why were the international media in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Vietnam, in all these wars, and there's no international media
There is.
in Israel?
There is.
Show
Yeah.
me.
So you mean the reporters and the international media that were in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Vietnam that were
I mean the guided tours.
stop. You
Are you
mean
talking about the guided tours?
stop talking? I'm answering. So we're talking about the people that were in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Vietnam when they were attached to units and made sure that they didn't get blown the fuck up, and went around to make sure that they weren't necessarily in harm's way, or is at least in the lowest harm's way possible, like that, like
No,
what's
their
happening in Gaza.
Their companies take the risk. The companies they work for take the risk.
No,
They
it's
don't
it's not the companies that take the risk. It's the journalist that goes
Oh,
there
yeah,
to take the risk.
yeah, and they work for the companies. They're nothing to do with army.
But you realize that they attach to the. Okay, so here's how this works. When you want to, no, Fox. Let's say no, Fox. I want to see if you know how this process works. If you, let's say you are a journalist. Let's say you work for New York Times. We're theory crafting. Hang on, stop, Fox, stop. Fox, you are now a reporter. You are an on-the-ground journalist for New York Times. You want to go to Ukraine to report on what's going on the front lines. What do you do? How do you get there? How do you get to the front lines and report on what's going on?
Same way as anyone.
Okay, so how?
What way is that?
Yeah, what way is that?
Well, you could travel by plane. You can travel by car. You can travel whatever way you like.
Why are my Irish cousins
Okay,
like
so
this?
so
Holy
Fox,
shit.
that's not how that works. If you are a journalist and you are
Oh,
reporting
isn't
like
it?
that, it's not. If you are a journalist, I've worked with journalists in Ukraine. I've been to the front lines of Ukraine, training Ukrainian soldiers. I'm very well aware of how this works. I've got many friends that are journalists who've been to different war zones. So when you do this, you have to talk to the government, go to their media office, and say, "Hey, look, I am accredited journalist. Here is my credentials. Here's the articles I've written. Here's what I've worked for. I would like a press pass, and I would like to be able to go to the front lines to report." And they go, "Okay, we're going to search your document, blah, blah, blah. Yep, all looks good. Here's your press pass. You are now attached to this unit. You will meet them at this location, and they will take you to where you go."
No.
That
You
is how
see,
that
this
works.
is where.
That's how that works.
So Israel gives them a guided tour of the scene. Is that right?
Are you telling me that you would like a bunch of journalists that don't have weapons just
Yeah.
wander around Gaza?
Yes.
What
Why
is
not?
with you? What?
And all the civilians walking around without weapons.
Oh my
Dude, Fox, as someone who actually consults
And
for
they be taken
Fox,
down by
mute up.
weapons.
Hey,
Wouldn't it
Fox.
be
As
nice to
someone who
see it?
Fox,
Wouldn't it be nice to
someone
see
who
a reporter
Fox,
there to
shut
watch that?
up. Shut up, Fox. Listen, as someone who occasionally consults for news organizations on things going on in the world and their own safety, anyway, all kinds of stuff, right? They don't necessarily they would not presume to just willy-nilly throw their foreign journalists into an area without going through the proper channels and protection measures. They don't do that. But I don't know where you're coming up with this. Not look, journalists don't just go and just start wandering around willy-nilly in a war zone. All right. They do have some free range and they take on a certain amount of risk, knowing that they're taking on that risk. But they generally go with armed forces and attach to them, and then occasionally will go across borders and front lines to different units on
Yeah.
either side.
Like, dude,
but it's a procedure.
I had a friend who fought in Ukraine, left Ukraine. He was a volunteer. He fought in Ukraine, left Ukraine. When he came back, he wanted to do journalism. He wanted to report for a news organization. He had to get his fucking credentials from the Ukrainian government and get attached to a unit to go back to the front lines. That's how it works. There's not a bunch of journalists just wandering around freely in a fucking war zone with nobody fucking making sure they're safe. That's not how it works.
And when they do that, Fox, generally speaking, that's how they get on the live,
probably still
because people
talking.
don't necessarily know where they are. They don't know that they're sitting next to an HVT that's being targeted.
They don't know what
There's a
HVT
reason
is. And
a high value target.
He's probably still talking, doesn't realize his mic's muted.
Dude, what is wrong with all these Irish?
Twitch chat, do you guys... Oh, shit, I accidentally muted Mideast. Or, whoops. Twitch chat, do you guys feel smart still? Does TikTok chat still make you feel smart? Oh, there's Fox. Fox, do you understand what we're saying to you? That you may just have a misconception of how it works?
You get personal when you get cornered, do you?
I'm asking you if you know how this works now that we've explained it to you, because you had a...
No, you have explained nothing to me. I know how it works. And how it works is this. Israel doesn't allow international media into Gaza because it doesn't want them to know what's going on there.
Fox,
are you have you covered like? I'm just curious,
Israel are a terrorist.
Fox, hold on. Fox, hold on.
Have you covered? Have you covered?
Fox, hold on. Fuck. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with the Irish and having basic manners. Shut the fuck up and let Mideast talk.
Have you covered war before? Are you worked as a wartime correspondent?
Does it matter?
I think it very much matters.
Yes.
Well, tell me how it matters.
Well, let me ask you a question. If I read a bunch of news articles or information about brain surgery, does that make me an expert on being a fucking brain surgeon?
I don't think so.
No, it doesn't. You know, like if you had somebody that told you that they knew from seeing online posts and
you're an
different things and
authority.
tells you they know how it works even though they didn't go to medical school to become a brain surgeon, would you tell them, no, I don't want you to perform brain surgery on me, or would you let them do it?
So you're an authority then, are you?
I'm I'm not an authority because you know what I haven't done? I haven't done
I am.
journalism on the ground and covering as a wartime correspondent. These two people
I
that
am.
you're talking to right now have actually worked with wartime correspondents on the front
Yeah.
lines or in conflict
Yeah.
zones. So what I would advise you to do is actually listen to what they're saying, because you're making a fool out of the Irish people, because
So-
you're showing what the intelligence of
so-
people that rely on
so-
potatoes for their main
Here,
source of
I'm
nutrients.
gonna pull someone up.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. You're losing the conversation.
No. I'm gonna show you
Yeah,
something.
stop talking
I'm gonna show you something. So this is
Oh,
my
you're
Fox.
war
Fox.
correspondents.
Fox.
Tell me,
Fox.
Who do you represent?
Fox. Relax. This is my friend Nick Laidlaw. He runs a page called Battles and Beers where he just reposts funny stuff. But this is him as a war correspondent in Ukraine. I had to help him try to find a unit that was willing to take him as an attachment and willing to accept the liability of having an extra person who doesn't even have a rifle on the front lines with them. He had to show the Ukrainian government that he was in fact a journalist. He had to prove that he was an accredited journalist and that he wasn't just going to wander off in the middle of fucking nowhere. And then we had to find him a unit that said, yes, we will accept that we now have an unarmed person with us that is now... We have to make sure we protect them. And then on top of that, we have to feed and house and make sure they are safe at all times. This is an actual person that had to go through that process, and I had to help them with that process. This is one of my friends. This is how the process works. You don't just get to go to a country and go to the front lines and wander around the war zone. That's not how it works. You can message this man. You can message Nick Laidlaw and ask him how he had to go through the process to get to the front lines in Ukraine. You could ask an actual war correspondent yourself.
Well, how do Palestinian journalists do it?
The Palestinian journalists, hang on, the Palestinian journalists who live there.
After all,
Hang on.
tell me why-
Fox.
were
You
they
asked a
killed?
question.
You're
I
not
had
leaving
no
me
Fox.
finish.
You
You're not
asked
letting
it,
me finish.
Fox. You asked a question. You have to let me answer that question before you move to the next question. You said, how does it work for the Palestinians? Well, there are indeed freelance journalists in Gaza. There are freelance journalists who do have journalist accreditation. They get hired by outside media. So like CNN. CNN regularly hires actual Palestinian journalists to report on their take on what's going on. That is a very well documented thing. CNN pays them. They get hired as actual accredited journalists with a background in journalism. Whether they're biased or not, I don't care. But the fact is, they are being hired as journalists. Okay, I gotta...
BBC bias.
Depends on who's writing the article. If it's it depends on if it's an opinion piece. If it hang on, Fox. You have to let someone answer the question before you ramble on like an incoherent drunk. It depends on who the journalist is, if it's an opinion statement, if it's an article covering the facts of something, how they're including quotes, where they're getting their information. It's case by case. BBC has put out some fucking top-notch banger articles. They put some top-notch banger opinion posts. Done some very good documentation. Sometimes they've also put out really shitty coverage with stuff that's been proven blatantly false, and they've had to retract their statements on multiple occasions. It's case by case. There is no news organization or singular journalist that is always going to be perfect and telling the truth and not be biased at all times. It is case by case. That's why I even read stuff on a daily basis. I fucking read through the entire feed of Al Jazeera journalism because I still want to see what they're saying, even if I don't agree with their bias and stuff. It's case by case. It is never the same for everyone. Now you may go.
Al Jazeera. You banned Al Jazeera, didn't you?
Do you know who also banned Al Jazeera?
No, this
Wait. You said Israel banned Al Jazeera, right? Hang on. You asked a question again. I'm answering you. Israel did ban Al Jazeera. But do you know who else right next? Do you know? I'm asking you a question now. Then, do you know who right next to Israel also banned Al Jazeera? the Palestinian Authority.
No.
The Palestinian
Did
Authority.
they?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Palestinian Authority, and tell me, what authority have they in Gaza?
I didn't say Gaza. Now, did I?
Well, here you go. Here you go. So you're changing the story. Tell me, why were there 150 journalists unalived in Gaza?
They're not.
They were all
No.
speaking against Israel.
Nope.
They were all given live coverage.
Nope.
And you pew them.
Nope.
No.
So if let's put it this way, Fox.
So
hang on, Fox.
You call yourself a journalist.
No,
I'm
not a journalist.
And you tell me no, that didn't happen.
I'm not a journalist. I've never claimed to be a journalist. But Fox,
Well,
let's
you
say
telling me it didn't
no,
happen.
Fox. I am not a journalist.
Did it happen?
Hang on, Fox. I am not
Did
a
it
journalist.
happen?
Fox. I am not a journalist. I have never claimed to be a journalist. But let's say right now,
Did it happen?
Fox, pay attention. Let's say right now, I open my Instagram and I go to my profile. Let's see here. If I go to my profile right here and I add the word journalist to my biography, does that make me a journalist?
Well, it depends on where you live, doesn't it?
You're a fucking moron. Adding the word journalist to your bio does not make you a journalist.
I'm adding journalist to my bio now, dude. Like, what? Oh. I can't.
Dude, I swear to God, I'm starting to think the day crew is more stupid than the night crew.
It might be, dude. I'm sure there's like a correlation there too.
If I add
I don't know if you guys know
NASA in,
this, but I'm actually an expert on farming potatoes. I know everything there is to know about it. I haven't actually done it, but
if I add NASA scientist to my bio, does that mean I am now a NASA scientist? Oh my God. Wait. I've got a better one. This is Fox. If I add the words President of Ireland in my bio, am I now the President of Ireland?
No.
So why the fuck would I be a journalist if I added journalist to my bio?
If you use a phone in America, you can call yourself a citizen journalist.
Oh,
Get out. Go.
It hurts.
Get out. That is.
The stupid hurts my brain.
Why do they keep firing tanks indiscriminately at people at aid sites? Show me 1 ounce of proof of that other than an anonymous source saying so. Show me 1 ounce of proof of that. First Amendment allows anyone to be a journalist. That is not how that works, Kilo. The First Amendment does not say, anyone can be a journalist. That's not what that means. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Someone in chat says, I'm the king of Belarus. Twitch chat, how do you guys feel over there? YouTube chat, someone. How do you guys feel?
I actually thought he made some very wonderful points.
So it's glad my family left Ireland in the 1600s. Wait, have you guys seen the gap in Irish inventions?
The gap in Irish inventions. And by the way, for everyone in the chat that thinks we're being like mean to the Irish, guess what? We're all like mixed Irish ancestry here, so you can F off with that nonsense too.
I'm not. Okay, Mickey. This person says, one of my favorite things ever is a 300-year gap in Irish inventions list after whiskey was invented.
Oh God.
We've got 14th century Cade whiskey, and then 17th century modern chemistry. And guarantee you that was someone trying to make better whiskey.
I mean, Irish whiskey can be pretty fucking good, bro. Not gonna lie.
No, there is stuff invented after whiskey, but it was 300 years later.
Have you guys ever had potato vodka?
Potato vodka. Ooh.
Is that the height of your intelligence? Oh, the irony, Fox. Oh, the irony. Jamal, get up here, you fucker.
Hey, wait, I want to ask Fox a question. Fox, where do potatoes actually come from? Let's see if he knows this.
Trees.
I mean, originally, where do potatoes come from? Ireland? Hey, chat. If you believe that potatoes come from Ireland originally, or if you don't know, just put a 1 in the chat.
Jamal, why would you get up here? You told me that you would come up on my panel. I was waiting for him
Yeah,
to bring
Jamal.
up waiting for him to bring up the def to the IDF censorship. I am.
Let's see if anybody knows. Chat, if you know the answer to where potatoes originate from, over 2,000 varieties, put it in the chat.
If you
Jamal,
guys could put it in the chat for us, we'd really appreciate it.
God, Jamal, you need to let me know if you're gonna be stopping by my area anytime soon, because I may only be here for another 2 months, maybe moving to the East Coast.
Booger off, Anthony. I am a citizen journalist.
Chat cheated. Hold on, chat cheated. Chat's googling right now. They're cheating. Why are you pro
Actually,
rape
I'm not
protesters?
waking
No,
up to
that's
the
not what happened,
propaganda.
Shugi.
They're stealing my Lucky Charms, according to Al Jazeera.
I had to cheat too and Google it. Potatoes originate from the Andes region of South America, specifically the high plateau area of Peru and Bolivia.
Exactly. And how many varieties are there? It should be about 2,000.
Jesus Christ, that's a lot of potatoes.
Yep.
IDF propaganda. Mossad did a plant. They put the
Indigenous
potatoes
peoples
there.
like the Aymara and the Incas
The
cultivated
Israelis
various
stole
potatoes.
the potatoes from Peru.
They steal everything, the bloody Jews.
Shugi,
But yeah,
I'm still waiting for proof. Someone
guinea
said the
pigs
potato
originate-
famine of Ireland actually started in America. In
Let's talk about
Ohio.
Jews.
In Ohio.
Also, chat, the other things that originate from Peru are things like guinea pigs, where they're actually a food source, not kept as pets, FYI.
Delicious little
Where is that
rodents.
Exactly, and it's funny because they're potato shaped.
Wait,
Their meat and potatoes literally look like each other.
Wait. Are you talking about the country club thing, Jamal? Is that what you're talking about? I think I know where that is. But September? I might still be here. We gotta hang out. We gotta go to the range. Type in Shimon protest if you like proof. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the false article where they took an Israeli poll and literally photoshopped what the people were protesting about. And then people found the original poll and it was nothing like that. Let's go shoot. Hell yeah, Jamal.
Hell yeah. Hey,
I
good
might still be
goys
here.
take their Jewish friends to the range. Good goys take their Jewish friends to the range.
Did you know capybaras are classified as fish by the papacy? What? What? Hold on.
Yeah, I've heard stuff like that before.
Yes, the Vatican historically classified capybaras as fish.
Which is in such wide contrast to all the science that the Jesuits did
Oh my
over
god!
the centuries.
Hang on. By the way, capybara, literally the world's largest rat. Can anyone take a guess why they classified it as fish?
Why?
Oh, so he gave it away in chat. It's so that they had an excuse to eat them during Lent. They're just gonna classify this massive amount, these giant rats as.
Capybara. Can we just all talk in Irish accents for the rest of this live?
Of course, you can have me Lucky Charms while you're at it.
I want to hear Anthony's Irish voice.
Yeah, Anthony, let's hear yours.
Yeah, doing something more important.
Sorry, he's got his tism focus going right now.
Capybara, 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 capybara. Capybara, 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 capybara. Capybara, 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 capybara. Capybara, 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 capybara.
It's a great video, by the way. It's just a bunch of fucking. It's just a montage of capybaras sitting in the water.
I love me some capybaras.
By the way,
I'm scrolling through the chat, and I'm a little disappointed that only one person got it perfectly right as Peru. Like everyone else is like South America, Jersey, East. Well, come on,
well, a
guys.
lot of people
Like,
then had
have
to
some
Google.
curiosity.
By the way, this is my
Oh,
favorite.
yeah.
This is my
Jersey.
someone said Jersey, England. This is my favorite audio that I've added. By the way, now.
Love it. Nothing beats Chaco. Guys, when I was in Peru,
Macaron.
when I was in Peru, I was up in the mountains, and you know they have like 2,000 varieties of potato. I can't even. You could never name them all, right? And there was like this black
Watch me.
potato that they had that was a little bit crunchy. I don't actually remember what it was called, and it was served to me up on a plate with like some actual like filleted guinea pig, and it was pretty good. Not gonna lie.
Wasn't there a zoo in Ukraine with capybaras before the start of the invasion? I don't know, but I do know that at one of there was a bunch of animals that had to be rescued and sent to a sanctuary in Kyiv because the Russians were filming themselves lighting random forest animals on fire. They filmed themselves burning bears alive. They also filmed themselves kidnapping and slaughtering animals from some zoos in eastern Ukraine. There was a bunch of raccoons. Apparently, raccoons are like not like found in Ukraine, so Ukrainians fucking love the raccoons at the zoos. Yeah, the Russians filmed themselves murking a bunch of fucking raccoons at a zoo. They couldn't defend themselves. They also kidnapped a baby tiger, put it up for auction in Moscow, and it got bought by some wealthy businessman, and then it died like a couple months later.
That's disgusting.
When will the war end in Ukraine? Not for a while. Almost like when the IDF keep filming themselves spraying randomly into Gaza. And yet you guys never have proof. You never have videos of this. Why is it that I always say, yeah, there's videos. Yeah, I saw it on this. It's like, cool, then why can't you show me? Show me. Fucking prove it. It's literally all over the internet. Then why can't anyone find it? Why? Okay, right now, I'm going to Google IDF spraying into crowd video. Damn it. Fucking. Oh, shit, it's broken. Okay, we got skunk water used against Palestinian protesters. We got IDF sprays chemical to disperse Palestinian rioters. We have the claims of the IDF tank firing into the crowd at the Flower massacre, but that wasn't shown. There was no fucking proof of a tank firing. More videos of Israeli soldiers acting maliciously, spraying chemicals on Palestinians. Hamas sprays bullets on the IDF from tunnel. Israeli soldiers beaten, sprayed with pepper spray by settlers. New Al Jazeera documentary on alleged chemical sprays. Skunk water sprayed at worshippers near Al-Aqsa Mosque. I just Googled what you asked me. And not a single video is showing the IDF just firing into crowds.
Could you imagine having like the brain power to use deductive reasoning, like see articles back to back, get debunked immediately after, come onto panels on a daily basis, get debunked on it, and then still believing?
Yeah, like this video right here. The title is.
At what point do you start questioning?
No, Google's just Zionist. It says this video says Israeli tank fires into crowd trying to get aid from trucks in Gaza, but the entire video is B-roll footage and some lady crying. At no point does it show a tank. At no point does it even show people running. At no point, there's not even a soldier shown in this video.
Wow.
War won't end if Ukraine just accept the deal with that Russia listed. No, because that didn't stop the war the last time Ukraine did that. The war's been going on since 2014.
Hey
wait, hang on. I've seen it on TikTok, dude. No way you haven't seen it. You're telling me that you saw a TikTok video of the IDF just firing wildly into a fucking crowd in Gaza on TikTok, and it's not anywhere else.
Wow.
of all the things to be allowed on TikTok, but you also can't find that anywhere else.
So, chat, I think we need a wow in the chat. Everybody a wow in the chat. Let's have those wows. Wow.
Talking about like the most scrutinized army in the world. I just want to make sure like I'm getting the logic right. Most
Yeah,
scrutinized
exactly.
army in the world. Okay? And they have been desperately been trying to control the flow of aid into Gaza so they can make sure it's going to the individual civilians and whatever other fucked up reasoning that you have outside of that, because that is
Oh,
what it is. But let
hang on.
me just like
Let's
put
see
like
here.
just break this down. So you will scrutinize that, right? You're saying that they are doing something horrible, right? But they want to control it. So their objective is to control that flow of aid, make sure it's going to its intended target. But for whatever reason, you think that the IDF, with that goal in mind, would fire on civilians to bring on more scrutiny and validate claims as to
Okay,
why the aid shouldn't
This
be
is
controlled by them.
this is really important,
I
guys. This is really
what?
important. This is really important. So I said, why isn't there videos of it? And this guy said there is, and provided this link. He provided a BBC article. Gaza aid contractor tells BBC he saw colleagues fire on hungry Palestinians. So if there's a video of it, I should be able to show. I should not be able to show this video on TikTok because there should be someone getting mowed down in a fucking crowd, right? Let's go on 2 times speed and see if we can crowd.
Standing around, standing around,
Standing
standing around,
around.
standing around.
Yep.
Berms, dude.
Oh,
You know what's funny is
an
that
anonymous contractor. Anonymous person. Won't show their name, won't show their face.
standing around, standing around. By the way, it's funny because
Wait,
like
wait,
back
wait,
in
wait.
the
Hold
day,
on, hold on, hold on. This is important. So the contractors are just making it up. It was one person, anonymous, with no proof they worked for this organization, and they didn't have proof. You said that this video would show the IDF mowing down Gazans. And not only did it not show anyone mowing down the Gazans, it's not even the IDF. It's not even about the IDF. And then get this, the Gazan Humanitarian Foundation, run by Gazans, said it's not true. The organization run by Gazans says this didn't happen.
wow. Can we get another wow in the chat, everybody? Another wow. But by the way, everyone, I want you to know, like the viewpoint of those berms and those HESCOs that you saw, that is 99% your view when you're deployed to the Middle East, and then like the other 1% is actually getting outside the wire and fighting people. G Willikers? I don't know what that is. Tagging. I'll tag you in the videos as you're incapable of doing your own critical research. Says Square Leper White.
Tagged you in the videos. Oh my god. Let's see. Does this video show people being mowed down? Nope, I see people running. Do I even hear gunshots?
You know what's funny,
Wait,
Anthony?
hold on.
Regardless of oh.
I hear distant gunfire, not even in the same direction. Hang on. Hold on. No way that's a fucking repeat of the audio file.
Is it?
Hang on. I'm gonna pull something up and I want you guys to pay attention to the fucking audio file here.
Okay. Hey, real quick too. People, one of the things that is the most dangerous to these crowds is their own sense of panic. So creating a sense of panic, right? Whether it's Hamas members or other people just like losing their minds for no particular reason, you getting trampled by that crowd in the midst of a panic is far more dangerous to you than the possibility that some GHF contractor or IDF member is going to just randomly start firing into the crowd.
By the way, remember,
FYI.
this man's explicit claim was this video was going to show the IDF mowing people down. He said it's video of them actively shooting people. I want you to notice that this is on TikTok from Al Jazeera and still allowed up. You'd think that a video of someone would be... It's amazing that TikTok allows videos of people being mowed down to stay on the platform. But I want you guys to pay attention to the audio. Mickey, when they change frames, watch. There's going to be a dude walking and backing up with the camera. And then he's going to... It's going to cut. And it's going to go to a different angle. The audio file is not going to stop. It's going to continue on as if it's an overlay.
Okay. Okay.
Shh. Did you see that? It cut and the audio continued in one continuous audio file.
I could barely hear, but I think I understand. I mean, maybe.
Hang on, maybe let me boost this. Hang on. Everybody on the panel be quiet. I'm going to see if this works for you guys.
No.
Hang on. It cuts to a completely different location. And it's just wait. Oh, never mind. Here, I got to turn the audio up for you guys here. Hang on. This should be easier for you guys to hear now. Hang on. Is it easier for you guys to hear the gunshots there?
Some of it. I mean, like it's so low, like dude, it's not.
But you see, do you see what I'm talking about? So it's
yeah,
pop, and it cuts to a completely different location, and the audio file doesn't stop. It's the same audio. It's one audio file, and you told me too. This was a video of people actively being shot. Where are the people being shot in this video? The audio is from a movie without a doubt. I don't know. Oh God, I should submit that to Hollywood.
Like, and guys, there's so many reasons that a crowd would start to run, right? Like seriously.
Also, why is the crowd running away from gunfire that far away?
That's psychopathic. That's psychopathic. Like
psychopathic.
Not having empathy towards people getting shot in a video. It's crazy.
Hold on, Ryan. No, everyone hold on. Everyone hold on. Can you point to the person that's been shot in this video?
I don't care. I see people suffering. The level of
No. I don't care. No. Stop. You said that I didn't have sympathy for someone who was shot in a video. Where the fuck is the person in? No, stop. Where is the person that was shot in this video?
And you're like your fellow.
Where is the person who was shot in the... I'm not an Israeli, dumbass. I'm not Israeli. Where is the person who's been shot? Jews aren't white, you fucking Nazi. Get the fuck out of my chat. Oh my God. You're not having sympathy for the person who was shot. Where's the person that's been shot? Where? Nowhere. Because it doesn't fucking exist.
Well, Ryan seemed like a nice boy.
Oh, Ryan wants to be back. Ryan, where was the person shot in that video?
You have no empathy for people. That's crazy. Like, I swear to God, it's crazy.
Okay, cool. You can come back when you want to answer the question.
How's it going?
Losing brain cells. What's up?
I just want to know your outtake on the Ukrainian conflict and where you see it ending up. I guess ending, or if it's gonna end, and if we may get dragged into or the EU.
There's not a very high likelihood that we would get dragged and put boots on the ground. A lot more likely that someone like Poland or Germany would. Even that's a little bit far away, and this is going to go on for a long time. Like Russia doesn't have a choice. They like even if Ukraine were to say fuck it, we bend, we give today, Russia literally cannot afford for the war to end because their entire economy is hedged on it right now. They're in a wartime economy with
Right.
over 40% of their GDP going to this. They're selling oil at a loss. They've got their entirety of their workforce. They've got less than I think it's almost a 2% unemployment rating right now, meaning every able-bodied person is in the war effort making stuff. Like they literally can't afford to stop the war, even if Ukraine surrendered today. They'd have to continue it in some capacity.
Right. But when you brought up, say, like, if they were to, I guess, drag in Poland and whatnot, wouldn't that enact? I don't know if this is right or if the correct terms.
Not Article 5. No, Article 5 is only in defense. So if Poland got attacked, Poland could invoke Article 5 and it still has to be voted on. If Poland, as they've stated, if Russia, let's say, gets back to the capital of Kyiv, where Poland said that's their tipping point again, even though it already happened once, Poland said if they get back to Kyiv, they will say, fuck it, that's it, gloves are off, we're in. That would not be Poland being attacked, therefore they would not be able to invoke an Article 5 vote. And even if they did, even if there was grounds for invoking an Article 5 vote, Article 5, just like everything else in NATO, still has to be voted on unanimously. Like the one and only time it's ever been used in 2001, after 9/11, it was voted on unanimously. But let's say we've got two countries right now that have a very high likelihood of not voting yes on Article 5. Hungary and Turkey. All it takes is Hungary to go, fuck it, I don't want to vote yes. And now no more Article 5.
True. So I guess this is like another side of the spectrum, and this is all speculation based. But what if, say, like, I guess a false flag or something along those lines would happen? And,
I don't even think they'd need a false flag. Like honestly, there's already grounds to there's technically grounds that certain countries could declare Article 5 votes or invoke an Article 5 vote already. Like England just convicted multiple people for a terrorist attack that was conducted on a facility that was providing Starlink systems to Ukraine, where there was people that were verifiably paid by Wagner, Russian mercenaries, to commit arson and destroy a facility. They just convicted them. Like it was proven in court that these people worked for Wagner, which Wagner, even admitted by the Russian government, was taking orders by the Russian Ministry of Defense. We've got military trucks in Germany that are being burned by Russian nationals being paid by the Russian government. We've got stuff in Belgium where anti-Zionist protesters are destroying vehicles meant for Ukraine in acts of terrorism because they're being paid by Russia. Like, there's plenty of justification. Like, dude, even the communication lines being accidentally cut to multiple NATO countries. There is technically justification to already invoke an Article 5 vote. I don't think it would go through, though.
Okay, good point. I know this is probably one of your talking points, but any thoughts on, like, China and Taiwan?
I would. It's a whole long fucking monologue. China still has the intent to invade Taiwan. Whether they'll be successful, that's debatable. But the expectation is that they would invade by around October of 2027. They've been focusing all of their manufacturing capabilities on building troop transports and landing craft, which is what we deemed. And the last two defense assessments is what they would need, because if they were to invade today, they'd only have enough. They have plenty of personnel, but they don't have enough equipment to get more than like 40,000 people on the beach in one push. And that's if nothing gets shot down and nothing gets sunk. That's not how you do a sea-based invasion. So if they're going to do it, it's probably going to be around October of 2027. But it also depends on how America handles Ukraine. Like if America says, you know what, fuck it, the boot's down, I'm over this, we're going to deal with this now, China's going to look at that and go, oh, shit, maybe I don't want to invade Taiwan, because the U.S. might actually do something about it.
Right. Okay. Those are just all the questions I had. Just wanted to see your outtake on them. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you. Woody, do you want to come up, Woody?
Woody.
My friend Woody.
got away.
God damn it! What is wrong with you people? Are tanks going to be extinct anytime soon? No, but the Russians have determined that turrets are now useless and have gone back to making the wedge.
Oh.
Yeah, they have started taking their chassis that they were going to be making T90s with and determining that turrets are no longer useful. Let's just make a fucking cheese wedge.
Well, that's kind of weird.
They're evolving, but backwards.
That is literally the wrong way to evolve.
Devolving.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna make some mashed potatoes. Should I make it with skin on or skin off?
What should a person do who doesn't want to get conscripted? Conscripted where?
Skin on.
What fucking country are you in? Go to a country that doesn't do forced conscription? I don't know. That's just not even true, bruh.
Maybe just don't be a Virgin and serve your country. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Hey, chat. W potatoes in the chat. W potatoes. Since we were learning all about potatoes today, I decided to make some mashed potatoes.
Yeah, keep the skin on. I like Golda's addition of garlic, but I think the skin's got a lot of nutrients in it for you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Plus, I just really.
I present to you this document, which was, but the Russian Ministry of Defense openly admitted this was real. So for the person saying that's not even true, the Russian Ministry of Defense openly admitted this is real. This is what they want to turn T90s into. The UVZ, Russia's premier tank, Uravag, I can't pronounce that fucking word. UVZ, Russia's premier tank manufacturer and part of the Rostec State Corporation, has unveiled a new modification of the T-90 tank, incorporating combat experience from the special military operation. This latest iteration marks a significant departure from traditional tank design by eliminating the rotating turret, a feature long associated with Soviet and Russian main battle tanks, because apparently they're the only people that did that.
Well, like every battle tank.
Yeah. According to UVZ's press service, future tanks must retain powerful cannon armament, but the concept of a rotating turret is being abandoned due to its limitation on battlefield effectiveness and survivability. The company highlighted that modern combat scenarios have demonstrated that shifting fire between multiple targets, especially on the move, is no longer critical.
Well, you just made that an AI. Let's be real here.
I like how I fucking had that on tap. I had that shit ready.
Oh my
God.
So it says World War I pros, we were so back.
Wow. That whole thing, like, just say that they don't have. Why don't they just tell everyone, look, we don't have the manufacturing capability? Like, wow.
Show me the manufacturing capabilities.
What do you know about manufacturing capabilities?
Wouldn't
Do you
that
know a thing or two about it?
wait? Wouldn't that hurt their accuracy? Why no? Because they've stated that they will not be shooting on the move. They will stop in place and aim, and then take their shot.
Their military doctrine is second to none.
You had it ready, yet not a single one has been produced or said to be produced in coming years. This is what they are planning to do. No one said it's been manufactured. You're arguing a point I never made. On top of that, that's like when Russia says, we're going to have hundreds of T-14 armadas and they're going to be in combat. And it's like, how many do they have? 20? How many have actually stepped foot in Ukraine? 0.
I think they don't want to get embarrassed. Like, not with more of their equipment. Honestly, though, dude, like, I think we as the United States should take some responsibility here because we've let this go on for so long. This hyperbole from North Korea, from them, from Iran. It's like at any time we knew we could pummel the shit out of them, and most of our allies could too. I don't know why we allowed this for so long. Like this just pure delusion about their military capabilities and hand wringing.
Why
Russia
is
is
the
quite literally the
Su-75 even being made? It's not, unless you're referring to the 57.
Russia is quite literally the guy that gets the pec and bicep and tricep implants and walks around and is like, oh, I'm fucking swole. Goes to the gym, takes photos, leaves. So it's a facade. It's always been a facade.
Always, like literally. Like no more appeasement. I'm so tired of this nonsense.
They don't think he's too extremist. Most Israeli Jews hate Palestinians just like he does. Source? Source?
Oh, yeah, source. Look, some of us, well, I'm speaking for myself, I've actually worked with Palestinians, have long-time Palestinian friends who don't support the T groups and
The
would
SU
love to see the war end, would love to give the hostages, would like to see the hostages given back.
SU-75 new version of SU-57. Yeah, they haven't actually done anything with that. They can barely even do the SU-57.
Basically, saying if they're close to 80% supporting the Trump plan, why would they hate Ben Gvir? Blah, blah, blah.
Could you please give me the source for that poll and what the plan was? Give me the source of that poll. And what was the question asked
Yeah.
of them?
And I'll tell you one, here's the thing. There's a lot of Israelis, even some on this app, that have like dear Palestinian friends, like in places like the West Bank, Jerusalem, whatever. And they don't talk about them because this pro-Pali movement is so chock full of people that would try to dox those individuals and get them murdered. That's the reason that you won't hear a lot of
You
Israelis
would
talking about their
rather have
actual
someone murdered
Palestinian
than admit you were wrong.
Yeah.
Russia's literally the guy fighting the second largest army in Europe, supported by 30 countries. What? Greetings, mate. Hello, my dude in Israel. What's up?
My dude.
It's on JPost. Okay, so then give me the name of the article. What's the stuff with China
Again.
jets harassing Japanese jets? Tinfoil hats are saying it's World War III. Dude, they do that shit all the time. Everyone
Dude,
does
the
that to each
Japanese
other.
are
We all fly up to the borders of each other's airspace and just fucking buzz around, and then we get intercepted. We intercept them. Fucking happy day. And even the pilots, for the most part, are even respectful. Unlike the Russian pilots recently, like everyone's usually pretty fucking respectful. Have a fucking wave, like hey, salute, bye, peace out.
All of these pilots literally troll each other when they're out doing these flights, dude.
Yeah, except the Russians have been getting really fucking brazen lately.
Well, that's because Russians are awful. Sorry, not sorry.
Approximately 80% of Israelis support Trump's plan to relocate Gaza survey. Okay, let's see this. This was okay.
I support it.
Yeah. I mean, after October 7th, can you blame Israelis for feeling that way, even if it's not realistic? I don't.
Less than half. The first line of this says, I haven't even read it yet, so I'm going to keep reading it. It says, approximately 80% of Israelis support Trump's plan to relocate Gazans from the survey. And it says that less than half of the Arab population of Israel views the plan as immoral.
So the Arabs, who know a thing or two about their fellow Arabs, are like, maybe
it says 15% of Israelis overall believe, less than 15% believe the plan's immoral. Less than 3% of the Jews believe it's immoral. Less than half of the
saying
Arabs.
immoral doesn't mean they want to implement it either.
Hang on.
Like, come on.
A large majority of Israeli Jews support U.S. President Donald Trump's proposal to relocate Gaza and other countries. A Jewish People Policy Institute Israeli Index survey revealed on Monday. The survey was published ahead of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's meeting with Trump in Washington, found that approximately 8 out of 10 Jewish Israelis supported Trump's suggestion that Arabs from Gaza should relocate to another country. Well, according to the findings, 43% of all Israelis believe Trump's plan is practical. Wait a minute, hold on. 80% think it should happen, but 43% think it's practical. Where's the survey? I want to see the actual survey because now these numbers aren't adding up. It says 80% want it, but then it says, according to the findings, 43% of all Israelis believe Trump's plan is practical and should be pursued.
Also,
now
who
while
are these people that
another
are getting
hang on,
surveyed,
while
dude?
another 30% of Jewish Israelis responded that the plan is not practical but desirable. That still doesn't add up to 80%.
Also, what was the methodology? Like, was this some random Israelis online, or?
However, 13% of Israelis believe Trump's proposal was immoral. JPPI said he also
What was the
found
sample
difference.
size?
I don't know, probably not that big because it's only 10 million people.
Like 100 people online? Okay.
With 81% of right-wing respondents saying the plan is both desirable and practical compared to 31% of those center and 27% left-wing. Okay, that's expected.
Oh, but hey, Anthony, you know what else that means? If 80% of Israelis are like, yeah, we'd actually like to see this happen, guess what? That's probably the Mizrahim. So your fellow, quote unquote, I'm totally misusing this term on purpose. Your quote unquote fellow Arab Jews. Interesting. Just like Mizrahi make up most of the Likud party, if
See
I'm
if we
not
can find the
mistaken.
original survey.
So interesting. It's as if people that have had like a long time continuous presence in the Middle East know something about Middle Eastern uh,
Let's
human beings.
see. Does anyone actually have the survey? Because I'm looking up the actual institute, Jewish People's Policy Institute of Israel. Index survey.
Still doesn't give you the sample size.
Jewish People's Policy Institute. There we go. I found the website. Okay, here we go. Jewish views on Jewish American views on Gaza. No, that's not what I want.
Golda, wait, Golda says Ben Gavir is Iraqi Jewish. I didn't even know that.
We don't call the Mizrahi in Israel who are Zionists our brothers. Nobody gives a
Yeah.
fuck who you call your brother.
Guys, I didn't even know that. Ben Gavir is Iraqi Jewish. I had no idea. Damn. What does that say about how you Middle Easterners who are not Jewish have treated the Jewish people for so many years and they have long memories of this stuff?
Okay, hang on.
Hmm.
I found the original post from the Jewish People's Policy Institute. Does it say anything about sample size, who was asked, what they were told? It just says, asked about Trump's plan to relocate Gaza's Arab population. I'm not seeing anything on. It doesn't even say what they specifically asked. It just says they asked them what they thought about Trump, if they agreed with Trump's plan proposal to relocate the Gazans. So does everyone who was asked know what that fucking plan is? Because Trump's plan was they can leave. He didn't even say force everyone out. What?
Interesting.
I'm sure that a
Dude.
lot of them probably would still agree with it anyways, even if he said that. But like, it's very vague. I don't like this. There's no information on this. I'm reading it from the website themselves. They don't give any details on that.
Wow. Okay, yeah, dude, Ben Gavir is Kurdish Jewish. He's Iraqi Kurdish Jewish.
What's your ancestry German? English, French, and German. I don't think my family's had a connection to Germany since shortly before World War One, though. It's like they be assuming what the article says by the title. No, because here's the thing. If the question was explicitly asked to them, do you support Trump's proposal that if Gazans want to leave, we relocate them, or some of them, then it would make sense. Because it says majority of Israelis support Trump's proposal to relocate Gaza's population to other countries. Except that's not, he didn't say, I'm just going to move the Gazans. His plan was like, we can move the Gazans. We can also force some of these countries to accept refugees because nobody's fucking taking refugees. So what is it that these people thought they were being asked? It doesn't say.
Yeah, Mizrahim tend to be more right. My family's Mizrahim leans towards the political right. And that's the thing, like if you've been a long time, like if you have continuous presence in the Middle East and your family has gone through generations of the kind of marginalization and attacks that all of these
I'll be right
families
back.
have, of course they're going to be very much protective of their own in the land of Israel to the point of feeling like implementing some pretty harsh policies because they know what the Middle East is.
As a former Marine, do you believe the U.S. Army is generally supportive of Ukraine? I can tell you that the boys have been sitting on the border of Poland for the last 3 years waiting to go into Ukraine, want nothing more than to fuck Russia up. Even if they don't like Ukraine, they really just want to fuck up Russians. Oh, Ryan left the request. I
Dude,
was going
that's
to
the
see what
beauty of
Ryan
a
wanted to babble on
volunteer.
about.
That's the beauty about our volunteer army, man. Is like most soldiers that I knew always wanted to get their moment. You know what I mean? Like
Wait,
war's awful. Don't get me
just
wrong,
to
but then
add, the image you have on screen is a Blender image made as a joke. It quite literally came from the press office of one of Russia's leading tank manufacturers. Yes, it's probably a Blender render that they made themselves. No shit. What are they gonna do? Hand draw it? Take a photo of something they haven't built yet? Dude, when
what's wrong with all these
the plans for the Abrams came out, you know what it had? Renderings of an Abrams that didn't exist yet. Holy shit.
Oh.
It was not made as an April Fool's joke. You can keep coping all you want.
It was me. Oh, they didn't actually mean it.
Oh, fucking God.
You know what else is an April Fool joke, dude?
Okay,
The
Grande,
military
you
operation.
can stop.
It's all just an April Fool's joke.
You can stop spamming now. You're on timeout. What do you want now, Ryan?
Oh, Sam.
What do you want
Isn't
now,
it
Ryan?
crazy? Isn't it crazy that you think you're smarter than Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the UN, and all these organizations that are saying that there is a genocide in Gaza, and you don't want to
The
say
UN
it
does
because you
not
want
say
to
that.
please.
Yeah, the United
Human Rights
Nations
Watch and
doesn't say that.
Amnesty International said it,
I don't
which
care.
are
I don't care
literally
what Amnesty International says. They can say whatever they
yeah,
want.
because you don't care because they're all
No, because
anti-Semites,
that's
right?
their
You stupid.
no, that's their
You
opinion.
stupid illiterate.
Wait, you stupid illiterate. That's a great English there. Wait, you called us anti-Semites?
No, I said he doesn't believe Human Rights Watch and
Yeah,
Amnesty because he
because
thinks that they are
that's their
anti-Semites.
opinion statement.
That's the
No,
argument.
no, Ryan. It's because they are not the ruling factor or anything. They are making their own opinion based on what they deem to be happening. That is their opinion.
So you think you're smarter than them?
Yes, I actually do.
Yes.
How come
I've
you're
worked
smarter
with
than
them.
them, you chicken?
Because
Because-
Ryan, I've
be-
actually worked with many of these organizations as a consultant, and yes, I
Same.
do believe I'm smarter than 90% of them.
Oh
absolutely.
God.
And not only that, I know their biases.
They're biased. Oh
Yes.
my God. Now you.
Okay, hang on. Hey, Ryan, I'm going to propose a scenario here for you. Let's say that Israel made the claim of genocide on October 7th, and the UN says,
Strong.
hang on, stop. Let me finish the question before you start talking. Israel makes the claim of genocide on October 7th, happening to the Jews. And they say, hey, we want this investigated. And the UN puts together a council. And we find out that months into this investigation, the person leading the investigation is married to one of Bibi Netanyahu's right-hand men, and she didn't disclose it. Not only did she not say that she has any association with Israel, period, she didn't admit that she is married to a high-level Likud party member. Do you think that would be a conflict of interest for that genocide investigation?
I think that would be misogynist because assimilating that you have the same opinion that your
Oh my
husband is
fucking
clearly
God.
misogynist.
That's not what I
It's
asked you.
literally
That's
misogynist.
not what I asked you. The fucking
That's what
buzz.
you
No,
said.
that's not what I said. That's not what I asked you. I asked, would it be a conflict of interest for her to fail to disclose that her husband quite literally works for the Israeli government while she is investigating October 7th to accuse Hamas of genocide on October 7th?
We should rely on the facts and on judicial facts.
So you don't see that as a conflict of interest? Even though it would be,
I
even though
see
the
the
UN
facts.
requires them to disclose stuff like that, and she failed to disclose it.
I base myself on the facts.
I
That's
think
it.
you're a fucking retard.
I think you don't know what the facts are, buddy. Oh my God, dude. So many TikTok freaking geopolitical experts nowadays. I can't stand it.
Yup.
What's up?
Yeah, what do you think about the fact that...
Wait, hang on.
according to-
How old are you?
Well, 18.
When were you born?
2007.
God, I feel so fucking old. Wait, 2007.
Mhm.
Wait, math. Yeah, that tracks. All right.
Yeah, barely.
Sorry, just had to make sure. We've had a bunch of young people come. Can't have anyone under 18. I'm so sorry. What were you saying?
So what do you think about the fact that, like, according to the Pew survey, 50% of like like roughly half of Israeli Jews want Israeli Arabs out of Israel?
I think if that's a valid statistic. I haven't seen it, but that's their opinion.
It's your opinion.
It just means that
like,
that's their. It just means that that's their opinion. I'm not an Israeli Jew. I'm not Jewish.
Well,
I'm not Israeli.
So you don't think of it as like immoral or something like that?
No, I
Gee,
think
I wonder what happens. I wonder what happens when you rocket attack a country for many years, then you bulldoze through, and you wait. And besides that, you have tons of car rammings, knife attacks, a second intifada, and then to cap it all off in 2025, when supposedly we're moving forward with a bunch of a bunch of different things, right? Diplomacy, whatever. All of a sudden, they bust through, they murder 1,200 Israelis in one day, execution style, right? Including some rape and some sexual abuse and everything else to go along with it.
But
I
I'm talking
wonder
about
why.
Israeli
I wonder why.
Arabs.
No.
I'm
I
talking about
wonder
Israeli
why.
Arabs. I'm not talking
And
about
then
Palestinians.
continued rocket attacks. I wonder why Israelis would be radicalized. Gee, I wonder why.
No. It's,
you said it
no,
was.
you missed the whole point. I'm talking about Israeli Arabs, not Palestinians.
Oh,
living in West
specifically
Bank.
Israeli Arabs? Oh, because maybe Israeli Arabs
Wait, are
know
you
a thing or
referring
two
to the
about their
Al
fellow
Jazeera?
Arabs.
Are you referring to the 2016 Al Jazeera poll?
No, it's not a poll from Al Jazeera. It's an article, but that they have that poll from the Pew survey.
This is from Pew Research. You said.
Also, like an article about this from the 972 magazine.
972 magazine, the people that make blatantly false articles about Israeli AI and the Lavender system.
Yeah, you can say that, but in the article it has linked the poll. The original poll.
So let's see. Poll raised alarms that Israel, blah, blah, blah. This is from Al Jazeera. There's a difference between the way in which Israeli Arabs perceive themselves in the high percentage discriminating against the number of Jews are confident there's no discrimination, blah, blah. This survey that needs to stand before decision makers in Israel, before the government of Israel indicates need to deal with our internal problems more than ever. The division of Palestinians, Jewish response also showed different attitudes. Both Palestinians and Jews, the polls showed, were skeptical about the sincerity of Palestinian and Israeli government seeking peace agreement. What? Al Jazeera, what the fuck? It doesn't...
Pretty sure the poll is linked.
Not on the Al Jazeera article. There's no hyperlink on this one. And it doesn't even cover the poll, probably. Yeah. It's referencing a different poll.
No, go to the 972 article. It has the poll reference, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my fucking god. We're referencing 972 mag now. I can't fucking believe that people are still doing this. 972 mag.
Yeah, you can say what you want about the article, but I'm not talking about its credibility or something. I'm talking about how it has the poll reference.
Man, they can't even seem to be fucking consistent on this, because in 2016 they said 45%, but then in 2018 they said less than 50%. It's like it was already less than 50%. Yeah, that's not what it says at all. It says poll 45% of Israeli Jews don't think Arabs should have equal rights. I'm sure that a radio station asked people. Oh my god. God. Israel's army radio conducted a poll of Jewish citizens of Israel and asked them whether Arabs of Israel should have equal rights.
No, I'm talking about the Pew survey from 2016.
Yeah, I keep seeing all these articles mentioning a Pew survey, but I haven't seen any links to a Pew survey. I'm looking at the or like let's search for Pew. Nope.
I can send you the link.
Give me the name. Give me the title of the article. Maybe that'll help. Give me the title of the article from 972.
7 key findings about religion and politics
Hold
in
on,
Israel.
hold on, slow down. 7
Center.
key findings about what?
About religions and politics in Israel. Pew Research Center.
Okay, hang on. Okay, cool. So that's the original thing. Okay, here we go. Let's
Has
see.
like multiple
Pew
points.
Research Center,
I think
7
it's
key findings
0.5.
about religion and politics in Israel. Let's see. And this was, the claim was that 50% of Israelis, or specifically Israeli Jews, want Arabs removed. Okay, so the first section is Israeli
half.
Jews are largely united in the need for the nation to be a homeland for the Jews, regardless of their origins. Virtually all second section covers virtually all Jews in Israel identify with one or more faiths or religious groups, secular, traditional, religious, Haredi. Okay, the third section is Jewish groups consistently disagree on the range of specific public policy issues. Number 4 is 8 and 10 Israeli adults are Jewish. Okay, claim number 5 is half Israeli Jews and Arabs transfers. There we go. Here we go. Perhaps the strongest indication of major fractures in the Israeli society is roughly half of Jews, 40%. The Arabs should be transferred from Israel. While they still sure disagree with this. In addition, Israeli Jews and Arabs disagree about whether the country can be a Jewish state and a democracy at the same time, about 3/4. And shrinking share Israeli Arabs believe Israel and independent Palestinians should coexist peacefully. 74% believe this in 2013 compared to 50% in the new survey. So immediately after the second Intifada or the second war or that other war in 2014, the support for a peaceful coexistence drops from 74% to 50%. Man, they had 74% of Israel going, "Hey, let's give peace a shot," and they fucked it up. Yeah.
Wow.
Few Jews, 10% of Palestinian
Israeli
leadership is.
Arabs included.
Yeah, but even then,
Wow.
that still shows support drop. Okay, so it says half
Yep.
of Israeli Jews. Oh, roughly half. So 48% say Arabs should be transferred or expelled from Israel. Wow, similar share disagree with this. So pretty split. Okay, and this was done in 2016, right after the 2014 war. Okay, what about it?
Yeah, 2014 war, was it directed against Palestinians in Gaza or Israeli Arabs who have been living alongside Israeli Jews? So like, how does the 2014 war affect this? I don't get it.
This was done after the 2014 war. That's why, it even acknowledges it even acknowledges in the same paragraph that in 2013, prior to the war, 73% of shrinking share Israeli Arabs. But yeah, in 2013, 74% of Israeli Arabs believed that independent Palestinian state could exist peacefully, and then right after the war, it says 50%. So even amongst Israeli Arabs, that drops. So we're looking at statistics from after the 2014 war.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about how Israeli Arabs perceive a Palestinian state or something like that. I'm talking about how Israeli Jews want Palestinian Arabs, Israeli Arabs out of the country.
Yeah, and I'm saying this was directly after the 2014 war, but what about it? What are you asking about this? I can see that this is a thing.
Yeah, I mean,
what about it, though? What is your question about it?
Like, do you not find this somehow concerning for a state that is so-called democratic?
Well,
that would still be something that would have to be voted on, and that's still the Israeli government's official stance is that that's not what they want, nor is it what they're going to do. But on top of that, I understand. While I disagree with the public, I understand why immediately after a war, their public opinion would shift like that. Like, I get it. I don't agree with it, but I get it.
Yeah, but the war wasn't directed. It wasn't with Israeli Arabs. It was with Palestinians, with Palestinians in Gaza.
So I would
no. That's not what it said. That's not what it said. It's basically the concerns of like, hey, are the Arabs within Israel also gonna fucking do something?
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't agree with it. I get it. I get where they're coming from. I don't agree with it.
But also, if you do the same kind of survey of the general American public, you're going to get all kinds of, like, if we could make an analogous survey, you're going to get all kinds of things like this, especially after some kind of significant event. It's the same anywhere, dude. I mean,
So
you could
like we
compare
can
you compare surveys of West Bank and Gaza and Palestinians on certain things. Like the 80% plus, was it 80% ish support for Hamas right after October 7th, which was pretty deeply concerning.
Mm-hmm.
And then that began to fade into what, the 50 percentile range for the Gazans or something like that. I honestly can't remember the exact amount, but that's the thing about surveys like this. If you just poll the general public, there's a reason that we have democracies with parliaments and republics with representation, because you have a handful of people that have been selected by the people to actually represent their interests in the best way possible, right?
Yeah,
So in
yeah.
the Knesset, for instance, you have representation. You have some ostensibly smart people, some ostensibly not so smart people, and you also have representation that shows the diversity of Israel as a nation, right? You have Arab Muslims, right? You have Muslims, you have Arabs, you have Druze, you have other groups that are represented both as judges in the parliament and elsewhere. You even had, I know of Israelis on this app who, whenever it was that that there was an Arab candidate for prime minister or whatever it was, they voted for him.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I think that the overall how the society is conducting itself and its policies is a little bit more important than what some random people on a radio show or on some type of research survey say. Because surveys can only be so robust. If you want to get a survey done in time for, say, an article, you're going to be rushing it sometimes, and the methodology may not be that great. And even with good methodology, it depends on the circumstances. Like the fact that this was, before 2016 or before 2014, and right after 2014. So there's still going to be different sentiments for a period of time. Same thing with Palestinians that are polled by the whatever that Palestinian survey organization is.
CRA, yeah, yeah, but I mean, you're ranting about how Israel guarantees Israeli Arabs government places and equal rights and stuff like that. I'm not denying this or something like that. I'm not talking about this. What I'm talking about is how, like you also mentioned, how Palestinians, they also felt much hate towards Israelis after certain events and stuff, and you're equating this with with how Israeli Jews felt mistrust and hate against Israeli Arabs and stuff. So the thing,
Okay.
here's the thing: like Palestinians and Israeli Jews, especially, are like two polar opposites. They're not the same group. Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs technically are of the same nationality. They're in the same state, same country. I like is it not for you concerning that there's a like general distrust for such a big
There's general distrust
minority?
based on attacks that have happened, but also you have a lot of love for Arab Israelis. They're in the medical system. Most of my Israeli friends here have Arab Israeli friends.
Yeah, but it's just anecdotal
There's some really
evidence.
prominent. Hold on, there's some really prominent figures now on social media that are Arab and Bedouin Israelis in the IDF, like Captain Wawewa. I mean, the representation is there, and their voices are out there. There's several Arab Israelis on this app who are very prominent, uh, patriotic Israelis. They're patriot. They are true patriots, and they put that out there every day.
But
So
there's
I think even though yes, you're going to have prejudice in any country, you're going to have some prejudice, especially in these kinds of polls that are anonymous and people just like to rant, or it's an opportunity for them to kind of like get some feelings out there. It doesn't mean that that's about to change policy, or that people are going to change their behavior based on that kind of information. It's just like
yeah,
people here on TikTok. If I was to take everybody the way that the pro Pallies act on this app and apply that broadly to all Palestinians, including my own Palestinian friends, that would be pretty egregious, wouldn't it? Because this app is sort of an amplified effect of confirmation bias, of disgusting rhetoric, people who feel pretty bold in these forums to just be really disgusting and anti-Semitic. But guess what? I happen to know a lot of people across the spectrum on these things, and I don't necessarily take what I see here on TikTok and apply it to everything. It does raise some questions about anti-Semitism in the world or other types of prejudice, but it doesn't mean that that's going to change policy. Or if and yeah, of course, we hear some people that are very prejudiced against Arabs on this app. That doesn't mean that those individuals are going to go and change policy. In fact, if they're here ranting on this app, the chances that they are ever going to be in a position of policymaking is effectively zero.
yeah. I mean, yeah, sure, but like you just presented like anecdotal evidence and stuff about how Israeli Arabs are loved, which is like
Okay,
one of
and
the
surveys
main
to me
talking points of.
surveys are just one step above anecdotal, dude, because it's just
No, I
people being
think they're pretty
emotional when they take them.
pretty much more reliable than anecdotal evidence. You guys also like, I mean, you guys also like
Here's
love to
what
sing
no,
these
here's
about
what's
how
reliable. Here's
Palestinians
what's
love
reliable.
Hamas and stuff. So
Here's
like,
what's
I don't think you can
reliable.
just discard it.
The policies and actions of the government, etc. A couple of angry people on a survey do not the actions and policies make.
I mean, it's a representative study.
No, but it's not. Let's say I go to Afghanistan, take a poll of the people that I'm allowed to poll, right? And I'm like, hey, do women like living under Taliban policies? Guess what? It's going to be 100% yes.
So you're
Because
equating.
even if I can poll women, which is not going to happen in Afghanistan, those women will be too scared to say anything else. Okay.
Okay, so like Israeli Jews are oppressed by their own government, like the Taliban is oppressing and restricting freedom or something.
No,
That's a
I'm
very
just
weak
saying
point.
that the polls are
No, that's
not
just a
always
very weak
reliable.
analogy.
Dude, the polls are not reliable in terms of action, right? I see Israel and its Knesset as diverse. I see their policies as democratic, right?
Yeah, but
And
50% of
continue to
your
be
people don't.
democratic. No, that's not what they see. It's what they feel. They're feeling like this right now, and
Yeah,
it's
and
not
they don't
real,
just
by
feel
the
that.
way.
You feel like all Israeli Arabs should like just be outright expelled. Expelled. I'm not even talking about general peace
Okay, a
talks.
lot of
There's a
people
lot,
look, dude,
a lot. There's a lot
A
higher
lot of
political like peace
Palestinians,
talk.
think all the Jews should be wiped out. Am I supposed to then go wipe out all the Palestinians?
And that's even not the talking point about how they deserve death for that or something like that. I'm saying,
My man. I think that you're getting a little too wrapped around the axle about this 10-year-old survey, and also not looking at what came before it, or what came before the war, what came after the war, how those sentiments change. And yeah, immediately after October 7th and for the foreseeable future until all the hostages are back and things are finally normalized again, you're going to see some pretty rabid sentiment, not necessarily against Israeli Arabs per se, unless there's some type of an Arab Israeli attack, which does happen. And you're probably going to see a spike in those kinds of sentiments. But for the most part, I would say that most of our Jewish Israeli friends on this app are as pro-Arab Israeli as anybody else. And
yeah,
again, they don't change
again, just
policy.
anecdotal evidence.
They don't affect policy.
Yeah, I'm not talking about policy. I'm just just saying, main tropes of Zionists, like Zionists, used to love to argue that Israeli Jews they love their Arab friends and that they coexist in peace. You can, I mean, people like you probably do love your Arab counterparts and stuff like that. Half of the population wants them expelled, gone, but you're not getting this. You're not getting. You're still
Okay,
on
and
the side for
80% of the
anecdotal
population of
evidence.
Gaza, 80% of the population of Gaza want to do October 7th over and over again right after October 7th. So what? So dude, like, which one's worse?
Well, you decide for yourself. I'm only saying how you got.
Hello? Is it just me or did he glitch?
Claim you guys do.
What happened?
Yeah, I don't know.
The audio cut out.
I
don't
think
know
you're
what
getting too wrapped around the axle on this, dude.
Can I ask you just a simple question? And this is going back to UN issue 637, sir. Do you believe that Israel is specifically the cause of Palestinian men beating their wife?
What?
Do you believe that UN issue 637, which is specifically in regards to Palestinian men beating their wives as a result of Israeli occupation, do you think that is, do you agree with that statement? Do you think that's real?
What the fuck are you even talking about right now? Like, there's just
Exactly.
people
Hang on,
going.
I've
what
got
the
it.
fuck are you bringing?
Hang on.
What the fuck are you
He's
bringing?
getting.
UN is,
Hang on. Hang on.
There are UN.
Wait, he's getting to a
There
point.
are UN organizations responsible for Palestinians, such as the UNRWA,
UNRWA.
and they do polls on Palestinians. They check on them and stuff. Like, it's not related to the
No,
conflict.
just answer
Like,
the
I don't
question.
get-
Do you think that that's like a relevant thing? Do you think that's something that that's based in fact or rooted in reality?
What the fuck you mean rooted in reality? If it's a report, I don't know how many when it was made or something like that. Then it's something like I don't get how this plays into the fucking.
Man, what is? God damn it! What's it called? It's UN.
UN issue 637.
637.
So I guess my point to you, sir, is that there is this was brought up to the UN, heard at the UN General Assembly, okay, the UNGA. My question to you is, do you think that this is a legitimate claim and something that should have been heard at the UN?
Dude, like, can you, like, is it a claim or something? Like,
No, it's this. So here, issue 637, UN report: Israel to blame for Palestinian men beating their wives. Like, that's not a joke. Not only did they admit to beating their wives, but they said it's Israel's fault they do it.
Okay, like, can you
Bring
read
this
the
up to you, sir. Hold on a second.
Can
My
you read-
point
can you
in
read it?
bringing this up to you, if you just hear me out for 1 second. My point in bringing this up to you is there are extreme people in every facet of government, in every facet of civilian life. There's people that have crazy viewpoints and things. If you are equating a poll, you're using a poll as your baseline study, right? To make your argument with. That poll, you have no idea what kind of people they were serving. Were they serving like conservative, very right-leaning
They were
people in
serving
Israel?
everyday Israeli Jews.
How
Like,
do
that's
you
a
know?
Pew study.
But
Pew,
based
that's
off
a
of
Pew,
what?
that's in the Pew
Based off
study.
of what information? Based off of what information?
Pew Research. That's in the Pew Research Center. You can look it up for yourself. It's just everyday Israeli Jews. It doesn't state that it's going to poll explicitly right-leaning Jews, left-leaning Jews, heretic Jews, or something like that.
Specifically says in the
Israeli
article
Jews.
that they surveyed left-leaning Jews, or they everyday normal Jews. That's what
No,
it says.
that's,
That's
it
what
says
it
that's
says.
right, Jews. Just like how many polls say Palestinians, how Palestinians support this group or this group, stuff and stuff. Doesn't say, oh no, Palestinians from Ramallah or something like that. Just Palestinians. And you take it at face value too, right? You don't say, oh no.
No, we don't
From this
actually.
spectrum.
I'm
We
taking
actually
it as
don't.
ridiculous claims. That's why
Hang on,
I
I've
brought
got
up
this
the-
video here. Let's watch this video.
Called for ending the prolonged occupation and the blockade of the Gaza Strip, recognizing a clear link between prolonged occupation and gender-based violence, the gendered impact of the occupation.
The colonial Israeli military occupation remains the major obstacle for Palestinian women. Only an end to the occupation will bring true and lasting empowerment to Palestinian women and girls. Thank you.
What?
I thank you.
Put an end to the suffering of Palestinian women, allowing her to enjoy all her rights. Thank you.
What fucking rights do they give women in Palestine?
I thank you.
We support the rights of Palestinian women, and it is essential to put an end to the violence that they are subject to.
Oh, fuck
under
off,
occupation.
Qatar.
Thank you very much.
Next is
You think only Palestinian men
Thank you,
are
Mr. Chair. Today's
occupied
report on
occupation?
Israel and the Palestinian territories provides important information on women targeted by violence. Regrettably, however, the report is undermined by its subservience to one recurring and unproven assumption. As highlighted by the rapporteur, that is the, quote, clear linkage between the prolonged occupation and violence against women. Ms. Simonovich, in other words, what you are saying is as follows: when Palestinian men beat their wives, it's Israel's fault. In this regard, I wish to pose some questions. First, how do you know there is a, quote, clear linkage? Where is the data? I don't see it anywhere in the report, not in addendum 1 or 2. Is it right to continue infantilizing Palestinians, such that when a man in Ramallah beats his wife, we encourage him to say, quote, Israel made me do it? Your report speaks of Israeli actions that create pressure. Well, maybe. Yet there may be a myriad of other influences. How do you know which is significant? It would be interesting, for example, to examine comparable populations in Lebanon, Jordan, Sinai, and Egypt, and to see if there are differences in the rate of violence against women. Ms. Simonovich, why have you not done so? Where is the data? Second, you make a passing reference to the influence of tradition and culture. Do you mean Palestinian, Arab, or Muslim tradition? You don't say which, and don't seem to be interested in this key factor in the Middle East. Why did you fail to mention that official Palestinian TV regularly broadcasts Islamic preachers who tell the people how to beat their wives? On February 8, 2016, for example, Hassan al-Laham, the Mufti of Gaza, quoting the Quran and the Hadith, advised husbands on how to hit wives, recommending, quote, hitting that does not make her ugly. In other words, not hitting that will bring the police. The hitting will be like a joke. The hitting is a kind of reminder that the love and friendship that Allah commanded is still found between the couple. Ms. Simonovich, while you find numerous indirect ways to blame Israel, how could you omit these direct forms
Holy shit.
Yeah,
That's
because
insane.
It's absolutely lunacy. But I just want to like point this out. The reason I'm bringing this up to you is that everybody around the world, and this is why you cling to these like this survey or this. The reality is that people on your side of the conflict, the side that you align with, throw everything at the kitchen sink at Israel, hoping to find something that sticks.
What the fuck you mean my side?
The amount of
No,
ridiculous
like honestly,
accusations,
you're strawmanning
polls that have
myself.
been
You're
conducted
strawmanning me.
that are specifically targeting certain parts of Israel or are trying to elicit a certain type of response are targeted. It's not something that I'm going to base judgment off of. My
Yeah,
point
you're
is
actually retarded. Like you're actually
have
like, you're just strawmanning me. That's not even
108. You have
analogous.
108, sir. You
It's
have
no.
100
Let me speak. Let me
since
speak. Let's speak a lot. Let's
2008.
spoken for
Since
long enough.
2008, you
Oh,
have
let
had
me.
108 condemnatory resolutions thrown at Israel. I would just be curious to know how many issues have been brought up at the UN.
No,
while
no,
all
no,
of
no,
these
no.
other
Let me.
countries
Don't
that are
run from
actually
the point. No,
participating
don't run
in
from
war
past
crimes,
points.
doing actual genocides,
Don't run from
and
past points. Can I
ethnic
respond to you?
cleansing
Can I
and
no,
starvation. I want to know
can I respond to you?
what's going on with them.
Can I respond to you?
Where are their condemnatory resolutions? Go
Bro,
ahead.
can I respond to you? Can I respond to
Yeah,
you?
of course.
So like you're just literally just strawmanning me. Some claims first you said like that Palestinians say that Palestinian men beat their wives because of Israeli occupation. That's not what Palestinians say. It's just a claim made, and which was undermined and stuff like that. It was not even like a direct claim or something like that. It's not even analogous to what I said because what I said was what I brought to you was a representative whole. This is not even comparable to what I just brought. Like what the
Yeah,
fuck? You're just
read the
bringing some
bias
random
sampling
claim,
of the
some
poll,
random
please.
UN claim from Rapporteur Chef or some kind of official, and it was undermined like from like I don't know 2017 or something like that. It's not even analogous to what I've brought up. Like you're just strawmanning me. What the fuck you mean my
And
side?
you did bring up the
Right? Like,
bias
you think
sampling of the
that's my
poll. What I'm
position
trying
or
to get
something?
across to you is the clear and present bias in everything that is being thrown at them. And now I would like Sam to take a look at the bias sampling of the poll that you were bringing up in question.
Actually,
By the way,
I went to the original website that posted the poll, and they don't show the sampling.
Imagine that. That's funny. There's
No,
no
so, like,
sampling of
Pew-
where
No.
these
Pew
numbers
Research
come
sent-
from, but you're confident
So
that these
and
come from
so this
every
one
Israeli.
didn't say it. Majority. So this one where a majority of Israelis support Trump's proposal to relocate Gazans or Gazans. It doesn't even say the exact question they were asked. It just says they were asked on
And-
Trump's proposal. Which do they all even understand what Trump's proposal was? Because he didn't just say, "Hey, let's move all Gazans."
Who was
It's
the
not
poll
what he
conducted
said.
by? And who was the
Jewish
poll
People's
conducted by?
Policy Institute, and then this Pew Research one specifically. There's a key thing here. This was done right after the 2014 war.
Okay.
And even because, wow, it's almost like when the fucking Palestinians want to fuck around and find out and start a goddamn war, it's got to piss off the Israelis and the Jews
So
in
you
Israel.
admit that
And
Israeli Arabs are Palestinians or what?
Israeli Arabs are Palestinians. No, that's not
Yeah,
what I
okay,
said.
so what does that have to do with Israeli Arabs?
Because I was getting to that.
whatever
I'm
makes
hang
you
on.
really
I'm
bold,
getting
dude.
to that point. I'm getting to that point because again, right here it even says that the numbers were higher for Arab Israelis and lowered after the war for even having a peace there. Like you're talking about taking a statistic of a people that just went through a war and are wondering if their neighbors are going to try to unalive them.
The poll that he's using
Yeah,
it from, by
but
the way, the
I'm
Pew
not
polls from
saying-
2015, just an FYI.
I'm not saying you keep on referring this to the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank and stuff. I'm not talking about how Israelis feel about Palestinians and what their attitude is towards them. I'm talking about how Israelis just all of a sudden don't like the Israeli Arabs as many people. On
Wait,
this
all
side
of a sudden,
West
you
Bank
mean
complain.
directly after a war?
Yeah, but you're.
Yeah, but
you're-
no,
you're-
there it is. There's
you're-
the but. It's yeah, but you're acknowledging that public sentiment amongst Jews who just had to deal with people trying to fucking wipe them out may be shifted after they just dealt with people trying to wipe them out, and they look at their neighbors and go, "Can I trust that Arab?"
It's against. I understand that it shifts the attitude towards Palestinians in Gaza and West Bank, but not to
No,
Israeli
because
Arabs.
they except they look at their neighbors and go, "Can I trust this person?"
And that includes Israeli Arabs because they think that Israeli Arabs are Palestinians.
No, that's
When
not the
did I
point.
say that? No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, what is your point then? Like, yes, I understand that events shift attitude towards other groups, like how Palestinians felt like you can also
I-
say how Palestinians
We're getting
felt
at
more.
you. What is your damning evidence here? What does this even mean? There's nothing here that we can track conversationally from you that points it in a clear, decisive
No,
position.
I already said how like my point is that Israeli Arabs aren't loved by Israeli Jews as many
Look at this guy.
Zionists on this platform claim,
Mm-hmm.
and I hope you're gonna agree with me then.
No.
No,
Why
definitely not.
Why are you showing me your feet?
Because he has
Because I'm
gorgeous
not-
little toes.
I'm showing Mideast my feet.
Show us yours.
All right, so yeah. Can you respond to my thing?
Also, by the way, W mashed potatoes in the chat, guys, since we were learning about the origin of potatoes earlier. All right, W potatoes, W mashed potatoes. I made some mean mashed potatoes, guys.
I want to ask you a question though, real quickly. Would you say that there's Israeli Arabs that occasionally commit attacks against other Israeli civilians?
Sure, there are.
Yes,
And
so
also Israeli Jews committing attacks against Israeli Arabs.
how many attacks would you say since October 7th have been committed by Israeli Arabs against Jews?
You tell me. I think most of the attacks committed in Israel were done by Palestinians on the West Bank, not by Israeli Arabs. In this regard, in comparative matter. So yeah, but bring me the facts. I'm up. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I gotta grab a drink real quick. You guys play nice. Fucking microphone mute.
Play nice. Do I have to play nice?
Mickey, I
What if-
swear
what
to
if I only
God,
wanna play with-
Mickey, I swear to God, if you start doing the voice while I'm gone, and I pull it up on my phone and I hear it, I will block you.
What if it's Mideast though?
No.
What if he like makes it happen?
Mideast, you've been warned
Are you
too.
guys zesty? Wait.
Anthony, I'll be good, Daddy. I'm kidding. Hold on, let me bring up my study real quick. Hold on.
Fucking zest fist.
I thought I was going to get punished there for a second.
I was hoping I was.
So Israel passed a law in 2023 allowing a state to revoke citizenship or residency of Arabs convicted of Shmera offenses who accept financial aid from the Palestinian Authority. Let's see. Shmerism, including that involving Israeli Arabs, has a significant impact on Israeli society. Increased security concerns. Shmerism heightens existing security worries within Israel. There's a mental health impact. Events like October 7th attacks have been shown to increase the risk of psychopathy in Israeli Arabs compared to their Jewish counterparts. Interesting. Impact on Arab-Israeli relations. Shmeris attacks can strain relations between different segments of Israeli society. Calls for greater integration. Some argue that addressing the issues facing the Arab sector can help reduce support for extreme factions and improve security for all Israeli. So let me find this.
Like your point is on how Israeli Arabs also commit attacks, which is why Israeli Jews feel distrust towards them. That's what you're trying to get across? Or what?
I'm trying to get across that there is a link. You have a group of people that have come under attack. You've seen Israeli Arabs commit Shmeris attacks in the past, and even after October 7th. And I'm not saying that all of them, I'm not trying to lump all of these people into a box, but I'm saying it's going to make you wary of people. After 9/11 in the United States, there was an extremely Islamophobic response to what happened because of a Shmerist group that has a certain ideology, Islamist one, that did an attack in this country, and it caused people to react a certain way. They put things in a poll, right? You're interviewing or you're conducting a poll from people that have been subjugated to extreme violence from the other side.
It would make people weary. I don't think this is concrete evidence what you're supporting and what you're giving across to suggest anything other than a fear-based response.
Yeah, so first off,
But nothing is happening with it is my point to you. You don't see a rise in attacks from Israeli civilians against their Arab brethren that live amongst them.
pretty sure the word. Okay, so like first off, what I'm saying, I'm not denying how events can like change the attitude towards a certain group of people. What I'm saying is, my point is that Israeli Arabs, like no matter what events or stuff of or whatever the fuck, Israeli Arabs are not as loved by Israeli Jews in Israel and stuff like that as many Zionists on this app to claim, and that is supported by the fact that roughly half of Israeli Jews want Israeli Arabs relocated or, for that matter, expelled from their country. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying why. I'm saying how. I'm saying is it because of this or because of that. I'm saying is, well, that's my point. Israeli Arabs are not as loved as you guys claim they are. Maybe not you guys claim. I don't know if you claim this, but many of you guys claim, including Zadie probably, and that's my point. Okay. And also, just to know, Israeli Arabs.
In the comments.
That poll that I cited was
10 years
before
ago.
2007.
You're bringing up a poll from 10 years ago. It's a false claim. We still have Arabs serving in Knesset to this day. We have an Arab that literally went after and prosecuted a former prime minister, right? The points that you're bringing up. The audio needs to match the visual. When you bring up a poll from 10 years ago, I have not seen anything that indicates alignment with this poll or mistreatment of Arabs as a result of it. I haven't seen anything that backs up anything that you're saying. What you're simply trying to do is weaken and attack a good relationship that Jews living in Israel proper and Arabs living in Israel proper have with one another. There is overall, the majority of it is a very good and strong relationship. There is, unfortunately, occasionally tea attacks that happen from Israeli Arabs. It's not I wouldn't call it super common, but it does happen. I don't know what the point of going in a circle about this poll is. It's literally from 10 years ago. If you look at the facts, if you look at the audio, if you look at the video, nothing is linking up to what you were the claim you're trying.
By the way, Otter Pops are delicious.
I'm pretty sure that like the number.
I just like watching you.
I don't think the dating dismisses the poll though. Pretty sure the number of hate against Israeli Arabs has risen, especially after October 7th. So like I don't think it's outdated or something like that. I'm not look what I have been saying, and I don't think you understand it. I have been saying that my point is that that Israeli Jews do not. There is no good relationship with Israeli Arabs like you guys claim there is.
I mean, there's no good relationship. You're saying that every single
explicitly
no, sir. You're
or
making a false statement when you say that there is no good relationship. You're saying that there is zero good relationship. Again,
no, I'm saying no.
A lot of evidence to you. There are Arabs that serve on Knesset. You're missing the forest for the trees. You can't lump everybody into a group poll. They got voted in that position for a reason. They are allowed to serve in Knesset for a reason. There is no recourse or any negative things that have happened since this poll came out.
Yeah, that's not my point. Though. I'm not saying
making, and you're doing a poor job of backing up your claims.
You guys, you don't. I don't think you understand my claim. My claim is Israeli Jews. They do not love the Israeli Arabs as you guys claim there is. I'm not talking about how
there's no proof
well
there.
the government
There's nothing that validates the claim you're making.
Like
That's what I'm trying to explain.
Dude, that your poll is from 10 years ago. You're now just going in circles. If you have an updated poll for us that can back up what you're saying, that would be amazing. But pulling a poll from 10 years ago, the point is moot.
The point is that the polls are irrelevant. The poll doesn't matter.
Yes, you just gave us anecdotal information.
No, I just
this conversation. This conversation is getting boring. But someone asked who cooked your meals.
Really
I'd just like to point out, this is my chorizo. I got too lazy to heat up the tortillas, but I made this myself. I made the chorizo myself, so I cooked my meal. Thank you for asking.
So like you guys think that's boring? Okay, so like, look, another question for you guys. Like, do you think the word Palestinian in reference to Arabs was only like for used in 1964?
Yes.
What?
Do you think the
Palestinian
word
was only a
Palestinian
reference to Arabs after 1964
Yes.
because before that,
Okay,
the
so
Arabs of that land openly protested against the British government and petitioned to not be referred to as Palestinians because they view it as a Jewish Zionist identity. Because everything in Palestine, the British mandated Palestine, was Jewish. Like the Palestinian Post, Jewish. Palestinian Airlines, Jewish. The fucking Palestinian fucking soccer team, Jews. They didn't
Palestinian
want to
Arab
be called.
Party.
They didn't want to be called
Palestinian
Palestinians.
Palestinian Arab Party.
Are you
from the
gonna ever answer
1940s?
my question that I asked you originally?
No.
Wait, hold on. No, he brought up something good.
Listen.
Yeah, he brought up something good. He said Palestinian Arab Party. If Palestinian meant Arab, why did they have to differentiate themselves by stating Palestinian Arab?
Yeah, because they were also like in governmental terms, Jews were also referred to as Palestinians.
There you
But
go.
yeah, by the British mandate, that's just a fact.
Mhm.
And before that, I'm not sure. Look,
Yeah, but they called
your point
themselves
is
Arab
so
first.
like you guys are wrong because one simple answer. Why does it say that in why
Hang on.
do the look?
Shit.
Why
I
does
didn't-
it
Your
what?
Oh
claims
wait,
are like
shit.
you're
Hang
having to
on.
come up
I fucked up. Ryan's a crybaby. I don't want him up here. Go away, Ryan. Jordan is the goat. Can you calm the fuck down and stop spurging out in the comments? Fucking wait your turn. Stop spamming. Thank you.
Okay, so there was this thing called, I think we talked about this.
Sir,
last
no,
time.
hold on. I don't want
There
to
was this thing
continue to
called
go down
Palestine
rabbit
government.
holes of conversations. Hold on a second. I asked you a very specific question when I came up. You are doing the exact same thing that UN, the NGO that proposed it to the UN, was doing. I'm going to ask you again. Outside of we're Palestinians, Arab or not? Do you think any of these questions that you're asking? Do you believe that Palestinian men beat their wives because Israel is going through is occupying them? Do you believe that? I want to know.
No, I don't.
You don't believe that? Okay,
Besides,
if there's claim, you're
there's
jumping
backing, I will.
because
If there's
it's
no
a
backing, I'm not.
ridiculous claim,
There's no backing.
sir. Because it's a ridiculous claim. The link
Okay,
that you are trying
did I do
to
this claim?
make
Did I
right
do this
now,
claim?
the
I think you.
What was that?
I think you
you're
also.
trying
Thank you for
to
the
make
follow
are
on Twitch.
ridiculous.
Yeah, no. I think you also think Theodor Herzl and other early Zionists
Oh, that's a
who
bot.
saw Zionism as something colonial. They said it in the memoirs, something colonial. I also think that their claim that it was something
Oh my god,
colonial
I'm bored.
is nonsense.
Move on to the crazy person that was like this guy is literally.
I don't.
No. You're just gonna run, right?
We're just talking in circles at this point.
Yeah.
No, I was trying to go to the point of how Palestinians.
But no, we're still. I understand your point, and again, you're referencing something that's 10 years old that happened immediately after a war that just occurred, where it wasn't just outside Palestinians doing stuff. There's people within Israel that were still doing stuff to Jews as well. Where public sentiment amongst Jews was, "Oh shit, I have to worry about my neighbors." You're referencing something that's 10 years old. Again, directly after a war in which the targets were Jews, and trying to apply that to today.
Jews, I think Israeli Arabs also served in the IDF against in Gaza in 2014. I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's almost like that poll even says that even the Israeli Arabs didn't like what was going on.
Yeah,
well, that's because
but
they
all
were
of a sudden they
also
become
targeted
targets,
on October 7th.
All of a sudden, they become the ones that are hated.
The poll was from 2016, so October 7th hadn't happened yet. I get what you're saying, but the point is that this is a ridiculous claim. If that was really the sentiment amongst Israel, like I said, you wouldn't have Arabs serving in the Knesset and doing the things that they're able to do and have the luxuries they're able to afford with inside Israel proper. This conversation doesn't need to go beyond that because there's no basis for it to go beyond. People by their actions, not by
the poll's findings
that was conducted 10 years ago that has plenty of real evidence to support the opposite opinion of the poll.
All right.
Have a nice day.
So you deny the polls findings.
No one denied the.
I mean, he is. He's saying, "Oh, if the sentiment really was like that."
Okay, that's not what. That's not what.
That's
Okay,
what he said.
You can come back later. I'm just tired of this one. You can come back with a different topic. I'm fucking.
It's fucking boring.
The British government made the hypocritical proposal to give Uganda to Jews. Yeah? I sometimes wonder why anyone would have such an idea.
Sir, is your name Gandalf?
Not
Or do you live
anti-Semitism,
underneath an overpass?
where the British didn't want any Jews in Europe anymore.
Jordan, hello. Jordan, hello.
Anyway, when Israel started implementing its policy of granting any Jew in the world,
Jordan.
I think he's playing a
What?
video.
I think it's a recording.
Let's see if he knows to unmute himself.
MashaAllah.
This chorizo's fucking dope.
Salami bacon. Habibi, Jordan, are you there? I think you should just aloha snack bar him off the panel at this point. This isn't really
known as the Bayudaya, these are a small community in eastern Uganda.
Okay, cool. If you're gonna be up here, you gotta talk yourself.
Yeah, it's really weird.
That's based on his comments. I think he was talking about the dude that had to go through a bunch of hoops to get Israeli citizenship. Which sucks, but welcome to immigrating to a different country. I fucking love chorizo.
I just like hearing you say chorizo.
And chorizo loves you.
Mickey? Don't you dare.
So, Mickey, did you eat those potatoes?
I did.
DNA results in Israeli people are. I thought DNA was illegal in Israel. What? Hold on. How are they all from Poland if DNA tests are illegal? Which one is it?
You know, there's a DNA test that was conducted, by the way, that actually shows that Muhammad was Polish. And they actually found his last name. It was Warkowski, okay? And so, like, clearly a Polish last name. And they've also found out that Mecca is, in fact, not in Arabia. It's in Poland. It's in Warsaw.
I bet you love chorizo. Of course I love chorizo. Chorizo's fucking delicious. I love tamales and pupusas and pozole. When's your birthday, Anthony Scott? Why does that matter, Ari? Why does it matter when my birthday is?
I think she wants to know what your sign is.
Why?
I don't know.
Because you're a Cancer.
Oh my god. My favorite thing, my
my
favorite thing is I got this from a fucking Reddit post a couple years ago. It's talking to someone who believes in zodiac signs and they go, "Hey, what's your zodiac sign?" And then they go, "Oh, it's Virgo or whatever." And you go, "Oh, dope, hold on, let me read your horoscope." And you read them something for a completely different month and they go, "Oh my god, that's so me."
I'm going to try that.
Dude, I'm telling you, it works. It's great. Taurus energy.
She's just trying to get your sign so she can slowly gather information manipulatively to scam you.
No, it's a
What's the
scam.
last
Yes,
part
zodiac
that-
signs are a scam. What'd you say?
Huh?
What did you say?
Oh, I said specifically that she's going to need your last four of your social security and your mother's maiden name eventually to complete the horoscope.
Okay. Let's see if this guy actually wants to talk about this instead of playing a recording, because I think I know what he's talking about. Sometimes it's accurate. If you just randomly describe people very vaguely, you're going to get some accuracies. Budapest memo guarantees it. Bitch, it's a Budapest memorandum. Get it right if you're going to speak about it. Sorry, I didn't see what happened. I don't know what happened either. I don't even know what's going on here anymore.
I don't think he's connecting.
Connect. The freedom of Palestine depends on it.
Ow.
Did you tap the screen too hard and hurt yourself? Jordan, try reconnecting and please try talking yourself.
She's been tapping the screen with her broken.
I just burned myself by accident.
How? What the?
Why do you keep hurting yourself?
It's an accident.
Golda, are you okay? Do we need to call someone?
I'm fine. Do you know what a schlemazel is?
Something Jewish.
I actually don't, but now like I'm gonna use that word
Schlong?
at least today.
No, it's like klutz, but Yiddish.
What specifically makes you an expert in geopolitical issues? So to start with, 10 years in the Marine Corps, doing combat warship instruction, doctrine development, meaning like knowing the capabilities of our enemies, their assets, their doctrine, the political climate, what's going on in the geopolitical landscape in the regions they're operating in. A decade in geopolitical foreign affairs with advisory roles, specifically with the Middle East and Eastern Europe, which is what I specialize in. And I've also spent time in Ukraine on the front lines, training Ukrainian soldiers and working with foreign nationals and stuff. Budapest Memorandum guarantees nothing, says someone who I guarantee has not read the Budapest Memorandum. It quite literally allows us to help Ukraine and assist them in the event that they are invaded by Russia. Ironically, by the way, fun fact, the Budapest Memorandum also applies to Belarus. So let's say Belarus wasn't sucking Putin's dick and Russia like formally invaded Belarus, we'd have to help Belarus too. Put that in your profile, bro. It is. It's in.
The more you know.
The profile is very limited on what you can type in the bio, but it's also in one of my pinned videos talking about my background. I think you could wait. Making a new garlic oil for my husband. I think you can smell it through the Bluetooth. What the fuck? Don't look up what Israel did between 1981 and 1983 during the Iran-Iraq War. Okay, what do you think they did, Ethan? Fucking Twitch. I'll invade Belarus. When are we going? Yo, Phil. Tomorrow? Let's go. I'll grab the gear. I got the ammo. I think we could take Belarus. I mean, it's just a bunch of Chechens. What? Or no? There's a bunch of Chechens living there now. Sorry. It's the Chechens are the ones basically helping control the Belarusian people that don't agree with what Lukashenko's doing. So, I mean, once we get rid of the Chechens, I mean, we should be fine if that, like, Lukashenko ain't going to put up a fight. I have to be home by 11. But yeah, I can swing that. Dope. Thoughts on Chechen becoming independent? Yeah, that was a fucking dream years ago. Not so much anymore. Sam is Kadyrov. Don't believe Jordan, are you going to come back? Are you still here? Where'd you go, Jordan? I don't see you in the guest list. Mickey, do you want to help go invade Belarus?
As long as it's not winter.
All right. Midisa, you in?
I'm down.
My Twitch bot says we just got to be back by 11. I think he's got to. I think he's got to put the horses away. Allahu Akbar.
Let's not bar.
Put it right in the comments. You're afraid to debate me, Sam.
I love when people who have never been on my stream before ever say, "Hey, you're afraid of me. Why are you so scared?" It's like, I don't even know you exist. We have those hot hand things. Winter's no problem. True, Phil. True. Hey, Mickey. The Marine and Twitch chat's right. We do have hot hands packs. Like, we do have the little things for your hands. Don't be a bitch.
I don't do winter. I'll do deserts all day, every day.
Why not winter?
I don't do winter. Dude, I don't do winter and I don't do jungles.
We can make snowmen.
No.
Coward.
No.
What the fuck was that?
Dude,
what the fuck did the cat just do?
Dude, I will take dust and camel spiders and camels and wadis and shamogs and sun and rocks.
Hey, Mickey,
ever
he's got a point, though. We're not active duty anymore. We can indeed put our hands in our pockets now.
Are you saying you won't help defend Taiwan, so you support China?
Yeah, he says
I am 100% for other people going to Taiwan while I go to other places and
Hey,
screw shit up in the
Phil,
Middle
for
East.
reference, this is a soft dude who's on a sock A team, but he's afraid of winter.
Yep. SOT A, yeah, SOTA.
Sot. I always say sock.
No, dude, and once we're on special ops teams, of course we put our hands in our pockets. Like we didn't care about any of that nonsense. But still. But at least in Afghanistan during the winter it was like dry cold, you know what I mean? It wasn't like nasty, like wet cold and disgusting. I want to ride horses into battle. You know what? I'll go wherever I can ride horses into battle. How about that?
There's plenty of horses there. Let's go.
Okay, let's do it.
Also, it's fucking July. Why are you worried about
Okay.
winter? It's July. We just gotta be back by 11.
That's what the Germans said.
That's what the Germans said. We're back by 11.
So, are we golfing
Germans,
back to war or
Napoleon.
what? Why are you mad? No, we're planning. Missed that. Just got reminded an oil change needs done. Be right back. Why the fuck came in, talk about invading Belarus, left to go do an oil change on a car? What the fuck? Why are you mad? We're gonna me, Mickey, one of my mods on Twitch, and Mideast, we're gonna go invade Belarus.
For a few hours. They have to be back in a day.
No Zio ever answers this question. What question? Oh, I don't. Why are you mad? It's just I don't. For the fuck of it, who knows? Because
Dude, I literally
Lukashenko's a dumbass. That's why.
I literally think I have enough ammunition to support a small war.
How small?
I don't know. Like I think we probably take on a small country.
Like a coup in Burkina Faso?
Yeah.
That's good. Heck yeah.
Hang on. By the way, this is really funny. This is part of why I laugh at Lukashenko. Lukashenko is the president of Belarus, and he did an interview with it's with Euro News. I just want you guys to read the subtitles.
У вас там красивые формы, а что у вас на погонах?
Герб.
Герб, да?
Я подполковник по званию, я же не могу себе генералиссимуса звезду повесить или генеральскую. Путин полковник, обещал мне полковника присвоить. До сих пор не присвоил.
Но полковника кого он может присвоить Путин?
Российской армии.
Ну как вы себе представляете, что президент независимой Беларуси является полковником российской армии?
Ну и что? Это же моя проблема, а не ваша.
Подождите.
He says that he wears a rank on his shoulder because Putin promised to make him a colonel in the Russian army if he gives Belarus over to Russia.
He's so simp. Dude,
And he's dead serious. He's dead serious. Yeah, the European guys just laughed at him.
Но вы же в российской армии-то и не служили. Вы же служили в советской армии.
Советская. Она была и российская, и белорусская.
Конечно.
Присвой мне звание полковника советской армии.
Но советская тоже не может, потому что тогда будут говорить, вот мы говорили, что Путин хочет восстановить Советский Союз.
Ну хорошо.
Вот.
Ну что, пусть хочет, и что?
And I like this one too. It says it's not really possible to because he says you served in the Soviet army, not the Russian army, which he did. Lukashenko was in the Soviet military, and he goes, it's not really to give you. It's not really possible to give you the rank, Soviet rank, because then people are going to say, "We told you, Putin wants to revive the Soviet Union," which he has said before. To which Lukashenko Lukashenko responds with, "Good, let him do it. So what?"
Ну и что? Yeah, so what?
Oh God. Also, Lukashenko, by the way, is the same. Hold on, I gotta find this. Lukashenko shows invasion plans on live TV. Where is it? So shortly after the invasion began, Lukashenko held a public press conference with his generals and was literally showing the invasion plan on international television.
Russia's invasion plan?
Yes.
What if it was on purpose and Lukashenko was a NATO spy?
Belarus president stands in front of a map indicating Moldova invasion plans as well. Oh, this is a separate one. Yeah, the invasion plans included invading Moldova. It's like, what? What are you doing, dude?
Do you see that comment?
I cannot wait for Ukraine to be absorbed into the real successor to the Kievan Rus. Well, the Ukrainians are separate from the Kievan Rus. What?
Check Telegram.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You're stupidity.
What in the fuck? Hey, I'm gonna need to buy some off you. What state are you in?
Missouri.
I might need to stop through on my way to Virginia.
You should.
I need things. I need lots of things.
That's like one other room. Like I sent you the other room and you only saw part of that one.
Yeah, but I need lots of things. Meow. The U.S. had the dream team. Israel has the losing team. Yes, because the fucking benchwarmers of Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas. Yeah, they're such a great winning team. Israel is done. Palestine is free? Oh my god, guys, they did it. Guys, they did it. The man in the chat said Palestine's free. Holy shit. Palestine's free, everyone. Palestine's free.
Amazing.
Palestine is free. They have done it. I'm so proud of them. Okay. As much as I love the cat beat up here, Joe, I'm going to try and thin it out so I don't get too many friendlies again.
Okay.
Bye, kitty. Can you scratch him for us?
Bye, Joe.
Is his name Joe?
No, it's Natasha.
Oh, it's her. Oh. Bye, Natasha. Palestine is free from the J Israel. What? Oh my god. Texas comes before Israel. Debate a wall. What? What the fuck does what's going on with the floods here in Texas have to do with Israel? Breaking new UFO just landed in Los Angeles. Los Angeles. All right.
Hello.
Hi, Auntie.
How are you doing? You okay?
Hey, Auntie.
Just losing brain
Hello.
cells.
Good afternoon. Good evening. I seem to have walked in and seen a bunch of people writing stupid comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing changes, does it?
Nope. I've discovered the day shift crew is objectively more retarded than night shift crew.
Yeah, generally speaking, that's because the day shift crew don't go to work and they stay at home watching shit television and eating Pop Tarts.
I'm starting to think Nursey might just be a bot.
Anthony.
What? Ooh,
what do you think
I want to go
about
see that in
the,
person. Wait, did you see about the story about the person that put a sticky note?
Look who it's signed by them. It's signed by the pilots.
Wait, is that an actual piece of the plane?
But it's from the actual plane, not the actual plane that was used, but by a real.
So it's from a B-29, just not the actual Enola Gay, and it's signed by the pilots of the Enola Gay.
Mm-hmm.
You better stay.
That's gonna be worth some money.
You better stay strapped, brother. I'm coming for that. I'm not saying when. I'm not saying how, but I will acquire that.
That's pretty freaking sweet.
Did you see the post about someone who had put a sticky note on the Enola Gay, and it was just a picture of a rice cooker?
I did see that.
Yep. So, Anthony, what do you think of the plans that Russia's talking about that they're going to be regularly attacking Ukraine every night with 1,000+ drones?
Oh my God, that's new.
Uh-huh. I
So
know,
so
right?
business as usual.
Yep.
So remind me again, and I know it's because the country is big, but if the United States is buying Iron Dome technology for this Golden Dome, whatever, wouldn't Ukraine be able to use that in some capacity to help shoot down drones, at least in some of the borders?
That would be really expensive to do.
Yeah, the problem is
There's
like,
people that would
So,
do that.
let's see. Hang on. Let's see. What does it
so
cost
the,
to make a Patriot Pack 3 missile?
you'd need to have high altitude packages as well involved there as well.
So the Pack 3 missile costs $4.2 million just for one missile.
Well,
I'm
ideally,
gonna
you
put this
just
into
need well, it
perspective
needs
on
to have.
hang on, I gotta put this into perspective real quick on why that sucks. How much does it cost Russia to make a Shahed drone? Okay, so cost Russia $20,000 to $30,000 to make a drone. Costs $4.2 million per missile.
Yeah,
This
so
drone
it's
was shot down for $4.2 million.
yeah, it's unsustainable at the financially for them to have that system. Like, to be honest with you, the Golden Dome is completely
It's a fever dream.
it's bullshit. It's a bit like
We might as well just do Star Wars.
I know, but then we careful. We can't mess and talk about space lasers because we attract the wrong crowd when we
Is
do that.
Sadie on two accounts on separate phones because he's talking on a live? Yeah, Mickey does it.
But then you know, the best thing, the best defense against all of those drones is literally to put a no-fly zone over the Ukraine. And I think that, and we just need to fucking do it, and call Putin's bluff. It's the only way we're gonna fucking stop this shit. Now, European nations could do it. We wouldn't necessarily need the United States, although it'd be handy to have US air defenses ready and waiting on your bases in Europe. You know, part of the whole mutual defense side of it, just to be on the safe side, as a little bit of a backup. But Europe could do it with our airframes. We don't necessarily need the US to do it. But what we would need is for the US to not fucking stand in our way in order for us to do it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think your current administration is going to be one that wants to play nice with others. Although he is getting perilously close to actually, I don't know, maybe at least publicly abandoning Putin, which would be a good thing.
We'll see. I have no faith.
Apparently, they caught some more pro-Pallies trying to break into an RAF base again.
Yeah, that was a week or so ago. They foiled the plan.
No. It happened. Apparently, it's happened again. They tried to do it.
Shocker.
Because apparently, the 12-day war between Israel and Iran caused so much collateral damage for the IDF that they need to get in tanks and planes from other countries.
Yeah, they're supposedly attacking runways that are helping support Israel. It's like, but these runways are being used to train Ukrainians. The galactic ship is incoming. What the fuck are you talking about, Julius? Mideast? Do you have those things that I messaged you about? Do you have the Mideast?
Where Where is everybody? Have you had anybody coming up for debates?
Yeah, it's even worse than normal.
Yeah, Mikatoma's been doing the rounds again.
Oh, he pissed off a bunch of liberal creators who clowned on his ass, and now he's just obsessed with them.
Yeah, he's on pop it whenever I'm in a live and he sees me. He's like, Auntie's just gonna crash out. Like, I never crash out.
That's not true.
I get it. I get it. No, there's a difference between getting pissed off at people and crashing out.
Yeah, when you start getting emotional and yelling, like you've crashed out on my live.
Yeah, but not like crashed out.
The Chinese government didn't run over protesters. Ooh.
You mean do you mean TS-89?
The Supreme Court won't let Florida enforce the new immigration law. What? Oh, their new immigration law or federal immigration law? I'm confused.
How can a state have independent immigration law?
Putin's not going to invade Azerbaijan. Why he got a dragon instead of a sheep? What? What? The one for that new camp? Wait, what? What do you mean the one for the new camp? What new immigration law are they not allowed to enforce? I'm confused.
Oh, it's the alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah, but what new law about it? It's just a detention center.
And it's I have a dragon because dragons are cool as fuck. They're also my national symbol. You fucking moron.
Why won't Israel accept Abu Udaya citizenship? Well, are you talking about the random fucking community where a random statesperson said that, hey, I'm Jewish now, and performed his own conversions, and then
No,
what?
I just looked it up. I told this kid to look it up. They granted him citizenship. They granted them citizenship. There's a question about their conversion process, okay? That was all worked out by the Supreme Court in 2024.
No. So it was the Abba Yedaya. That's a community. The problem is that people from that community are trying to go to Israel. Specifically, one dude. The problem with that community is Israel doesn't recognize the conversions there, because they literally had a random dude stand up one day and go, "You know what? I'm Jewish," and start doing his own conversions and saying he was practicing Judaism, and now therefore his entire community is Jewish. That's not how that works.
He did go through the conversion process a few times, and he's been granted in 2024.
Yeah, you're referring to. Let me see if I can look up his name. I don't remember his name.
Like, people throw out stuff, but they don't Google.
His name is.
Well, if you're gonna do it, at least do it right.
Yosef Kibita. He seems happy to me. He's standing there smiling with his Israeli passport.
Yep.
Israeli authorities had previously rejected immigration applications from the Abu Udaya community, a group of about 2,000 Ugandans who began practicing Judaism a century ago after Ugandan statesman Simai Kakungulu declared himself Jewish and began adopting Jewish practices. What? He first underwent conversion, which began from a conversation for Abu Udaya. Yeah, most of his conversions were done in Uganda under someone who's not a fucking rabbi. He was first converted as a child. That's not how that works. He underwent a second conversion in 2008 before any Jewish movement formally recognized. Then the Supreme Court asked him to undergo another conversion. So basically, the Supreme Court of Israel said, hey, you have to go through a proper conversion process. And he was like, all right, bet. And then went back to Uganda with not actual Jews and did his own conversion there. And Israel was like, that's not what we told you to do.
Okay, the point is that Israel is allowed to determine their own immigration policy as a sovereign country, and this man has every opportunity to immigrate as a non-Jew if he wanted to, but he wanted to immigrate as a Jew. So there is a process, again, determined by Israel because they are a sovereign country.
So where's the Nick? So where are the? Where's the knuckle draggers?
I haven't been up here for a
Or have
while.
I come up too late?
A little bit late.
God damn it! I was hoping for some knuckle draggers. I really want to get deal with
I've
some
got too
knuckle
many
draggers.
friendlies up here anyway, so don't come up when there's that many. Mickey, are you hanging around? What are you doing?
I'm here, good sir.
Why?
Because I'm me.
What have I told you about the voice?
Why do you have a fuckable voice?
I like the way he put that.
Mickey, why are you on another live?
Because Palliative asked me to come over for a second, but I'm not there anymore.
Denied for another job position because I don't have an associate's degree. All right.
Apparently, there was a supposed U.S. veteran trying to justify his anti-Semitism with his experience in Iraq. So I took care of it.
What?
Or tried to. What?
Who was it?
I don't know. Some d-bag that was like
What was the
that was trying to. His whole point was that Netanyahu or Ariel Sharon or someone like tricked us into.
What was his username?
I don't even remember. That's how stupid the conversation was. Like I can see it right away because they'll start going off about like, well, the Israelis tricked us into invading Iraq.
WMDs and blah 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 blah.
What the fuck does Iraq have to do with the Jewish people? Or the Israelis, more specifically?
There is anti-Semitic tropes that the Israeli government or Netanyahu or someone misled us into getting into wars with Iraq and stuff like that, which is
that's bullshit.
Yeah, it's kind of silly.
It's the classic propaganda saying that we didn't find WMDs or anything.
Like it's like any for future reference, any moron that comes up with that shit, I ask you to look at the Commons inquiry into the Iraq War, where literally it's through the entirety of the Hansards. There's literally thousands of pages on this because we were within half an inch, or 12.5 millimeters of literally prosecuting Tony Blair for that shit, who was our seated who at the time of the Iraq War was the seated prime minister.
And Ethan, can you please tell me what classifications of weapons fall under weapons of mass destruction, Ethan? Please tell me what counts as a weapon of mass destruction.
Seriously though, it's true though. It's like we were going to put we got very close to putting,
Ethan, don't run away. Answer the question. What is classified as a WMD? Nukes are one. Yep, nukes are part of WMDs. What else? Surprise, shocker, there's more than just nukes. Ballistic missiles are not WMDs. Ballistic missiles are literally just missiles. Ballistic missiles doesn't mean nuclear warheads. It's just a type of missile. Yes, hey, Jason, Ethan. Chemical weapons. Thank you for helping Ethan. Chemical weapons fall under WMD classification. Guess what we found a buttload of in Iraq that were actively used against our service members?
Not just that, but we knew.
Care to take a guess? Anyone?
We knew what they were using against their own civilians before.
They were using nerve gas, nerve agents.
Anyone care to take a guess what was used against U.S. service members in Iraq in 2003? Anyone care to take a guess in chat?
Ooh, was it chemical weapons?
Mickey, stop with the voice. I've respectfully asked you multiple times to stop. If I move over there, I will ban you from my house if you do that.
Why would I
I do it at your house?
White
Where are you
phosphorus?
moving?
No.
Mickey's gonna come over just to do that.
Where are you moving to, Sam?
Possibly
I mean,
Virginia.
Anthony? Oh, Virginia's cool.
I'll be like a little bit outside the capital.
Wait, you're actually moving?
If I get the job. And I'm gonna do a video throwing Texas Instruments under the fucking bus.
You're getting perilously close to becoming a bona fide East Coaster.
No, come to Florida. We like. Yeah, but I need a fucking good job there that pays me fucking decent.
Yeah, Ethan didn't actually answer the question.
No, chat answered for him.
Yep, because Ethan's a loser. I still think it's fucking vile that they're trying to paint Israel as the reason behind it. It's fucking gross.
How much longer do you think the Ukraine war will go on for? Long time. How do you think it will end? Depends. I'll say this though: Russia ain't coming out looking the same as they did before they went in. What is paid decent? I was making 95 grand a year at my job here in Texas.
Of course, I did hear you've lost your position, haven't you? I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you, President Trump, for strengthening American manufacturing.
Yep. So much for bringing work back to America.
Yeah. They also lied about the flower being drugged. It was obviously planted. Yeah, obviously. Like, if they're gonna put drugs in the flour that they give to the Palestinians, why on earth would they leave whole uncrushed pills? That makes no fucking sense. I love how Ethan immediately pivots to something else. And now we're talking about Reagan and Iran.
Ethan, get your
Yes, I know what the
box.
Muslim Brotherhood is.
Ethan, either you get in the box or shut up.
They do genocide in Africa, but I assume they'll probably find an excuse for that too. Yeah, no one talks about what's going on in like Sudan and shit.
Nope, or the DRC. Nobody wants to talk about that because it just paints both Russia and China in bad light. Mainly Russia, to be fair. Oh, plus it also paints Saudi Arabia in a bad light because they are significantly responsible for supporting through not governmental but certainly the government of Saudi Arabia turns a blind eye to unofficial support of groups like Boko Haram. Saudi Arabia is just as bad as Iran. The only difference is Saudi Arabia is the linchpin behind the petrodollar. And that's why they get away with shit. By rights, Saudi and Afghanistan should have been turned into a car park after 9/11, but Saudi got left alone because of the petrodollar. It's fucking gross. And also northern Pakistan, that definitely should have been turned into a car park. But it pisses me right off the fact that a lot of these other conflicts are going on. They're being supported by people that the Saudi government know full well who is aiding and abetting the financing and the shipments because they're part of Saudi upper society, and yet they do fuck all to stop them because it helps spread radical Islam, which is exactly what they want. Because it helps spread Islam as an entirety.
Why are we letting?
And yet we let them get away with it, because hey, it's making money for certain Western countries.
Why do you?
Fucking disgusting.
Why are you letting someone who blew a 13-0 colony lead talk? Auntie's not British. What is the biggest challenge for the IDF on the ground, and do you think the precision airstrikes are the right way to go? I think one of the biggest challenges on the ground is one, tunnels are fucking miserable to fight, and CQB is already one of the most casualty intensive things you'll ever do in warfare. So that's that. Now add the verticality factor and add the multitude of fucking tunnel network systems with a whole new different angles that people have never dealt with before to this extent. That's fucking miserable. And a lot of times that I've spoken to guys who've operated within Gaza is they get denied air support because there's so many civilians in certain areas. They get denied air support because of that factor. Okay.
Yep.
Auntie Gold, I'm gonna drop you guys down for now just because I've only got one person
that's
request.
fine. Thanks for letting me up anyway.
All right, thank you, Auntie. Golda, stop hurting yourself.
Wait,
Love you, Golda.
why are you dropping me?
I just said I'm thinning out the panel because every time I had more and more friends, I get one more and more. Hey, let me up. Hey, let me up. Hey, let me up. And then I get a whole panel of fucking friends, and nobody fucking comes up.
They don't see me as a threat, Golda. That's why he's keeping me. The profile picture triggers them.
Actually, I'm gonna bounce for a little bit, guys. So.
All right. Thanks, Vicky. I was just gonna ask if I could drop you too. See ya.
Yeah, guys. I'll see y'all.
I'm not letting him finish that sentence.
Hi, what's up?
Hello, Franco. What's up? What's on your mind?
Yeah, nothing. What about you?
Just losing brain cells.
Yeah, you're a geopolitician and you're a military expert.
Yeah.
And are those two flags what you're in support of?
Yeah.
Thank you, Captain Obvious. That's a good
I
observation.
mean, I also have my Ukrainian flag signed by all the soldiers that I trained.
Oh, you have also Ukrainian flags in your house. Okay, and you're like an expert, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It literally says, like, right there, like, talk to a geopolitical military expert. It specializes in Middle East and Eastern European and U.S. military, U.S. foreign policy and military doctrine. It's pretty obvious, like, right in front of you.
Yeah, you're right. You can be in support of Ukraine or Israel. That doesn't mean that you're right about that.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So, but what makes you like say that you're an expert? Like, just I want to understand that.
So I have a decade of experience as a United States Marine, where I did combat marksmanship instruction, doctrine development. Part of doctrine development is knowing the capabilities of our enemies, their equipment, the geopolitical landscape of their own country, the regions they're operating in, strategic goals, and all that stuff. Also, I've got over a decade in advisory roles in geopolitical and foreign affairs in general, specializing in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. And I also spent time training foreign troops both inside the Marine Corps and outside the Marine Corps. Specifically outside the Marine Corps, I was also in Ukraine on the front lines, voluntarily training Ukrainian soldiers. Like I've done advisory roles, I've done all this stuff. Am I an IDF soldier?
Are you an IDF soldier?
Oh.
Yeah.
And to your next question, nope, I'm not Jewish. And to the next question, nope, I'm not Israeli.
But he is paid by AIPAC and Mossad.
Well, that could be true. That could be true, you know.
Definitely. I would be very weary of the conversation with him.
No, I don't care. I'm Russian, so they cannot come to us.
Here's what I'm saying is, why don't you get to the point and what
You got a lot of wind background, by the way. I don't know if you can maybe cover the phone from the wind, but you got a lot of wind going on right now.
Yeah, but like, do you think what do you think about the war in Ukraine, for example? Because if you're in support of Ukraine, that's totally fine. But if you think that Ukraine is in the right, you're just dumb.
So Ukraine is not on the right, even though the sovereignty of their borders was violated illegally by an outside nation that they asked to leave them the fuck alone, that is now invading and illegally annexing territory that doesn't belong to them from another sovereign nation.
Yeah, right. But I think that you should know, and that you know that Russia was the whole time provocated by the West and NATO. We can see the NATO.
Please tell me NATO expansion. Good. Hey, are you gonna do the whole argument that there's a document that says that NATO can't expand with like Gorbachev or something?
Well, no, I'm just gonna say that you have I think it was the Minsk agreement that has in the second part where it says that Ukraine will hang out all the military equipment and give it to America or Russia.
What does that have to do with NATO?
But America will provide alliance, and then in the second part of the agreement, it clearly states that Ukraine will never in the future put Russia in a strategic military position that's going to be bad for them. For example, joining European Union or NATO.
Cool. Yeah, it doesn't mention anything about the European Union or NATO. I've got the text pulled up in English right now in front of me.
It doesn't mention those two
Oh,
things.
so if it doesn't
I
mention
said
it, then it doesn't fucking apply. Russia can go pound sand.
No,
Because
I
hang on,
said
in
no, I
hang on,
said
in 1997, the Russian Federation signed this document, the Founding Act on Mutual Relations, Cooperation, and Security between the North Atlantic Treaty Organization (NATO) and the Russian Federation. If we go to the bottom, we can see here it's signed by fucking King of the Drunks, Boris Yeltsin. And if we go just to even the first page of text, we don't even have to go that far. Just let's go to the first page of text.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I said something else.
Well, I'm eliminating that right now by saying Russia agreed to NATO expansion. Russia quite literally agreed to it multiple times in this document. So the argument of, well, joining NATO would put them at a political disadvantage, therefore they're not allowed to do that, or would put them in a strategic.
I never said that argument. You're pivoting.
You said that would put them at a disadvantage. It would be dangerous to Russia's security by joining NATO or the European Union.
No, I didn't say that. I said that they signed after in the second part of that agreement that they will never in the future sign an alliance that's gonna put Russia in an inferior strategic position.
You mean inferior to invade? You mean inferior to invade their neighbor? Let's see.
No, whatever.
Let's read the Minsk. Let's read the Minsk agreement. Let's read Minsk 2 right now. Where are you referring to in?
You have also to read Minsk 1.
Hang on. Let's. You said specifically Minsk 2 though. Where in Minsk 2 am I looking? Where am I looking?
I think it's maybe Minsk 1 or Minsk 2,
nope,
or is the other one?
You said Minsk 2.
Just a second. It's one of those two, or is the agreement where America said that they will keep military support for Ukraine if they give their weapons up?
That would be the Budapest Memorandum. That also does not mention joining NATO or the EU.
Avete idete procedat, ah? Idem vaš na teren.
Rewording it to change the verbiage and still being wrong doesn't make you right.
I think he's onto something.
Yeah, sorry, what happened?
Yeah,
Did you
so
find
you're referring to the Budapest Memorandum, and it doesn't say anything about NATO or the European Union.
Well, no, what he was saying is that they couldn't sign any agreement that would put or join any agreements that would put Russia at a strategic disadvantage. I don't think he ever said that anything in regard to NATO or the.
You know, he said that joining NATO or the European Union would do that, but what he's claiming isn't even in these documents. Like, even if it didn't say explicitly NATO or the European Union, it doesn't say what he's claiming it says.
Franco, can you point out to us where in these agreements it says that? Franco, you're on mute, buddy.
He's talking to someone right now, I think.
Sir, if you could step outside of the bread line and just maybe engage in the conversation that you came up to have so desperately, that would be great. Set down the borscht. Get out of the bread line. Open your mic. Have the conversation that you came up to have. Franco.
Ajmo igrat, Ajmo govori, ajmo igrat.
Sir, you are on a panel.
Okay, Franco, you can come back later when you want to actually talk. What do you think of the Balfour Treaty? Which I'm not even reading the rest of that sentence. The fact that you called it Balfour Treaty. God, you people are fucking.
I don't think black Jews deserve citizenship.
What the fuck are you talking about, Ethan?
Good Lord. You should watch the Red Sea Hotel.
Wait. Is Abba Yedaya a new talking point today? Because this is like the 10th person to spam this in chat.
I think so.
What do you want now, Ryan?
Hello?
No, never mind. I don't care.
It's Red Sea Diving Resort, right?
Hank, why are you giving me fucking Bible quotes? I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, go watch the movie Red Sea Diving Resort. Just go watch it.
Do you Israelis' attacks on Palestinians? Do you, I think you meant do you think? Do you think Israelis' attacks on Palestine are justified despite the large civilian death toll? It's actually not that large of a civilian death toll. It's the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare. Man's probably going to say Japan was conquered by Jews now. Fucking probably. Don't forget what the Jews did to Jesus. Oh, fucking God. Yes, the famous Jew, Pontius Pilate. The famous Jew, Pontius Pilate, and his order to crucify Jesus.
How News Russia and EU. Okay. Thank you, Bunny.
Wait, did you see the new Russian missile Google Bad Dragon 2C? I'm afraid to Google that. Directed by elite Jews. Wait, oh. So it went from the Jews did it to Jesus to I pointed out that it was Pontius Pilate. He goes, well, the Jews told him what to do. The Jews who were subjugated by the Romans told the Romans what to do?
Absolutely out of their minds. By the way, I checked. I have both, Ryan.
You do have both?
I do.
How did you get those?
By, like, doing stuff.
Can you explain the justification for West Bank settlements, both the illegal and the legal ones? Well, anything within Area C is entirely legal, and there is no justification needed for that other than Oslo 2. The Palestinian Authority agreed to it. If you want to talk about the illegal ones where they kind of just go into areas A and B and they put up their little fucking shanty shacks, those dudes are morons. Get fucked. The IDF's going to come in and bulldoze your little shanty shack and arrest you and put you in Israeli prison because it's illegal is illegal according to Israeli law for you to go into areas A and B and build a little fucking shanty shack and claim that it's your land. Get fucked. Did you see the new protocol released by Putin? It's called Rule. Obot, stop it. Stop it. Like 3/4 of the world is on Palestine's side by just being fed the media. I wouldn't even say it's that many, honestly. Just start looking at like the protests and like how few people are showing up anymore. I mean, why does Israel want those settlements? Because the people want to live in their fucking homes in the areas that previously belonged to them prior to Jordan annexing them in 48.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Oh, good.
Dude, I swear to God, the day crew is more retarded than the night crew.
Oh yeah. You know what's really crazy though? These same people that make the Jews unalive Jesus argument are the same people that tell me the Jews are from Poland. I always want to ask them, where did the crucifixion happen?
Wait, hey, how did they? What? I'm not seeing anything about a Russian ballistic missile named Bad Dragon.
No, you got to. It's Rule 34. Putin, Bad Dragon.
Fuck off.
Sam's also extremely jealous infantry of my M855 and my M955.
It's 995 and M855A1 that I want. Ryan, why do you keep coming up here? Oh, I didn't even do that one. I can't believe
He's got it. Try Bad Dragon toy.
Oh God, nope, stop. I should call them toys. I can't believe you're justifying the unaliving of unarmed civilians. At what point did I say that unaliving civilians was a good thing?
At this point, with the amount of like ways, never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. Optically, it would be a bad thing for me to say.
I'm Jewish. The land was Hank. You're just spouting anti-Semitic bullshit, and now you're gonna claim to be Jew in the chat. All right. What are your general thoughts on the Israel-Palestine conflict? We have a nation of Jews where they have Arab Muslims who live there and Arabs and Christians. And again, by the way, only place in the entire Middle East where the Christian population is rising, coincidentally, is in Israel, where they have Western ideals and Western values like freedom of speech, women's rights, basic shit like that. The right to be fucking gay without, being thrown off of a roof. And I have neighbors who, since their inception and since even before that, have just kind of wanted to unalive Jews. And they've pretty much normalized relations with almost all of them, except for one group, the Palestinians, who openly state with their militia groups and their elected governing bodies that they want to wipe out the Jews. And yet, despite the fact that 6 separate times Israel has responded with, hey, let's try peace, let's try this out, please stop attacking Jews. Please stop waking up in the morning and wanting to attack Jews. Every single time they've said no. And then they started a war on October 7th. Now they're suffering the repercussions of their actions and crying about it. You don't get to start a war, walk up and punch someone in the face, and then cry victim when they beat the living shit out of you.
Can we just bring Hank up on the panel? Let's mute Hank in the comments until he's willing to come up and have a conversation. Like, we're not going to address every comment.
Oh, he's a 1 follower, 0 following count. I guarantee you he's just going to say some shit when he comes up here. If he comes up. Yeah, he's not allowed to talk in the chat anymore. Ukraine and Israel fighting the same enemy. Exactly, Oba.
You see what we put up with during the day now, Sam?
Dude, we haven't had a Russian dude who's coming up and talking about how I was wrong for thinking Ukraine was in the wrong or in the right, and then quoted me or quoted something that didn't exist, and then cited 3 documents that he didn't know what was in them, and then started talking to people in his background and muted his mic and just never came back.
I had a guy on a live earlier this morning quoting verses from the New Testament that don't exist.
I love when they quote verses from the Talmud that don't exist.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if there's really verses in the Talmud. It's more of just discussion. But
it's numbered.
Yeah, I guess. I would just say I have an idea for you for the panel. When you have a guest that comes up and spouts off bullshit and you can't get anywhere in the conversation, you decide to drop them, you should put on the top of the screen, you must pay the jizya if you would like to come back up after being dropped, and have it be like a teddy bear or something. That way we can get more money for plate carriers and stuff for Ukrainians.
Bonus news, by the way. The boys got their own outside fundraising for those plate carriers. So I have now offered the funds to a group that is making drones. So we will directly be contributing to orcs becoming sunflowers.
I love that.
What in the fuck is that first box you sent me? Okay, so I see M855 in the corner. That's green tip. I see this box, 450 rounds, 556 by 45, 55 grain FMJ. What do the rounds look like, though?
They're green tips.
Okay, so that's an M855. What I'm looking for is M855A1 and M995. Those are brown tip and black tip. Those are arbor piercing.
We have the A1s.
What a surprise is IO asking for money. I'm not the one receiving the money. What? Also, the irony when all I see on Palestinian streams is people throwing coins because we got to donate this to Gaza, and then they don't give it to the Gazans.
I'm telling you, it's some of these people's hypocrisy knows no bounds. It's drives me insane. I've had the wildest conversations, especially since I've started moving towards being on more during the day than at night. Like I thought my shit at night was wild. During the day, I'm sitting here like, what?
you know they're buying them a bag of flour. You know the bags of flour that are supposed to be free because they're given to them as aid for free? That's weird. Also, how are they buying it? Like, let's say in theory, you transfer money to a Palestinian in Gaza on TikTok, and they withdraw that money. Thought the banks weren't working. So what are they withdrawing it to? Where are they withdrawing it? Is it in cash? Is it they have ATMs, but I keep getting told they don't. I keep getting told they have nothing.
Absolutely freaking wild. Hold on one second. I just want to show them what a Zionist
Do you know who Yasser
looks like.
Arafat is? Yeah.
When it comes to donations, specifically for a good cause that doesn't have anything to do with Zionism per se, but like it looks kind of like that. It looks like
what the fuck? Oh shit! Thank you. What the fuck is that? There's planes. Why are they French? Those are French planes.
It looks like that is me begging for donations.
Let's go.
Specifically for a cause that has nothing to do with my own.
That is
Oh,
going to go
hey.
directly to exploding orcs. Oh, but what's that? Oh, the money? Oh, I've
I think
seen
I
this
already
video.
showed this. I think I already showed this.
Yeah,
So
I've
this
seen
is Israeli shekels that they use because we provide ATMs to them, and when they send their cryptocurrency through whatever or their PayPal, what they do is they go through the ATMs to the ATM, sorry, that we provide them. They get the money, they pay like a couple dollar fee. And I mean, they give money out. That's the funny thing. I have friends in
But
Gaza,
remember,
and
we
this was
keep
just
getting
a
told
bit.
they don't have that. They don't have anything, is what we get told. Oh shit!
They don't
Thank
have
you, Gemini's.
anything. No.
Yeah, they don't have
Except
anything
money and ATMs.
except money. But again, my thing is, why do they need to do that? Everything's supposed to be free.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, they still have shops. Like, they're still selling clothing. And I'm wondering, like, how is that not all bought up already? Or are they making new clothes? Like, where is this coming from? Who's importing clothes, abayas, burqas, hijabs in Gaza?
Did you see the videos of the guys that had their own fucking print factory?
I haven't seen that yet. That's what I was also wondering. Like, during the hostage exchange, how are they making these, like...
There was a group that was openly making fake car magnets for the World Central Kitchen and posted it on TikTok.
Oh, I remember that story, yeah.
Yeah, they filmed it and posted it and then went, look, World Central Kitchen vehicles so we can hide. And it was like, that's a war crime. That's a war crime right there. And then you see, like you brought up the hostage exchanges. Where are they getting these giant posters, these giant banners with the pictures of the Beavis kids on them?
Right.
How long ago were those
It doesn't
made?
make any sense.
Like, did they always know that they were going to do that and they had that prepped a long time ago? Was this a recent thing?
Either way, it's sick, really. But thank you for letting me up. Y'all have a good day.
All right. Bye.
Thanks for coming up, Boba.
Love you, Obo.
Like she just
Some
pops,
people,
just
Boba,
pops
she's
in,
great.
shows something, and leaves. Long live Nelson Mandela. So replies that he's the GOAT, but sorry to tell you, he's not alive anymore.
So what's new?
Trump, some audio leaked from a donator meeting in 2024 during Trump's campaign where he told them that during his previous presidency, he basically said the war with Ukraine wouldn't have happened if I were still in office because I told Putin if he invaded Ukraine, I would have bombed the shit out of him. And it's like, okay, cool. You say that after the fact because you could look at Biden and say he failed, but I really don't believe you.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't think it at this point, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
Right?
he said it for a reason, and I don't like that it's being used now to gain political points just because people are calling out the fact that he sucks up to Putin. And it's like, cool, I'm so pissed at you for how you're handling this, and on top of that, I don't fucking believe you. There's absolutely zero indication or anything that would lead me to believe that in your last presidency or your last time in office that you told Putin that you were going to bomb Moscow if he invaded Ukraine, considering you quite literally cut off aid from Ukraine.
I don't know. I would argue, I don't know. Like I said, I don't really think it's all that important. Honestly, I find most of politics just to be a whole bunch of lying and stupidity.
So it seems like Moderate and History Revealed are having the same problem. Videos aren't being pushed out to non-followers. That's interesting. Mine aren't. Mine aren't either.
Oh man, it's okay. I've got a new problem on this account. They no longer review my appeals. Like if I catch a banana, I'm down. I'm just down for 7 days. I appeal. They never even come back with the "we're denied." It's just like
Shoot
sits
their
in the "we'll
support thing an
review
email
this."
and say that you have restrictions on your account that were never addressed, and that state in the email clearly, I have already filled out the appeal process and submitted the appeal, and it was never viewed. And then spam that
All right.
email every single day.
All right.
Fuck. Wait, real quick. Tell me your thoughts about the 6-Day War. It was a fucking masterclass of ass whooping.
It was a war that lasted 6 days.
At least I thought you were one of those fucking scammer or one of those fucking spammers for a second, because when you share on and I can view it from desktop mode, it doesn't show like so and so shared it to 20 people. Like it does when you're on desktop or on your phone. Like if you're streaming on your phone, it'll show you so and so shared it to 20 people. But when you show it on desktop, it just shows every individual share one after the other. And there's a thing that people do where they will intentionally go into streamers chats with while they're streaming on PC and just repeatedly share to the same person over and over, so it floods the chat with you've shared, you've shared, you've shared, so that they can't see anything.
Oh god.
Yeah, so like here, when I see it, it looks like this. Like that's all, that's every time you shared it. It's just really funny how it pops through. I hate how people say North Korea is more sympathetic than Israel. Oh my fucking god.
Wait, people actually say that?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I shouldn't be surprised with the stupid shit that I hear on a daily basis, but like, I feel like it's time for the asteroid. We just need the
Giant
asteroid.
Meteor 2025. Bartholomew, there have actually been people in this exact chat who have said that. U.S. had Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Charles Barkley, etc. Who has Israel had? I don't fucking know, nor do I care.
Only North Koreans say that.
Who would you claim started the 6-Day War? Is Israel right in claiming that it was a defensive war? Yeah, so if you actually look at what was going on before Israel launched their preemptive strikes, because there were troops building on the border for an impending invasion, both Syria and Egypt had actually been launching actual attacks into Israel for up to 6 months prior. So Syria had been launching minor raids into Israeli kibbutzim and villages for 6 months, where they would actually raid villages, unalive people, and leave, and just shell the shit out of them. And Egypt had been launching artillery into Israel. Those are both acts of war. Like, just because Israel didn't respond in that time frame when it was first happening doesn't mean that Israel's the aggressor like a lot of people claim. It's the same thing as like after October 7th, Hezbollah launched over 11,000 rockets into Israel for about a year. Israel's not the one that started that conflict, though. Israel responded after a year. It's the same thing as when, again, Israel responds after 6 months of Syria and Egypt attacking them. Hezbollah chickened out on
If you
10-7.
guys could
True.
all do a huge favor. There's a few things that need to happen. We're at 43.3 thousand likes. We should really be a lot higher than that. I'm really disappointed.
We're
in you
almost
guys.
at 50.
I'm sure you can catch up. If you could tap the screen like you're tapping the fire button on the dashboard of a B2 aircraft, that would be fantastic.
taking off from Whitman Air Force Base in my home state. As it makes its way above the Fordo facilities, just go ahead and tap it like you're releasing a GBU-57. And then right there is a donut there at the top of the screen next to a subscription bar. If you could subscribe for just $2.99, what you will do is you will fund a lot of plate carriers and FPV drones that could be sent to Ukraine to help push back against the horrible, horrible big Satan of Europe, so to speak, right? And that's what we're looking for you to do. We're going to take out Russian and its oligarchs. So that's what we're going to do. And those donuts, when you send them, again, that is going to help fund the plate carriers that are desperately needed for the right side of history. There's an orange button just above that with a little heart that says 15 on it right now currently. If you tap that and join the screen, and you go ahead and comment that Mideast is a cutie patootie, what that does is it gives you points. It helps you level up in your process of being a team member of Anthony here, and will actually protect the live. It will boost it out for more to see. If you disagree, it will actually allow this live to reach more people that share your viewpoints, that aren't afraid to come up and actually debate in good faith with us. So
thank you
please
guys for joining the
share it
team.
out, join the team. We need people that will actually engage in conversation with us. And thank you so much. And also, again, cutie patootie in the chat once you do it.
Thank you guys for joining the team. A couple things before we get. So, one, someone we talked about the asteroid just said a second ago. Someone in Twitch chat says, no asteroid, please. I need 10 more years working hard on getting laid." Someone brought up the stuff for the stuff for Ukraine. So the guys that we're gonna get plate carriers that we were gonna buy plate carriers for, because everything I make off the channel goes directly to funding guys in the front lines of Ukraine. Guys that I personally know. Their unit ended up getting plate carriers just yesterday, so we don't need to buy those anymore. So one of my other friends, though, is basically operating a drone factory within the Ukrainian military, and this would help them buy supplies to build more drones. So a lot of the funds are going to go directly to that. You're not Shane Gillis. You're not funny. Shut up. No one said they were Shane Gillis. What the fuck? Does the U.S. support Israel and Ukraine more than Texas and North Carolina? No. What?
It's somebody needs to explain funds appropriated for foreign use and funds appropriated for domestic use, and how never the two may cross.
If I knew how much certain gifts give to creators, I'd help with the FPVs for sure. So, unfortunately, you get banned now from gifting if you mention the outside donating platforms, which definitely totally aren't linked in my link tree in my bio. The longest they redid how the funds work on TikTok, but basically with the amount of viewers and the followers I get and the chat engagement and how long I stream, I get around 80% of the value of the coins that get donated. But you said you've never seen anyone debate the whole legitimacy on striking Iran?
Yeah, well, not on this live because I feel like everybody's just like, Netanyahu said whatever.
Oh,
some stupid shit.
You missed the first few days then. The first few days it was lit.
No, we definitely have.
Sorry?
The first few days it was lit. I even pulled up the documents from the IAEA because I love shoving it down people's face when they're like, nobody claimed that the IRGC was lying.
But did anybody debate like the UN Charter basically in the right of preemptive strikes? Like, did anybody ever like come up and say anything about that?
The problem is most of the people on the other side of the conversation don't know that there is a charter for the UN.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the discussion revolved around people not understanding the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, what the JCPOA was. Most people saying, well, how come Israel's allowed to have a nuke? And blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, they're not a signatory. You can argue they should be, but that's besides the point. And people claiming that it was Israel and Netanyahu that made the claim of what Iran had, even though it was the IAEA. And basically the way I try to dumb it down to them is the IAEA on behalf of the countries party to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty had their evidence that they presented stating, hey, there's these secret facilities. We know what's in them. Iran wouldn't let us inspect stuff in person. Here's the evidence we have. Here's what we believe they have. And something needs to be done about it because they're in flagrant violation of the NPT. And everyone who is in the NPT, even the people that are staunchly against Israel, like France, went, oh, shit, this is bad. This is bad. hey, Israel, you're their first target. You should do something about this. And Israel went, ah, fuck. Yeah, let me grab my coat. And then the United States goes, well, Israel can't handle this site. I'll handle it. Like,
Yeah, I have a short statement and then a question.
yeah.
So I don't know if you've seen the new bill that's being introduced by the Senate. It's the Sanctioning Russia Act of 2025 with, I believe, 80 co-sponsors in the Senate.
Yeah.
It's specifically for
I
imposing
I was
500%
part of that. I was part of the advocacy for that at the Capitol.
Okay, so I'm guessing you're in support of it?
Yeah, so what it's supposed to do is attack Russia on the secondary market because we have a bunch of European countries that are Russian oil free that are just buying it from countries that are not abiding by the sanctions because they're not required to. What that does is even though Russia is still technically selling at a loss, it it still helps them fund the war effort. But it also, in partnership, goes. It's not just on oil. It also attacks them on the secondary market for stuff like microchips, because we're starting to see American semiconductor chips re-ending up in Russian equipment again, like we saw at the beginning of the war. At the beginning of the war, there was a lot of Texas Instruments microchips in Russian equipment. There was a lot of NVIDIA chips in Russian equipment. We're starting to see that again, and they're getting it from secondary markets, like countries that are a company in the United States will sell it in good faith to a country in South America, who will then sell it to a company in China, and that company in China will then sell it to Russia, and and basically it's supposed to attack that secondary market to prevent that. And what there also is in partnership is there's another bill that's supposed to be proposed immediately afterwards that I'm also going to be helping advocate for, which basically says, hey, it may fucking suck in the short term if we cripple these countries to where they can't sell Russian oil anymore to those European allies of ours. But on the flip side, the states of Texas and Louisiana stated that they can single-handedly, their oil and liquid natural gas industries can single-handedly replace all Russian oil on the European market, meaning we can profit a buttload. So even American politicians who don't fucking like Ukraine in the slightest can push this as an America first thing and make America come out on top, because fuck Russia and anyone that wants to get in the way of making money. So it's like that's actually how I had the conversation with Senator Mike Lee, the dude who created the phrase "not a penny to Ukraine." That's the conversation I had with his national security advisor.
Okay. I have a okay. So specifically, does it apply for LNG imports?
It's supposed to be liquid natural gas and oil. Because
Okay. Does it
that's their main income. Even though oil is their higher one, liquid natural gas is still a big one, and you've got a bunch of European countries still relying on it, but they're Russian oil free.
Right, that makes sense. Hmm. What about nuclear fuel? Because doesn't Bulgaria rely on Russian nuclear fuel?
As far as I recall, there was no mention in the verbiage of the actual proposal that stated anything about nuclear fuel. It was specifically the stuff that is fueling the Russian economy, which is oil and their sour crude oil and their liquid natural gas. Because Russia's main exports are liquid natural gas and sour crude oil. And one of the big things is it's one of their last strongholds for money, because they actually defaulted on their loans last year. They had multiple loans that they took out with other countries that were supposed to help them maintain their oil industry and prop it up, because that was what was holding their economy up. They ended up being at like 45% of what their expected production rate was, and they defaulted on the loans, but nobody collected on them.
Yeah. Would this apply for all countries in the EU, or would it also apply for non-EU European countries?
It's not supposed to sanction. The intended goal is not to sanction the European countries. It's to sanction those countries that are selling to the EU via Russia. That way, it's going to suck again for those European countries that are going to be mad at us in the short term. They won't have that gas and that oil that they're getting from those countries, which is coming from Russia. Now they will have to buy from an outside source, and their easiest and cheapest source is probably going to be from us.
But like, would Turkey apply? Since I mean, technically, sometimes they're considered in Europe, but they're not part of the EU.
That's actually good. I actually don't know, because Turkey did not come up. No one ever mentioned Turkey in the entire times in discussions. I think it was mainly on the people like in Central and Western Europe that are still using Russian oil.
Yeah. Okay.
That'd be. I wonder if I could ask that, because we have a WebEx meeting tonight with a bunch of people from the outreach team. I wonder if I can ask if anyone knows about Turkey.
And then, like, specifically, do you like think going all the way back to like April, basically, when Iran struck Israel, I mean mainland for the first time? Do you think that is like a good argument in reference to why Israel struck Iran? Like, basically, it was just a continuation, or?
No, because I would say that those, although related, correlation is not causation. So they do correlate, but one was not the cause of the other, because that was just your classic back and forth shit. This one, like, Israel probably would have done these strikes even if the IAEA hadn't stated, like, hey, there's these almost ready fucking stockpiles of uranium, because Israel was already gearing up to do so anyways. And then Trump gave them the easy out by giving them that time window where he gave Iran 60 days to negotiate. They failed to do so, and then on day 61, Trump said the gloves are off, and Israel went, "Oh, bet I've got another excuse now." Like, Israel was eventually going to gun for the head of the snake, but now they have a valid reason, and it's on behalf of the NPT, because none of those other fucking countries, even the ones who are against Israel, were gonna fucking do it, even though they all agreed that something needed to be done. Like, again, France didn't say shit. France, who's against Israel right now, didn't say shit about the strikes against the nuclear facilities. That's not what happened. No, I'm saying, Ryan, but I'm saying it's not, one didn't cause the other, but it's another reason that they could say they did it. But we already knew that Iran was gonna. It's not a bad excuse. No, I'm not saying it is an excuse. I'm saying they can use it if they want, but Israel's not attacking Iran explicitly for the nuclear stuff based on the IAEA reports. I'm saying they're not related. They're not. One's not the cause of the other. They are related, but one's not the cause.
Okay, well, thank you. You have a great day. That was my last question.
Someone in Twitch chat says, "Fuck Turkey." That part you
I
got
do
right,
not
but the
disagree
nuke
with
needed to be
that
taken out.
statement.
Yeah, no, Ryan. I'm not saying that it didn't need to be taken out. What I'm saying is they're related, but not correlation versus causation. They are related, but not the cause of the other. Like, Israel didn't strike the nuclear facilities because of Iran's previous direct strikes on Israel. That was the question. What I'm saying is it was gonna happen regardless. This is just they happened to go at the same. It allowed Israel to do it at the same time and go. Yeah, I was gonna attack Iran anyways. We want to be partners, not slaves. Yeah.
How's it going?
Tired. You guys talk. I'll be right back. Hang on.
Hi, Palliative.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going good.
Good, good. Are
And my
you being overly schmexual as always?
No.
Are we sure about that?
Well, don't make me be.
Oh, goodness me.
I have to say, in the time that I spent away from the app, I missed you the most out of everybody.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I guarantee you didn't. Wait, don't we have each other on Facebook?
I did, huh?
We have each other on Facebook, don't we?
No.
I'm pretty sure we do.
No, I don't have anybody that from here that I'm friends with on Facebook or Instagram or
Oh,
any
well,
other
then
app.
there's a guy on my Facebook who looks exactly like you.
Oh. Is he
Very concerning.
handsome?
And I wouldn't say he's handsome. I wouldn't say you're handsome either.
I'm a handsome man.
Okay.
I think everybody in the chat would totally put that Mideast is a cutie patootie, like, without me even directing them to do it. Like, I'm
You just
almost.
did direct them to do it.
I didn't direct anybody to do that. I'm not using reverse psychology, guys. Don't put in the chat that I'm a cutie patootie.
Ugh. Don't, just the cutie patootie part is the cringy part. Anyway, is there any updates, any news, anything interesting going on?
I saw that Netanyahu extended his stay.
Did he?
He did.
Nice.
Oh, look, see that in the chat. Look. Oh my goodness. Paladin.
All of the people engaging in that deserve to be shot.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
What? I'm honest.
It's all right. I guess I'll take it. Yeah, I saw that he's extending his stay. What else? Let me check real quickly. Hold on.
Not sure why he's extending his stay in America. I'd be interested to see why. Is it potentially for the Iran nuclear talks?
I think it's on the cutie patootie talks, if I'm not mistaken. My guess it's probably regarding Iran. I think it's interesting about the deadline of the ceasefire. Doesn't it come up soon?
Yeah, it comes up in a couple of days.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is if you see the Iranian president who put out that video about the that Mar-a-Lago attack, where he basically insinuating that they were going to take him out at Mar-a-Lago with a drone, which I thought was very interesting. But he's saying that he's not seeing any fatwas or statements that are issued. And that's what he's been saying in his most recent interview. And I think it's funny because he was the one that was championing it a while ago. I'm curious why he would be changing his tune. I'd say that signifies something particular. I think maybe he's trying to calm things down, waiting to see what happens when that ceasefire expires. Let me see what else I can find.
I do not think DC is beautiful. I think DC is cold. I think DC is very cold.
No, nothing much else. It's been very slow. You know what's going to be interesting, Pallative, is like
Go on.
at the end of this 2 week ceasefire. I think we're going to see things pick back up.
Right, probably.
And I think it's going to happen very quickly. I think the Houthis are aware. I think Iran is aware. I think Hezbollah is aware. I think the Iraqi militias and proxies that they have over there are aware. I am genuinely curious to see what's going to happen. And what I think will be very telling is I think we're going to start seeing an uptick in people coming to these lives within the next few days.
Really?
Do you know what I mean?
Why do you think there's going to be an uptick?
Because I think stuff is going to happen and the world is going to start paying attention again. I think right now we've seen a drop in views on lives discussing this topic. I think people are more interested what's directly in front of them right now, and they don't see it as a threat. I'm curious to see. I mean, like, who knows what's going to happen? But I am curious to see what's going to happen over the next few days.
Someone in Twitch chat says, "We want to be partners, not slaves. Stop treating Europeans as inferior beings, Sam." And then I immediately walked in to see you just walk away as I said that. I'm sorry. Doritos. By the way, if anyone likes Nestle peach tea, this new Red Bull can, white peach, tastes exactly like Nestle peach tea.
I don't drink Red Bull.
Doritos are the B2 of the chip family.
What?
Hang on.
Yeah, they're the B2 boomer of the chip family.
Oh, well, I'm currently having Doritos, so I feel like I win.
Wait, did you do your cutie patootie rant?
He did his cutie patootie rant.
I did.
Revolting.
Agreed that I am in fact a cutie patootie. How about that mezuzah that Netanyahu gifted Trump with? The B2.
That was hilarious.
I thought that was amazing.
Although I'm not sure it was actually well thought out. It would have been better just give him a B2 bomber like model.
Wait.
But the mezuzah, it kind of implies he's like Jewish. Why would he have a mezuzah?
The bag is family size because it's left over from the 4th of July party. Hey, if people are going to bring free food and not eat it, I'll keep it. Give the B2 Doritos to Israel. No, those are ours. You can't fucking have those. Just like the F-22. Get fucked.
Israel already has the B2 Doritos.
You guys don't have B2s?
We have the B2 Doritos.
What?
We have mainly because Israeli Doritos are actually spicy.
I just, you know what I think's funny with all of this stuff?
Wait, no. This is the thing I find. This is the thing I found really funny. Americans like to say England has no spice, no any of this. Yet the chili heatwave Doritos in the United Kingdom are spicier than the spiciest Doritos in America. I find that funny. But the only one that's actually spicy are like the Middle Eastern ones and maybe the Mexican Doritos.
In Japan, they have a Dorito that tastes exactly like a Taco Bell taco.
Mm-hmm.
It tastes like a Taco Bell soft taco. It's pretty good. Zach, how's your head doing?
How's it going?
Mr. 12-time casualty.
I don't know. Fucking. Actually, I got a bit of pressure in my head, but you know, it's not as bad as it was.
Do you just see like a permanent drain plug in the back here?
Yeah, I know. Well, fuck. I just got released from the hospital today, so I just got released, and it's now 10 to midnight, so it's 11:48 here, and we just finished getting shelled for like 20 fucking minutes.
Have you tried not getting shelled?
No, actually.
You should try that. I recommend. Hey, so the boys that I was going to use the TikTok donations for plate carriers got plate carriers, so I don't need to buy them. I've asked one of my friends if he needed supplies, and he says he's going to give me a list of things to help buy for drones. Do you guys need any supplies for drones?
Yeah, we always need something. Like, I got to ask the guys exactly what we need, but like, you know, controllers, headsets, things like that are always needed.
Shoot me links. Hit me up on Signal or Facebook and shoot me the links to what equipment you guys need. Is it stuff to buy locally or stuff that I can ship?
No, you can just buy it off and order it off of Prom. If you remember what Prom is, it's like Ukrainian Amazon, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Honestly, I like it way more than Amazon. It's fucking, you can get anything on that.
Well, I mean, that's like how I like.
There's less restrictions and it's far more effective.
Yeah.
I remember a meme of a Prom delivery driver going right up to the front lines in Luhansk.
That was that was Nova Posta.
Nova. Yeah, I would say Nova pushed it in 22. I'm telling you, you could mail a dead Russian to the rear if you had to. Like, you could get anything.
Dude, Nova Posta was actively delivering to Bakhmut in the middle of the fighting. They were like, hey, there's still a Nova Posta open in the center of Bakhmut. We gotta get the packages there.
Yeah, it's a friggin' probably the best mail service. Like Canada Post, like Nova Posta is way better than fucking Canada Post.
Oh yeah. Dude, I got USPS here, and they'll just fucking throw packages. Or, dude, I've got ring footage of people walking up to my door with a notice that says I missed my delivery, not even making the attempt, and just putting on my door and saying that I have to go get it.
Yeah. Like, even the one here where I am, like, I'm in a front line location right now. Like, you know, artillery is exploding outside. I can hear explosions right now. And the Nova Posta guys here, like, they wear combat helmets and, you know, carriers with plates.
Dude, I bet you if you looked out the window, you'd probably see 1 or 2 Nova Posta cars driving by every hour.
Yeah, well, like, you see them with their red coats on, right? You see the workers, and then you see them wearing body armor and a helmet, and you're like, what the fuck? You know, can you imagine going to work, just working a regular post job, and you gotta wear a helmet and body armor just to go to fucking work? You know
Imagine
what I mean?
knowing you're one of those badass postal services in the fucking world, though.
Yeah, like,
dude,
fuck
Nova
me, man.
Posta should specifically expand to war zones. You need something delivered in a war zone? I got some fucking cracked out 18-year-old on nonstop energy drinks. He'll deliver whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, it's a freaking, it's a good, top-notch fucking best mail service I've ever had the privilege of using. Like, if I ever go back to Canada and I'm gonna end up getting something in mail, I'll probably just be choked. Frickin'.
I remember,
That's if it ever arrives in Canadian mail. It's so long to get anything.
I remember when I was shipping something in Ukraine with Nova Posta. It was a bunch of weapons parts. Like, you could straight up build multiple weapons with all the shit I was shipping. And
oh yeah,
I walk in, everything's in a bag, and I've got it. Like, I haven't put everything in the box yet because I want to use their box because it's bigger. And it was like, okay, here's a list of all the shit you can't ship. And I look at my interpreter, and the dude looks back at me, and he realized that I'm with the Ukrainian, but he says it in like broken English. And he said, "No, ship these," and he points to the list in English. And it's got this list of weapons, and I look down, I go, I put it on the counter, and you can see everything. And he's like, "Oh." Then he just goes to the counter, gets a box, and just starts throwing everything in.
Yeah, I scared one of them last year, but I had a box of smoke grenades, and the lady didn't know what they were, but they were smoke grenades. Like I had 2 boxes of smoke grenades that I put into one box, and I was gonna ship them so that I could, ship them to the front where I needed them to go, right to the guys. And yeah, so I put the box on the counter, and she opens up the box and looks inside, and all she sees is grenades with grenade pins in them, right? So she's like, her face just goes white, I'm like, she's like, grenade? I'm like,
Granada!
yeah, grenade. She's fucking looking at me. No, we sent it. I told her, it's okay. Grenade? Yeah, grenade.
No. She says granada, you just go, chisto. It's clear. It's okay. Chisto. It's clear.
That I was working on at the beginning of the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. I was actually working on a suppressor that I was going to produce here in the United States with a Ukrainian man that had moved over here during the conflict and was trying to procure researches to
How am I still going to hit
basically
inactivity?
produce film back.
So you're like milling your own baffles and everything, and like.
Yep. Yeah, I actually we produced a prototype, and then the gentleman got an opportunity for somebody else to purchase his patent. And I was like, well, I guess if it helps you get this to your guys faster, then just go ahead and
Really?
the
That
patent.
sounds cool. That'd be honest.
But I don't think anything ever came about it. The interesting thing about it, though, that I thought was really cool was what we were experimenting with was actually, and this is bizarre. So there was this company here in the United States that has a patent that was going to team up with us. They were looking at Surefire initially, but they couldn't. It was taking too long. And what the technology was it was basically a liquid that they had developed for nuclear fire suppressant. So this was basically a liquid that would be thrown in a capsule essentially into
like a fire bomb. Okay.
Yeah,
like a fire grenade.
So
I understand.
you needed very little of it to excessively cool down heat quickly. It was like it reacted quickly to it. So we were going to fill, part of the baffles with this liquid. Like leave the baffles empty, but leave enough pockets for this liquid to go in, so that when you fired the suppressor, it would cool down instantly to lower its IR signature, which was interesting. They were going to integrate it into an actual. It was going to be. We were going to do one initially that was not an integral suppressor, and eventually move to an
Why not
integral suppressor.
fill the baffles themselves, make the baffles slightly hollow, and fill them with liquid metal?
Yeah.
Not liquid metal. Make them as like you'd make them like a vapor chamber in a rifle.
The requirement
I mean,
for
in
this
a
material,
computer.
though, the specific liquid was far less than anything. You didn't need very much of it to achieve the same effect. Is the point? So it would reduce weight.
By the way, this is one of my favorite videos ever that I've ever taken. Zach, you'll know what I'm talking about with this. So this was a training scenario where we were having Ukrainians assault a building, and yeah, they didn't know how to be quiet. Would you say that's an accurate assessment of how Ukrainians sometimes are on assaults, Zach?
Well, they get it. That's for sure.
Yeah. So these guys weren't being quiet, so I punished them.
Oh yeah.
Nope, that's not it. Where? Come on. Why is it not playing my video? What the fuck? Oh, here we go.
Did you throw a trainer at them?
If you listen closely to what he yells. Did you hear him yell? He goes, Granata! Little did I know. Because so basically we were doing airsoft, because airsoft actually works for CQB training, which is great because it shows the whole thing of like, look, I can explain this stuff to you in a classroom and demonstrate all I want, but until you walk around a corner like a moron and I pop you in the face with 50 BBs, maybe then you'll actually get the message. So they were assaulting a building and I was defending from the outside, and when I died, I was supposed to monitor how they were approaching after that point and how they would enter and go through rooms one at a time. they were being really fucking loud, and it pissed me off. So I took a trainer grenade. Sounds right over there. Hot, and I hear granada, and I hear and then I nailed one of the dudes square in the chest, and it blew up at his feet.
Yeah, I honestly, I love training grenades. We had a young Australian with us once, and it was his birthday, and he went into the outhouse, and one of the guys pulled a trainer out and fucking threw it under the door and fucking bang with him in the fucking outhouse. But they're a lot of fun.
Dude, they weren't ready for some of the stuff we did too. We were putting grenades on door handles and shit. Like, I know, granted, the guys who have seen Combat and Bakhmut and stuff, but some of the guys we were training hadn't seen Combat, so they weren't ready for that shit. So, like, we straight up were, one of them was, there's a door that pulls outward. If you're outside the building, the door pulls outward. And there was a car door inside the building. So what we did was put the car door up against, like, the door frame. So there's, like, a little bit of a gap in between door, building door, car door. So you got building door that opens this way, car door here, wedged in the gap so it can't pull it through. And we've got a metal wire attaching them. So you can get the door open, but like that much. So you could pull it and you're like, what the fuck? Why is the door not coming open? Which would cause you to either yank it or just accept, like, what the fuck's going on. But we also tied a wire from the main door to a grenade. So now the grenade drops at the feet in between the door, the car door, and the real door, and either you get the door open and the blast is directed at you, or it still directs at you because it's in between a fucking metal and wood object. The blast is going to go towards the wood.
Even on, like, front line, we were in the trenches. We had training grenades. Some of the guys had training grenades, and we just used them as, like, alert lines. Like, we would set up tripwires in areas, like, at the very end of the trench where the trench would end. You know, just set up alert lines with the training grenades because, fucking, you know, they make a loud bang still, you know.
Do you have the ability to get 12 gauge rounds?
Yeah, I have some here.
Do you want a bunch of shotgun traps?
Yes.
Like just even for alerts. Because 12 gauge blanks are really, if you can get blanks, 12 gauge blanks will be louder than those grenades.
Yeah, well, yeah, I bet, yeah. I've never used
And
them.
you just zip tie it to a tree or you fucking screw it in.
Yeah, they got the firing pin, and
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you could make fucking just pull the shot out of a 12 gauge, couldn't you? Leave the wad.
The powdering's a bit different. I don't know exactly how it is, but it's a bit different. But yeah, you can get those, like, dude, you can get those on, like, Wish for like $5 each.
Cool.
Oh, here was demonstrating going in to clear a room. I had my helmet version where we're simulating. Basically, we get contact. I take a knee to prep a grenade. He's got my overhead. Not a lot of people like doing the take a knee thing, but the whole thing of demonstrating is that you can if you need to, and if you're in a scenario where you have to. And I've got my Overwatch on top of me. What?
Run the rabbit. Send them in.
Don't worry. So the simulated enemy is in the back right corner of the room. I have pied the corner. I have received fire from the corner of the room. And this is my response. Pull the grenade out. Show my teammate. I have the grenade. Prepping. Grenade out. Blow up. Bang. I go right. He goes left. We both clear center. And my grenade landed fucking perfectly behind that barricade. It was fucking picture perfect.
Yeah, I know we did lots of CQB training. Fuck that shit.
CQB's fucking miserable.
Yeah.
But it's so fun to practice with.
Yeah. Oh, even like guys are getting hurt and we're just doing training. You're like, what the fuck? He's like, I tripped on glass. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wait, who here's played Escape from Tarkov? Anyone? Anyone?
I have not.
Have you, Mideast?
Nope.
No.
I don't
But
play video
I like that I keep seeing Japanese people popping up in the stream because my channel or this profile was made when I was stationed in Japan. So like 10% of my viewers are still Japanese. Ohio gozaimasu. There's a lot of shit going on here.
Nice. Yeah, Japan's one of those places I've never been. Hello.
Hey, Vladimir.
Hello, Vladimir.
Hey, England. How you been, dude? I heard you got injured a while ago. How you feeling?
I just got out of the hospital today.
Oh, that's good news.
I'm waiting on some paperwork. I'm supposed to be being sent to a rehabilitation, I guess, and we will see what that. I don't know what that really entitles, but that's what they said.
Zach, this next video, this is when we were at our range, and the backdrop of our range was literally the city of Belgrade.
Oh fuck yeah, nice.
Because I definitely didn't tell my wife how close we were to the front when we were on the front. So this is in uniform, totally okay by TikTok term service.
This is how you
They
shoot full
running a
auto.
45 in that thing. 45 man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta love the RPK fucking mags. I used to run them, but man, they're fucking heavy. Yeah. Makes a like when you got suppressor, optic, fucking 45 rounder, like it gets fucking heavy, dude.
Yeah, the 5.56 is a lot lighter than 7.62 by 3.9, but
I
it's
had
still
a metal handrail.
it adds
like,
up, dude.
I had a metal handrail, a bipod, fucking optic, suppressor, like a 12-inch suppressor on my gun, and then I stick a 45 in there, and it's heavier than an RPK. It's basically carrying around a PKM.
Oh, this is when we were practicing going on patrols and shit. I had to black people out.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Training's good, man. Always train. Train whenever you can.
I think this is the day when one of our guys got smacked in the back of the fucking head by a FPV drone. Did I tell you about that one, Zach?
Yeah, you did. That was
Yeah. We had to call the drone school. What happened? Lost connection. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Won't happen again.
Yeah. Actually, I almost got a drone in the head once, but it was also actually at training. Fucking the guy flew right over my head, like fucking 3 inches above my head, probably. Oh, we got alerts coming in here again. They better not be starting to fucking show us again.
Hey, can't
I
let you
gotta
sleep.
send you something.
Mideast is getting his matzo ball soup. You sending me something, Zach? Where are you sending it? Let's see.
Did you say matzo ball soup?
Someone in chat did. Supporting genocide? Nope. On Signal. Okay, let's see what this is. Zach, am I allowed to show this? Oh, was that your area? I saw this. Was that in your area?
Fucking 14 months old, that kid.
Was it grandma's house?
Yeah, deliberately attacked by an FPV, 14 months old. Sitting outside his house with his grandmother. It's fucking nuts.
Was that in your AO?
Yeah, it's down here, yeah. Just on one of the outskirts here.
There's an extent to where I don't get why some of these Ukrainians just don't fucking leave. Get the fuck away.
Yeah, I
from
know
it.
that, but that's the thing. No matter, like, I've been to a lot of frontline villages, and no matter where you go, you're always going to run into like a dozen babushkas and old dudes that just
I refuse to
leave.
leave. It's like,
Because they've lived there for 70 years, and this is my home, and I'm like, dude, you don't have a home. You're living in a fucking cellar. Like, your home is that pile of wood.
Anthony, do you want to see a video of a Zoo-23 with our suppressor on it?
Yes.
Sure. Wait, what do you mean your suppressor? Did you wait? So you actually do make suppressors?
We had made this one. We had made a few samples that got fielded. We had.
What calibers?
Well, a Zoo-23 is like, what is that, like 22 millimeter or something like that? It's some crazy large round. I forgot the exact
Do you have
round.
any for sale for 5.56 that I can purchase from an FFL?
No, we don't have them anymore. I don't even have any.
Are you an FF? Wait, are you an FFL?
No, I am not an FFL. We were in the process of getting our FFL to finish doing this, and we were using manufacturing from people that had FFLs while we were waiting to get ours done. We had hired a firm to go through the process and how to actually get it through with the Foreign Military Fund and be able to sell overseas.
Jesus Christ, I just realized there's a bunch of random Japanese names in my viewer list. I think it's people that just fell asleep on their streams in Japan.
Nice.
Zach, can I
What's
pay
that,
you to
though?
can I pay you to send me nonstops? I got scammed by a
Nonstop?
Yeah, I got scammed by a Ukrainian the other day. I bought a
Really?
bunch. I bought a bunch of nonstops on eBay because not because the stalker video game, because I know they're in the game, but that's what popularized it. I miss nonstops. They're fucking delicious. So I ordered 6 cans, three of the 250 milliliter ones, and 3 of the 500 ones.
Yeah, they're everywhere. You can buy them literally.
And they showed up empty.
Yeah.
The cans. Oh shit.
Yeah, he put holes in the bottom. And then when I went back and looked at the listing, it doesn't say empty can. But when you look at his other listing, it says full can.
Yeah, and there's no issue with that, like sending drinks across internationals, nothing like that. No problem. No food.
I don't think so. I mean, either it gets here or it doesn't. I'd pay for it.
Check Telegram.
Okay, what is this? What the fuck? Dude, that suppressor's as long as... Is that a dude or a chick firing that? The second one.
I think it's a.
Where are these being fielded? Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh, well, it looks like we just got banned. All right. Well, he just got banned for following TikTok guidelines.